Let's begin gently. Your memory is not a machine. It behaves more like a quiet garden, one that grows only when it receives attention, patience, and care. Most people believe their memory is weak, but the truth is softer than that. They simply never learned to give their full attention to the things they wanted to remember. When something passes in front of you, but your mind is somewhere else, the brain quietly decides it isn't worth keeping. Think of the simple moment of meeting someone new. You hear their name, and within a minute it slips away. That isn't a broken memory. That's a mind that wasn't fully present in that moment. Now, breathe slowly and let this settle in. The brain remembers pictures far more easily than it remembers plain words or numbers. So whenever you want to hold on to a piece of information, the first step is to turn it into an image, something colorful, something a little strange, even something funny. If you needed to remember the words umbrella and candle, you might picture an umbrella slowly melting like wax under a warm candle flame. The stranger the image, the more the brain leans in and pays attention, because ordinary, flat information is the first thing the mind lets go of. This next part is about patience, about spaced repetition, and about feeling something as you learn. Cramming everything into one sitting almost never works, because the mind cannot hold that much all at once. It is far gentler and far more effective to return to the same piece of information after a few hours, then the next day, then a few days later, then a week later. Each time you return to it, the pathway in your brain becomes a little deeper, like a line drawn in soft, wet clay that slowly hardens in the sun. And when something is tied to a genuine feeling, it settles even deeper, because the brain always keeps emotional memories closer than it keeps dry, lifeless facts. Forgetting is not a flaw, it simply means the mind was never trained. Instead of forcing memory like a machine, think of it as something alive, something that grows when attention, imagery, emotion, and story all come together. When these four elements meet, trust in your own mind slowly returns, and information begins to stay with you, sometimes for a lifetime. This isn't something that happens overnight. It's a quiet, daily practice that reveals its results slowly, the way anything worth keeping usually does. The brain, at its core, is a storyteller. It was never built to hold plain lists. It was built to hold drama, connection, and a little bit of wonder. If you take the items on a list and weave them into an unusual little story, a spoon flying through the sky, a teapot chasing after it, the information tends to lodge itself firmly and quickly. This is often called the story method, and it isn't new at all. Ancient scholars and speakers used this exact technique to hold entire speeches in their minds, long before paper and pen were common. And even now, centuries later, it works just as well. Reading something once is rarely enough. Information needs to be returned to, gently, again and again, or it fades the way a line in wet sand fades under the tide. Coming back to it a few hours later, then a day later, then a week later, is what makes the pathway permanent. Using a new word or idea in different places, inside a sentence, in a conversation, while explaining it to a friend, makes it stronger still. What matters most isn't how long you studied. What matters is how often you actively return to it. Teaching someone else may be the single most powerful way to strengthen a memory, because it forces your mind to organize the information in your own words. Whether you explain it to a friend, record your own voice and listen back, or simply speak to your reflection in a mirror, the act of teaching sends a quiet signal to your brain. This matters, keep it. There's a simple example worth remembering, a difficult word that finally stuck, not through repetition alone, but because it was spoken aloud, used in real conversation, shared with someone else. When you teach something, you carve it into memory that lasts. The mind palace is an old, gentle technique that leans on your brain's natural gift for remembering places. You take new information and quietly place it inside somewhere familiar, the rooms of your childhood home perhaps. Each item is tucked into a corner, a doorway, a windowsill, something vivid and specific. When it's time to recall, you simply walk through that place in your mind, room by room, and the information waits for you there. Long lists, the order of the planets, the points of a speech, can be held this way without strain. Imagination, it turns out, often does more than memorization ever could. Learning techniques alone are not enough. The overall health of your mind matters just as much. Picture your brain as a garden that needs sunlight in the form of proper rest, water in the form of focused attention, and care in the form of steady, healthy daily habits. When sleep, nourishment, and gentle movement are all in place, the mind becomes far more capable of holding on to whatever you plant within it. Sleep plays an enormous role in making memories permanent. While you rest, the brain quietly sorts through everything absorbed during the day and moves the important pieces into long-term storage. A little movement while studying, even just standing and stretching, can lift the brain's activity and bring your focus back. Nutrition matters too. Foods rich in omega-3s, fresh fruit, vegetables, and enough water all keep the mind clear and responsive. None of this is separate from memory. It is memory, quietly supported from the inside. Writing things down and reviewing them daily are two of the gentlest and most effective tools for organizing what you've learned. When you write by hand, the brain processes the information a second time in a way that simply reading never achieves. Stress works against memory, so it helps to approach learning with curiosity and calm rather than pressure or fear. A peaceful, unhurried environment allows the mind to record information far more completely. Strengthening memory often involves more than one sense at a time. Reading aloud, drawing what you've learned, connecting a word to a physical feeling, each of these opens a slightly different pathway in the brain, and together they make recall easier. Celebrating small wins, even quietly, even just to yourself, builds gentle momentum and makes learning feel rewarding rather than heavy. In the end, memory responds not to force, but to care, rest, and a kind of quiet love. Turning memory into a small daily game keeps the mind curious and engaged, rather than tense and strained. A minute each morning spent recalling yesterday, a light game of finding something in your home from memory, or building a silly story together with a friend. These small rituals add up, and above all, emotion remains memory's closest companion. Whatever carries a feeling tends to stay with you, quietly, for a very long time. Connecting information to emotion makes it deeper, richer, more alive. For anything you want to hold on to for a long time, returning to it weekly, then monthly, helps keep the pathway strong. Instead of flat, straight lists, try memory maps or simple diagrams, branching outward the way thoughts naturally do. This mirrors how the mind already organizes itself, so it tends to feel far more natural. Memory behaves like a muscle. The more it's used, the stronger it becomes. It helps to lean a little less on technology and instead try recalling small details on your own each day. Connecting new knowledge to something you already know builds a kind of bridge, and speaking your questions aloud or talking yourself through an idea turns passive reading into something active and alive. Practicing a little gratitude before sleep quiets the mind and gently signals which moments of the day truly mattered. Remembering doesn't need to feel like a struggle, it can feel like guidance, like a quiet partner walking beside you through daily life. A calm, steady, low-pressure routine slowly turns learning from an effortful task into something natural and sustainable. A good memory routine can begin with one soft, quiet minute each morning, simply recalling the day before. Set a small memory seed for the day, a new word, a new idea, a name you want to remember well. Weaving that seed into your conversations and everyday moments lets memory grow on its own, quietly, without force. Remembering names and faces is difficult mostly because attention wanders during introductions. When meeting someone, slow down for just a moment, repeat their name softly to yourself and attach it to something vivid and specific. To hold on to a face, focus on one particular detail, the way someone smiles, the color of their eyes, rather than trying to hold the whole picture at once. Rather than trying to memorize like a photograph, it helps far more to lean into feeling and curiosity. Replacing a phrase like, "I never remember anything," with, "I am learning to remember," gently reshapes how the mind approaches the task. Forgetting isn't failure, it's simply part of learning. Each time something is forgotten and then recalled again, that pathway grows a little stronger than it was before. Learning new words, especially in another language, becomes easier with stories, sensory detail, and small techniques like the memory box, imagining each word placed in its own small, colorful container in your mind. Rhythm through music or rhyme speeds recall even further, which is part of why songs from childhood remain so easy to remember decades later. The brain always favors stories and emotion over plain lists and numbers. Imagination turns words into a small mental film, giving information a rich sensory quality that makes it far easier to hold on to. Learning speed comes less from the number of hours spent and more from emotional engagement and from the simple habit of explaining things aloud to yourself. When you speak your thoughts and teach an idea to yourself, memory, imagination, and expression all begin working together. Keeping the mind healthy and alert benefits from a little novelty woven into daily life, brushing your teeth with the opposite hand, trying something entirely new for the first time. Drawing, storytelling, or learning a new instrument strengthens the brain's connections. Instead of fearing a lapse in memory, treat it gently as an invitation to review. This naturally brings the benefit of spaced repetition back into your day. Much like adding a little more weight during exercise, this gentle challenge is what makes the pathways stronger over time. Staying curious and continuing to learn, even in small ways, is what keeps a mind feeling young and capable for a very long time. Learning something new each day, a fact, a skill, a small habit, helps prevent the mind from settling into stillness. Remember, it isn't perfection that matters here, it's simply staying curious. Treating yourself with patience and gratitude supports memory more than most people realize. When a mistake happens, choosing patience over frustration keeps the mind open and receptive rather than tense and closed. small memory games, and a quiet daily habit of gratitude release a kind of calm within the mind that supports both focus and retention. In the end, connecting heart and mind through genuine care for learning is what allows memories to settle in deeply and meaningfully. It helps to set gentle, realistic goals. Trying to absorb everything in a single sitting rarely works, while small, steady daily progress almost always does. Moving forward in small steps without placing too much pressure on yourself tends to work best. This doesn't just support memory, it makes the entire experience of learning feel lighter, calmer, something to look forward to rather than something to endure. Memory isn't only useful for study or exams, it quietly shapes so much of everyday life. Remembering someone's birthday, recalling a promise you made, bringing up something from an earlier conversation, all of this is memory too. When you stop thinking of memory as just a study skill and begin to see it as a life skill, you start practicing it naturally in ordinary moments all through the day. In a world full of notifications, reminders, and instant searches, the mind rarely gets the chance to work things out on its own. Every so often, try setting the phone aside and recalling a number, an address, or a small list purely from memory. Done regularly, even this small practice begins to wake up the mind's natural ability to recall, the way a quiet, long unused muscle slowly regains its strength. And so, gently, we come to the heart of it all. Memory is not magic, it is a quiet daily habit. Give your full attention, turn information into color and image, let it touch something you feel, and return to it softly again and again. These 4 simple things, practiced with patience, can change the way your mind holds on to everything you wish to keep. If this has brought you some calm and some clarity, let yourself rest now, knowing your mind is already beginning to remember more than you think. Sleep well. Let's settle in gently for a story tonight. It begins with a young girl named Mary who lands that her old life is ending and a new one is about to begin. She is being sent across the sea to England to live with an uncle she has never once met. The house that waits for her sits far out on the wild Yorkshire moors, tall, grey, and strangely silent. The housekeeper, a stern woman named Mrs. Medlock, tells her plainly to stay in her room, to ask no questions, and to disturb no one. And yet, beneath the cold and the silence, something quiet begins to stir in Mary, a small, careful curiosity about the secrets this old house seems to be holding close. In the days that follow, Mary meets Martha, a warm and talkative young maid who cannot help but speak of the wide open moor stretching out beyond the windows. At first, Mary wants nothing to do with any of it. The moor seems empty, the air too cold, the whole place too unfamiliar. But Martha's honesty slowly wears down Mary's guarded edges. When Martha speaks to her plainly, as an ordinary child rather than someone to be waited on, something inside Mary breaks quietly open, and for the first time in longer than she can remember, she cries. Martha talks fondly of her own family, loud, happy, and poor in money, but rich in warmth, and mentions her younger brother, a boy with a gentle, almost magical way with animals. Mary struggles to understand simple things Martha takes for granted, like real hunger or the small joys of a crowded, loving home. Still, she is coaxed outside, into the grey morning air, and just before Mary steps out, Martha lets slip, almost by accident, that somewhere on the grounds there is a garden, locked, hidden and untouched since the death of the master's wife many years before. Outside, Mary wanders through gardens still gripped by winter, bare and quiet under a pale sky. There she meets Ben Weatherstaff, an old gruff gardener who seems to want nothing to do with her, until a small robin appears, hopping along the wall, drawing her attention toward it again and again. Something about the bird softens the old man, if only for a moment, and in that quiet exchange, Mary said something she has never said aloud before, that she is lonely. It is a small sentence, but it marks the beginning of something new. When Mary asked how one might get into the locked garden, Ben shuts the conversation down at once, refusing to say another word on the matter. But his silence only sharpens her curiosity. The hidden garden begins to take shape in her mind, not just as a place, but as a mystery she feels she must solve. Slowly, without quite noticing it happening, Mary is shifting from a girl who waited to be entertained into a girl who goes looking for answers herself. The next morning, Mary wakes with an unfamiliar lightness in her chest, and she decides to explore the grounds entirely on her own. The robin is waiting for her again, and this time she follows it, step by step, toward a quiet, overgrown corner of the garden wall. There is real excitement in her now, a feeling she hasn't known in longer than she can remember. The sense that this small bird somehow understands more about the secret garden than any person she has met so far. As she watches the robin dig near the base of the wall, something catches her eye beneath a tangle of ivy, a small ring of metal, rusted and half-buried. It takes her only a moment to understand what it is, the handle of a hidden door. A wave of wonder rushes through her at the thought that she may have found the very place her uncle sealed away out of grief 10 long years ago. The door, of course, is locked. Mary searches the soft earth nearby, brushing away leaves and dirt until her fingers close around an old rusted key. With some effort, the door creaks open, and she steps through into a garden that has slept through 10 winters. Brown stems, dry grass, and a stillness that somehow doesn't feel empty. It feels instead like something waiting. Inside, Mary crouches low and notices something remarkable. Tiny green shoots pushing up through the cold earth, small, stubborn signs of life beneath all that stillness. A quiet sense of purpose settles over her, unlike anything she has felt before. She decides, without needing to be told, that she will care for this garden. And somewhere in that decision, she senses that this garden is going to change the shape of her whole life. From then on, Mary returns to the garden again and again, clearing away dead leaves and tangled weeds, giving the small green shoots room to breathe. The work does something to her. Her cheeks gain color, her appetite returns, her whole body seems to wake up alongside the garden. She begins to think of Martha's brother, the boy who understands plants and animals so naturally, and wonders whether he might be able to help her. Hoping to learn more, Mary approaches Ben Weatherstaff again, this time with real questions about plants and soil. To her surprise, the old man's grumpiness softens when he sees how genuinely curious she is, and he offers her a few careful tips. He also confirms what Martha had said, that her brother is kind, patient, and has an almost uncanny bond with the wild things around him. Not long after, Martha gives Mary a small gift, simple gardening tools and a packet of seeds, and something in Mary's chest warms at the gesture.
Walking out onto the moor that same day, she spots a boy surrounded by rabbits, birds, and even a young fox, whistling softly as though speaking their language. She realizes at once who this must be and gathers the courage to walk over and introduce herself.
The boy, Dickon, welcomes her with an easy, unguarded kindness that Mary has rarely experienced. Cautiously, almost testing the words as she says them, she tells him about the hidden garden. Rather than being shocked, Dickon simply offers to help, showing her how to properly turn the soil and care for what's growing there. For the first time, the garden no longer feels like a secret she must carry alone. It becomes something shared, something the two of them can nurture together. Yet, even with this new joy, something troubles Mary at night, a faint human sound of crying drifting through the manor's long corridors. Despite Mrs. Medlock's firm warnings to stay away, her curiosity pulls her forward. She follows the sound through dim, shadowy hallways until she reaches a distant door, hesitates only a moment, and steps quietly inside. Inside the dim room, Mary finds a pale, thin boy named Colin, who turns out to be the master's own son, kept hidden away, convinced by everyone around him that he is fatally ill and destined to grow twisted and frail like his father. There is a strange mixture of pride and self-pity in the way he speaks, and Mary recognizes something familiar in it, a loneliness that has made him demanding and brittle, not so different from how she herself once was. Mary begins telling him about her life and about the wide, wild beauty of the moor outside his window, and Colin listens as though starving for company. She keeps the secret garden to herself for now, but a quiet sympathy grows in her, a sense that what truly ails him isn't his body, but the years of isolation and neglect. By the time she leaves that night, she is certain of one thing: Colin needs friendship and fresh air far more than he needs another doctor. In the days that follow, Mary visits Colin often, drawn together by a shared loneliness neither of them quite knows how to name. She refuses to indulge his dramatic moods, gently pushing back against the fragile invalid role everyone else has always given him. On one particularly grey, rainy afternoon, she finds him deeply distressed, convinced once again that he is dying, that his back is twisted, that his fate is already sealed. His fear spirals quickly, and Mary watches him spin further into panic over imagined deformities and an imagined death. Drawing on the plain honesty she's learned from Martha and Dickon, she does something no one else has dared to do. She insists on examining his back herself right then to prove there is nothing wrong with him. Colin is too stunned to argue. No one has ever spoken to him with such direct, unshaken confidence before. After confirming there is truly nothing physically wrong with him, Mary gives him a blunt, much-needed truth. His weakness comes not from illness, but from years spent lying still in a darkened room. She urges him toward fresh air, toward the living, growing world outside his window. Slowly, hesitantly, Colin begins to listen. His fear doesn't vanish all at once, but a small, tentative hope begins to root, and for the first time he starts to believe he might not be alone in this after all. Filled with a new sense of purpose, Colin insists that the garden, once he learns of it, be kept private, ordering the staff to stay away from that part of the grounds. Plans are quietly made for his very first outing, with Dickon helping to move his wheelchair unseen. Surrounded by Mary, Dickon, and Dickon's small procession of animal friends, Colin feels open air on his face for the first time in years. the beginning, though he doesn't fully know it yet, of his own quiet transformation. As they move through the grounds, Colin reacts to the sunlight and the fresh air with something close to disbelief, as though rediscovering a world he had convinced himself no longer belonged to him. Finally, Mary leads him towards the hidden door, and the anticipation in the air grows thick and real. Stepping inside, Colin is overwhelmed. The garden he had only imagined is suddenly entirely real in front of him, and something in him begins, quietly, to heal. Sitting in the warm sunlight, Colin feels something shift deep inside him, and he declares, almost to himself, that he intends to live, to grow strong, the way the garden around him is growing strong. Guided by Dickens' easy knowledge of plants and soil, he begins to shed the fear that has held him still for so long. The three of them, Mary, Dickon and Colin, settle into an easy companionship, laughing together, and for the first time, Colin allows himself to hope that one day he might walk. Old Ben Weatherstaff eventually discovers the children in the garden, and the shock on his face is plain. He had long believed Colin would never survive his illness, but seeing the boys standing, however unsteadily, moves him to tears. He promises, without needing to be asked twice, to keep their secret safe, and quietly joins their small circle, the garden becoming a shared sanctuary for all of them. Over the following weeks, the garden continues to bloom under their care, and Colin's ability to walk grows stronger day by day. He begins to talk about a kind of quiet, powerful energy that seems to live within the garden itself, something that helps all of them grow. Determined to surprise his father one day, Colin decides to keep his recovery a secret for just a little longer. Far away, Colin's father continues to wander through Europe, weighed down by grief for his late wife and by the guilt he carries for his son's frailty. He avoids the manor entirely, choosing distance and solitude over the painful memories waiting for him at home. His days remain quiet, grey, and disconnected from the world around him. During his travels, something unexpected happens. A quiet afternoon beside a mountain stream, the simple sight of a wildflower growing between the stones, and for the first time in years, a small measure of peace settles over him. He has no way of knowing it, but this quiet shift mirrors exactly what has been happening back home, inside the walls of the garden he once locked away. One night, he dreams vividly of his late wife calling to him from somewhere in the garden, and not long after, an urgent letter arrives from a woman connected to the estate, gently urging him to return. Torn between guilt over his long absence and something that feels almost like fate, he finally decides it's time to go home and face what he has been avoiding for so long. When he arrives at the manor, the housekeeper tells him, somewhat bewildered, that Colin's moods have changed completely, swinging between old fragility and a strange sudden vitality no one can quite explain. Sensing that something important has shifted, he asks where his son is. After a pause, he's told that Colin is out in the garden, the very garden he sealed shut all those years ago. Drawn by the sound of laughter he never expected to hear again, he follows it to the garden and finds his son standing, moving, alive with colour in his cheeks. Colin tells him everything about the garden, about Mary, about Dickon, about the slow, quiet healing that brought him back to life. The reunion moves him more deeply than words can hold, and together, father and son walk out of the garden and back toward the house, carrying with them a new beginning for the whole manor. And there, gently, the story rests, a locked garden brought back to life by patient, quiet care, and in doing so it brought a family back to life as well. Sometimes the smallest, most neglected things, a patch of earth, a lonely child, a grieving heart, simply need someone willing to return to them again and again with patience until they begin to grow. Now, as we come to the end of tonight's story, let's shift gently into something practical, a few quiet thoughts on reading, since stories like this one are often the very thing that makes learning a new language feel less like work and more like a doorway into somewhere new. Reading, when it's enjoyable, lets the mind absorb rhythm, vocabulary, and grammar quietly, almost without effort, simply by following where the story leads. For anyone nervous about reading in a new language, the gentlest approach is to choose stories that are simple and genuinely enjoyable, rather than reaching straight for difficult texts or heavy dictionaries. The real goal isn't to catch every word, it's to follow the feeling of the story, letting understanding arrive naturally over time. Reading something you truly love, whether a simple novel or a favorite tale from childhood, quietly builds patience, imagination, and comprehension, all without the pressure of formal study. Many learners find that moving from short, simple passages to full, flowing stories over the course of a year brings real, lasting fluency, not through repetitive drills, but through steady, enjoyable practice. Grammar and vocabulary tend to refine themselves quietly in the background, while attention stays on the story itself. In the end, connection matters more than speed, and a gentle story, followed with real curiosity, often teaches far more than any lesson ever could. And with that, we'll let tonight's story settle quietly into the mind, the way a seed settles into soft earth, waiting patiently to grow. There's nothing to hold on to tightly here. Just let the words drift, let the garden bloom somewhere in the back of your thoughts, and let your mind rest. Sleep well, and we'll meet again in the next story.
Tonight, let's talk gently about something simple, something almost anyone can do: reading. Reading has a quiet way of reshaping how we think, how we speak, and even how we see the world. Just 10 minutes a day, held steadily over a year, can lead to progress that feels almost impossible to believe. But reading isn't only about grammar or vocabulary, it becomes something personal too, a soft place to land at the end of a long day, a way to feel calmer and a little more sure of yourself. Every book you finish, no matter how small or simple, becomes a quiet little victory, not a race against the clock, but a gentle proof to yourself that you can follow something through to the end. There's no need to worry about the words that slip away and are forgotten. Think of reading more like planting seeds in soft soil. Some take root slowly, out of sight, and bloom later when you least expect it. Over time, with enough of this quiet practice, English begins to feel less like something you translate and more like something you simply think in. Movies and shows are wonderful for the ear, for catching rhythm and tone, but reading offers something different,
a kind of control that lets you slow down, notice the shape of a sentence, and let it settle at your own pace. This unhurried kind of attention connects the mind and the heart in a way that passive watching rarely does. Even the simplest, shortest stories can carry real weight, offering small truths that stay with you long after the page is turned. Instead of chasing strict grammar rules, it helps far more to lean toward content that is easy, warm, and genuinely enjoyable. The brain tends to absorb a language more naturally this way, almost without trying. Making reading a small, steady daily habit lets you wander through entirely different worlds without ever leaving your chair. And somewhere along that path, you'll likely find one particular book, the one that feels like it was written just for you, and that single book often becomes the quiet spark for a lifelong love of reading. There's often a shift that happens slowly, almost unnoticed. Books stop feeling like tools for learning and start feeling like calm, patient companions, ones that never judge, never rush you. Losing yourself in different stories can offer real comfort, and the characters within them often teach lessons that stay long after the final page. Over time, this connection deepens into something more personal. Reading becomes a practice not just for the mind, but for the heart as well. What begins as a small daily habit can slowly turn into something closer to a genuine passion. Carrying a book everywhere, finding quiet strength in stories about people who kept going despite everything stacked against them. This steady, gentle exposure to language does its work quietly in the background, and one day you notice you've stopped translating in your head altogether. You're simply thinking directly in English. It happens so gradually that you may not even notice the exact moment it began. A single, well-worn book, read a little each night, can become a kind of nightly comfort, something that settles the mind before sleep, the way a quiet lullaby might. Even just a few pages a night can offer some small new thought, some sense of stillness that helps carry the weight of the day a little more lightly. What matters far more than how much you read is how openly you read it. An open, curious heart is really the only key this practice needs. For many, reading becomes a quiet refuge from the noise of daily worries, something like music for a tired mind. Sometimes happiness is found in the smallest of moments: a warm drink, a soft chair, and a good book held gently in both hands. And when that quiet joy is shared with someone else, even a small nudge to pick up a book can spark a habit that lasts in them for years to come. Books have a way of widening the world, letting you step, if only for a while, into someone else's life, someone else's culture, someone else's way of seeing things. Through this, reading stops being simply a hobby and starts to feel more like something essential, something the mind quietly relies on. And in the end, what you carry away from these stories often feels less like information and more like a kind of quiet wisdom, one that shapes you in ways you don't always notice right away. There's real evidence, gathered patiently over the years, that reading purely for enjoyment, without pressure, without grades, tends to produce faster learning and deeper retention than reading forced upon you. When the pressure is lifted, the brain seems to relax into the material and absorb it more naturally. The simplest advice then is this: choose books you genuinely love, because enjoyment itself is often the very thing that unlocks real, lasting growth.
For many learners, daily reading slowly turns from an obligation into something they genuinely look forward to.
especially once they find stories that feel personally relatable. Starting with something simple and enjoyable helps build the kind of consistency that eventually overcomes early resistance or self-doubt. And beyond the language itself, these stories introduce characters facing real struggles, quietly teaching readers how to think through problems they might one day face themselves. One of reading's quiet gifts is how portable it is. Small, ordinary moments throughout the day can become opportunities for both joy and learning without needing a classroom or a test to justify them. Longer texts, read with patience, tend to reward that patience with a real, satisfying sense of accomplishment once finished. And underneath all of it, reading lets vocabulary and grammar settle into the mind naturally, absorbed through context rather than forced through memorization. Over time, consistent daily reading tends to nurture real personal growth, more creativity, more quiet confidence, and eventually the ability to think directly in the new language. It becomes something closer to a life tool than a study method, offering comfort and steadiness that reach well beyond the classroom. Choosing books that are simple and genuinely fun keeps the whole process enjoyable, which, in the end, is often what makes it so quietly powerful. Building any lasting habit starts small. Sometimes just 5 or 10 minutes a day is truly enough to begin. What matters far more than the amount read is simply showing up for it day after day, letting the mind slowly adjust to thinking and focusing in the new language. Small, steady efforts repeated patiently tend to lead to results far larger than they first appear. Reading tends to nurture a quiet sense of curiosity, opening the door to new ideas and small adventures that keep the mind engaged. Much like an artist who improves simply by continuing to practice, readers grow stronger the longer they stay with it, even through the early, sometimes clumsy stages. Alongside this growth, stories offer a peaceful kind of escape from daily stress, while quietly strengthening listening and speaking skills through a steadily growing foundation of vocabulary. As that mental library of words grows, listening and speaking both tend to become easier, since the mind processes spoken language more efficiently once it already recognizes so much of it. Many learners who once struggled to speak find that regular exposure to stories gradually makes forming their own thoughts feel far more natural. In this way, steady reading quietly becomes one of the strongest paths toward real, comfortable fluency. Reading strengthens memory through the natural flow of story and context, rather than through repetition and rote drilling. It builds a kind of quiet self-discipline, and it nurtures empathy simply by exposing the mind to lives and perspectives different from one's own. And because reading asks the mind to imagine, to build pictures, sounds, and feelings from nothing but words, it keeps the brain active in a way that simply watching rarely does. There's a real freedom in reading, the freedom to choose your own book, your own pace, your own quiet corner to read in. And there's real pride, too, in finishing something you chose for yourself, a small but genuine boost to both confidence and motivation. In the end, choosing to read consistently and choosing material that feels easy and enjoyable tends to be one of the gentlest, most transformative habits a person can build. Learning a language, much like reading itself, is rarely a race, it's a slow, steady unfolding. One gentle way to begin is simply using your own voice, speaking small thoughts aloud to yourself, even if it feels a little strange at first.
That small act of courage, repeated quietly over time, tends to build both confidence and comfort with the language far more than silent study ever could. Building on that quiet foundation, consistent listening paired with reading aloud helps the language settle in naturally. Listening to simple, gentle stories during ordinary daily tasks and reading short, easy passages aloud lets vocabulary and rhythm sink in without any real pressure. Over time, this steady, repeated exposure makes the language feel less foreign and more like something familiar, something almost like home. Toward true fluency, two final habits tend to matter most: echoing the rhythm and sound of native speakers and slowly learning to think directly in the language rather than translating every thought. Speaking your day aloud to yourself, describing small moments as they happen, is a simple, quiet way to build that internal fluency, letting sentences begin to form naturally, almost on their own. And so, gently, we come to rest here for tonight. Reading, at its heart, isn't a race, and it was never meant to be a burden. It's simply a quiet, patient companion, one page at a time. Let your mind hold on to the softness of tonight's thoughts rather than the details, and trust that even the smallest, gentlest habits, repeated with love and patience, are enough to carry you forward. Sleep well, and we'll return to another story soon. Research consistently points to something called extensive reading. Reading widely, easily, and often as far more effective for learning a language than memorizing endless grammar rules. It helps to begin with material simple enough that you already understand nearly all of it, perhaps 95% or more, letting the remaining unfamiliar pieces reveal themselves naturally through context. Patience and consistency matter far more here than the pressure to understand every single word on the very first read. Reading has a way of sparking the imagination that film and video simply can't quite replicate. The mind builds its own pictures, its own sounds, its own emotional textures around every sentence. As this practice deepens, something quietly shifts. You stop mentally translating and start processing the language directly, the way you already do in your first language. This shift is what makes speaking and writing begin to feel less like a rulebook and more like something instinctive. A steady reading habit builds more than vocabulary. It builds focus, patience, and quiet mental stamina. Starting small, perhaps just 2 pages at a sitting, is enough to begin. Over time, that small effort grows into something sturdier, the way a muscle strengthens gradually with gentle, consistent use. Choosing material that's simple but genuinely interesting is almost always the gentlest path forward for anyone just beginning. There's a particular kind of pride that comes from finishing something simple and enjoyable, a feeling that often outweighs any exam score or formal grade. Beyond the language itself, stories quietly carry lessons about being human, helping readers work through complicated feelings and understand lives very different from their own. In this way, reading becomes less a task and more a tool for becoming a little wiser, a little kinder, a little more sure of yourself. The knowledge gathered through reading often becomes something to share, a story half remembered, an idea half formed, offered up in conversation and met with genuine interest. Books, in their own quiet way, can become bridges between people, sparking conversations in unexpected places and sometimes real friendships. Approaching reading as a shared human journey reminds you that you're never really reading alone. There's always something meaningful to offer and something meaningful waiting to be received.
Stories are full of characters who fail, who stumble, who somehow keep going anyway, and witnessing that again and again quietly teaches readers to be gentler with their own mistakes. This shift in perspective tends to spread beyond just language learning, settling instead into a broader mindset of steady, patient improvement in nearly everything you do. One of the quiet strengths of reading is that it builds memory naturally, without the pressure of a test waiting at the end. Progress may feel slow some days, almost invisible, but consistency tends to carry it forward regardless. Engaging deeply with a story exercises the imagination, helps organize scattered thoughts, and gently teaches the mind how to hold and understand feeling, all of which, in time, becomes the quiet foundation of thinking in a new language. In a world full of constant noise and notifications, reading offers a rare kind of practice in sustained focus. Even someone who struggles to sit with a long text can build that stamina slowly, starting with just 1 or 2 pages a day. This simple approach tends to work no matter which language someone is learning, proving that reading for pleasure is one of the gentlest, most effective paths toward real fluency. Reading brings a quiet kind of joy that turns language learning into something closer to a rich personal experience rather than a chore to get through. Choosing books that are both easy and genuinely exciting keeps motivation alive, letting confidence, patience, and language skill grow together without needing to lean on complicated grammar lessons at every turn. Books often act as small doorways into new perspectives, quietly building empathy by letting readers live, if only briefly, inside someone else's experience. Through this, people tend to understand themselves a little more clearly too, often finishing a story feeling something like gratitude or quiet inspiration. In many ways, reading works like a full, gentle workout for the mind, strengthening memory, imagination, and the ability to think clearly, all through something as simple as sitting quietly with a book. For many learners, daily reading slowly turns from an obligation into something they genuinely look forward to, especially once they find stories that feel personally relatable. Starting with something simple and enjoyable helps build the kind of consistency that eventually overcomes early resistance or self-doubt. And beyond the language itself, these stories introduce characters facing real struggles, quietly teaching readers how to think through problems they might one day face themselves. One of reading's quiet gifts is how portable it is. Small, ordinary moments throughout the day can become opportunities for both joy and learning, without needing a classroom or a test to justify them. Longer texts, read with patience, tend to reward that patience with a real, satisfying sense of accomplishment once finished. And underneath all of it, reading lets vocabulary and grammar settle into the mind naturally, absorbed through context rather than forced through memorization. Over time, consistent daily reading tends to nurture real personal growth, more creativity, more quiet confidence, and eventually the ability to think directly in the new language. It becomes something closer to a life tool than a study method, offering comfort and steadiness that reach well beyond the classroom. Choosing books that are simple and genuinely fun keeps the whole process enjoyable, which in the end is often what makes it so quietly powerful. Building any lasting habit starts small. Sometimes just 5 or 10 minutes a day is truly enough to begin. What matters far more than the amount read is simply showing up for it, day after day, letting the mind slowly adjust to thinking and focusing in the new language. Small, steady efforts, repeated patiently, tend to lead to results far larger than they first appear. Reading tends to nurture a quiet sense of curiosity, opening the door to new ideas and small adventures that keep the mind engaged. Much like an artist who improves simply by continuing to practice, readers grow stronger the longer they stay with it, even through the early, sometimes clumsy stages. Alongside this growth, stories offer a peaceful kind of escape from daily stress, while quietly strengthening listening and speaking skills through a steadily growing foundation of vocabulary. As that mental library of words grows, listening and speaking both tend to become easier, since the mind processes spoken language more efficiently once it already recognizes so much of it. Many learners who once struggled to speak find that regular exposure to stories gradually makes forming their own thoughts feel far more natural. In this way, steady reading quietly becomes one of the strongest paths toward real, comfortable fluency. Reading strengthens memory through the natural flow of story and context rather than through repetition and rote drilling. It builds a kind of quiet self-discipline, and it nurtures empathy simply by exposing the mind to lives and perspectives different from one's own. And because reading asks the mind to imagine, to build pictures, sounds, and feelings from nothing but words, it keeps the brain active in a way that simply watching rarely does. There's a real freedom in reading, the freedom to choose your own book, your own pace, your own quiet corner to read in, and there's real pride, too, in finishing something you chose for yourself, a small but genuine boost to both confidence and motivation. In the end, choosing to read consistently and choosing material that feels easy and enjoyable tends to be one of the gentlest, most transformative habits a person can build. Learning a language, much like reading itself, is rarely a race. It's a slow, steady unfolding. One gentle way to begin is simply using your own voice, speaking small thoughts aloud to yourself, even if it feels a little strange at first. That small act of courage, repeated quietly over time, tends to build both confidence and comfort with the language far more than silent study ever could. Building on that quiet foundation, consistent listening paired with reading aloud helps the language settle in naturally, without any real pressure. Over time, this steady, repeated exposure makes the language feel less foreign and more like something familiar, something almost like home. Toward true fluency, two final habits tend to matter most: echoing the rhythm and sound of native speakers and slowly learning to think directly in the language rather than translating every thought. Speaking your day aloud to yourself, describing small moments as they happen, is a simple, quiet way to build that internal fluency, letting sentences begin to form naturally, almost on their own. And so, gently, we come to rest here for night. Reading, at its heart, isn't a race, and it was never meant to be a burden. It's simply a quiet, patient companion, one page at a time. Let your mind hold on to the softness of tonight's thoughts rather than the details, and trust that even the smallest, gentlest habits, repeated with love and patience, are enough to carry you forward. Sleep well, and we'll return to another story soon.
Daily English Fluency Sleep Script. Building fluency one quiet day at a time. Tonight, let's talk softly about something anyone can begin: weaving English into the small, ordinary corners of a day, rather than treating it like a subject to be studied. Mastering a language isn't about talent or some hidden trick. It's closer to watering a plant, a little each day, with patience as the only real requirement. Every small effort,
A sentence listened to, a word spoken aloud, quietly adds to the whole, even when the progress feels too slow to notice. Fluency tends to begin not with grand plans, but with small, honest steps. Picture someone simply describing their surroundings out loud, the cup on the table, the light through the window, and slowly that small act builds real comfort and confidence. In this way, an ordinary home can quietly become a classroom, with everyday objects becoming gentle, patient teachers. Speaking these small observations aloud makes the progress feel real, something you can actually hear happening. One gentle technique worth trying is shadowing, watching simple, beginner-friendly videos and softly echoing the speaker's rhythm and pronunciation, almost like learning to sing along to an unfamiliar melody. It can feel tiring at first, repeating the same lines again and again, but with each repetition, something begins to click into place. Slowly, what once felt like a struggle turns into a quiet, steady way of learning how words are meant to flow together. There's real wisdom in simplicity. Learning a few words deeply is often worth more than skimming past hundreds of sentences. Repeating one sentence 100 times tends to build far more lasting understanding than reading 100 different sentences just once. Through this gentle cycle of listening, echoing, and speaking, something quietly shifts. The need to translate slowly fades, replaced by a more direct, intuitive sense of meaning. Something close to magic tends to happen when simple stories are read slowly, letting the mind picture each scene rather than chasing grammar rules. Reading the same short passage several times allows new words to settle in naturally through context rather than through constant trips to a dictionary. Over time, this builds a different kind of relationship with the language. Words start to feel like small lived experiences rather than isolated facts to memorize. Real progress in any language rests on a quiet, steady trust. Trust that small daily effort adds up even when it can't be measured day to day. With consistent practice, the fear of making mistakes tends to soften, replaced by an understanding that mistakes are simply part of how growth happens. In the end, noticing your own quiet, incremental improvement is really the truest measure of success there is. Fluency tends to grow through patience and small, steady steps rather than speed. A simple morning ritual, greeting yourself gently in English as the day begins, can set a calm, confident tone from the very first moment. Something as small as narrating the act of making tea becomes a quiet lesson, proof that your own daily life can double as a classroom without needing anything more than attention. Real visible progress often shows up first in small ways, a little more ease in pronunciation, sentences that stretch a bit longer than they used to. Immersive listening paired with visualizing a story rather than translating it word for word helps this progress along. Shadowing a speaker's tone and rhythm, mistake by mistake, becomes less about perfection and more about steady, forgiving practice. Reading simple stories, then borrowing a few new words to build your own personal, meaningful sentences is a gentle way to make new vocabulary feel truly yours. Even something as ordinary as a walk can become part of the process, with a quiet podcast playing in the background, blending listening and movement together. Letting go of self-consciousness, little by little, tends to be where the real progress quietly begins. Consistency, more than anything else, tends to be the quiet thread that holds it all together, present in small daily chores, in the calm rhythm of an evening routine. Looking back over the day's handwritten notes offers a small visual proof of growth, sentences slowly becoming smoother,
a little more complex than the day before. Ending the day with a short, honest reflection written simply in English marks a slow, steady shift from shyness towards quiet confidence. As the day winds down, it helps to remember that learning a language is a personal unfolding, not a race against anyone else. English, over time, becomes something woven into daily life, through shadowing, through reading, through quiet moments of talking to yourself. Committing gently to continue this same small rhythm tomorrow turns language learning into something larger than a skill, a quiet path towards becoming a steadier, braver version of yourself. One gentle approach involves speaking to the language almost like a companion throughout the morning, narrating small routines like cooking or eating, letting thought shift naturally away from translation and towards direct English thinking. Reading simple, life-centered stories continues this immersion, quietly connecting emotion and imagination to new vocabulary. In this way, learning stops feeling like memorization and starts to feel more like a living, imaginative experience.
After reading, jotting new words into a notebook and shaping them into small, personal sentences helps the words settle in more deeply. Throughout the day, shadowing, softly repeating lines from a story heard on a walk, helps weave English into the body's own natural rhythm. Writing a short reflection each evening lets you quietly witness your own growth, watching single sentences slowly stretch into full paragraphs over time. Evenings can lean toward emotional connection, gentle music, a little motivational reading, the quiet reminder to fall in love with the language rather than struggle against it. Small positive notes left where they'll be seen the next morning and a short, calm review of the day's progress both help nurture gratitude alongside learning. Treating English less like a task and more like a quiet daily light tends to build the kind of patient, steady mindset that makes tomorrow's practice feel welcome rather than heavy. Some mornings bring a quiet realization, thoughts beginning to drift naturally towards English, a small but meaningful sign that the language is settling deeper into identity itself. Writing down small hopes, even something like dreaming in English one day, helps reinforce the belief that fluency is genuinely within reach. Through steady shadowing and simple daily rhythms, learning a language can start to feel less like a chore and more like a quiet, personal adventure. Closing out a practice session with fresh air and a little calming, educational listening offers a gentle kind of reassurance, quiet proof that the small daily habits already in place are working. Hearing advice about thinking and speaking directly in English tends to echo what's already being lived out day by day. Over time, this kind of self-trust marks a real shift, away from rote memorization and toward a sense that English has simply become part of who you are. An immersive rhythm often includes shadowing sentences while walking, alongside reading stories to slowly build vocabulary and understanding. Practicing in front of a mirror, imagining small conversations can gently improve confidence, pronunciation, and even the way words are delivered. And a small, often overlooked detail, letting a little warmth or a smile into your voice tends to make spoken English feel more natural, more kind. Reviewing a notebook filled with small daily notes and returning to a few gentle affirmations helps keep motivation steady over time. Listening to calm, meditative content alongside consistent practice tends to soften shyness into something closer to quiet capability, even, eventually, the ability to think and dream in the language. In the end, mastery seems to rest less on perfection and more on patience, daily habit, and a gentle kind of self-acceptance.
A steady morning ritual greeting the day in English can become a quiet tool for personal change over time. Narrating small routines like brushing your teeth shows just how naturally the language is becoming woven into ordinary moments. These small, independent instances of practice build a quiet sense of freedom, a sign that the mind is slowly shifting toward thinking directly in the new language. Keeping a notebook as a kind of personal record can turn learning into its own quiet story, sometimes finding meaning in a simple image, like a bird finally overcoming its fear to fly. That small image can mirror something deeply personal, the slow movement from fearing to speak toward genuine, steady confidence built through repetition and gentle shadowing. In time, English starts to feel like more than grammar. It becomes a quiet tool for connecting, both with others and with yourself. Looking further ahead, English can become a bridge toward connecting with people across the world, something that reaches well beyond any classroom. Borrowing small habits from people who've walked this path before, steady routines, quiet discipline, helps reinforce this kind of progress. Ending a day with an unscripted, honest moment of speaking to a mirror becomes less about flawless delivery and more about simply celebrating how far the journey has come.
Reflecting on the whole arc of daily practice often reveals a quiet transformation from early shyness toward real, settled confidence. Calming audio, gentle shadowing, and a simple notebook of daily notes together document this slow but steady climb. What matters most, again and again, isn't speed, it's consistency, patience, and a mindset that keeps growing gently without judgment. Fluency is sometimes compared to learning to ride a bicycle, wobbly and uncertain at first, but steadier with every quiet, repeated attempt. Mistakes aren't something to fear here. They're simply part of how the brain learns to move naturally through a new language. True fluency, in the end, tends to be less about how fast someone speaks and more about how clearly and confidently they're understood. Thinking quickly and speaking smoothly are both skills that grow through steady, repeated exposure rather than sudden effort. Actively listening to songs and everyday conversations helps the mind begin to respond automatically, almost without conscious thought. Focusing on simple, clear words rather than rushing to sound impressive tends to ease the pressure to speak quickly and build a calmer, steadier kind of confidence. A great deal of fluency comes down to making peace with mistakes rather than fearing them. Many learners find real confidence not by avoiding errors, but by treating each one as a small, valuable lesson rather than a reason to stop speaking. Thinking directly in English instead of translating internally tends to clear away much of the mental hesitation that slows communication down. There are many gentle paths towards fluency. Reading regularly, recording your own voice to listen back later, and simply practicing conversations with friends. Using English in ordinary real-life moments, a shop, a market, a small exchange with a stranger, builds a kind of practical comfort that study alone rarely offers. Staying curious about new words and setting small, steady goals helps keep the whole journey feeling less like an obligation and more like ongoing, gentle discovery. Real fluency tends to rest on clear motivation, consistent practice, and a willingness to try different methods along the way. Watching films, repeating sentences aloud, and speaking with a variety of people all help soften shyness over time. Talking about topics you genuinely care about, even without knowing every word, tends to matter more than perfect vocabulary. And because everyone's timeline looks different, allowing space for natural pauses is simply part of the process. Taking breaks is just as important as practicing, helping to prevent burnout before it settles in. Storytelling or explaining something to someone else tends to reinforce knowledge in a deeper way than silent review. Short, focused daily sessions paired with a gentle, mistake-friendly attitude tend to matter more than long, exhausting ones. Observing fluent speakers and noticing the natural rhythm of their speech offers a quiet kind of guidance along the way. Growth in a language often comes from small, celebrated victories, a clearer sentence, a smoother conversation, alongside simple tools like gestures when words fall short. Trying unfamiliar topics on purpose, paired with slow, steady breathing to ease nervousness, tends to build real comfort over time. Staying flexible with sentence structure and finding others to practice alongside makes the whole process feel a little less solitary. Small, achievable goals, tracked gently in a journal, help keep motivation alive through the quieter stretches. Persistence, paired with honest self-reflection, tends to carry learners through the harder moments. Reviewing old notes, staying open to different accents, and focusing on useful, everyday phrases rather than isolated words all support steady progress. Connecting the language to something personally loved, a hobby, a poem, a piece of history, tends to make the whole journey feel warmer, more like a personal interest than an obligation. In time, steady effort quietly becomes the bridge that carries someone from hesitant beginner to comfortable communicator.
Reflecting on the whole arc of daily practice often reveals a quiet transformation from early shyness toward real, settled confidence. Calming audio, gentle shadowing, and a simple notebook of daily notes together document this slow but steady climb. What matters most, again and again, isn't speed, it's consistency, patience, and a mindset that keeps growing gently without judgment. Fluency is sometimes compared to learning to ride a bicycle, wobbly and uncertain at first, but steadier with every quiet, repeated attempt. Mistakes aren't something to fear here, they're simply part of how the brain learns to move naturally through a new language. True fluency, in the end, tends to be less about how fast someone speaks and more about how clearly and confidently they're understood. Thinking quickly and speaking smoothly are both skills that grow through steady, repeated exposure rather than sudden effort. Actively listening to songs and everyday conversations helps the mind begin to respond automatically, almost without conscious thought. Focusing on simple, clear words rather than rushing to sound impressive tends to ease the pressure to speak quickly and build a calmer, steadier kind of confidence. A great deal of fluency comes down to making peace with mistakes rather than fearing them. Many learners find real confidence not by avoiding errors, but by treating each one as a small, valuable lesson rather than a reason to stop speaking. Thinking directly in English instead of translating internally tends to clear away much of the mental hesitation that slows communication down. There are many gentle paths toward fluency: reading regularly, recording your own voice to listen back later, and simply practicing conversations with friends. Using English in ordinary, real-life moments, a shop, a market, a small exchange with a stranger, builds a kind of practical comfort that study alone rarely offers.
Staying curious about new words and setting small, steady goals helps keep the whole journey feeling less like an obligation and more like ongoing, gentle discovery. Real fluency tends to rest on clear motivation, consistent practice, and a willingness to try different methods along the way. Watching films, repeating sentences aloud, and speaking with a variety of people all helps soften shyness over time. Talking about topics you genuinely care about, even without knowing every word, tends to matter more than perfect vocabulary. And because everyone's timeline looks different, allowing space for natural pauses is simply part of the process. Taking breaks is just as important as practicing, helping to prevent burnout before it settles in. Storytelling or explaining something to someone else tends to reinforce knowledge in a deeper way than silent review. Short, focused daily sessions paired with a gentle, mistake-friendly attitude tend to matter more than long, exhausting ones. Observing fluent speakers and noticing the natural rhythm of their speech offers a quiet kind of guidance along the way. Growth in a language often comes from small, celebrated victories, a clearer sentence, a smoother conversation, alongside simple tools like gestures when words fall short. Trying unfamiliar topics on purpose, paired with slow, steady breathing to ease nervousness, tends to build real comfort over time. Staying flexible with sentence structure and finding others to practice alongside makes the whole process feel a little less solitary. Small, achievable goals, tracked gently in a journal, help keep motivation alive through the quieter stretches. Persistence, paired with honest self-reflection, tends to carry learners through the harder moments. Reviewing old notes, staying open to different accents, and focusing on useful, everyday phrases rather than isolated words all support steady progress. Connecting the language to something personally loved, a hobby, a poem, a piece of history, tends to make the whole journey feel warmer, more like a personal interest than an obligation. In time, steady effort quietly becomes the bridge that carries someone from hesitant beginner to comfortable communicator.
Training the mind to think in English. Tonight, let's settle into something quiet but powerful. The idea of training the brain gently to think and respond in English on its own. Real fluency often begins with active listening to native speakers, to podcasts, to songs, letting the ear slowly learn the shape and speed of the language. When a word slips away mid-sentence, there's no need to stop. Simply reach for another way to say the same thing. Small techniques, like quietly guessing what someone might say next, or practicing in ordinary, real situations, sharpen the mind's response time bit by bit. It's difficult at the start, almost always, but steady practice through the awkward moments is what slowly builds real speed and comfort. Curiosity itself is a quiet accelerant. Asking questions, staying interested, tends to speed up thought more than any drill could. Shadowing, repeating a sentence just after hearing it, works the same way, training the mouth and mind to move together. Reading aloud, keeping a small daily diary, and practicing gently in front of a mirror all help organize scattered thoughts, catch small errors, and sharpen the way words come out. Preparing simple responses for everyday situations, asking for directions, ordering something at a shop, helps close the gap between knowing a language and actually living inside it. Training the brain to think quickly resembles training a muscle. It responds to steady daily use far more than to occasional bursts of effort. Mistakes in this process are simply part of the terrain, not a signal to stop or apologize. Retelling stories in your own words builds a natural sense of narrative flow, while patience remains essential since the brain genuinely needs time to adjust to something new. Slowly, through this quiet daily practice, hesitant, effortful speech begins to loosen up into something more natural and unhurried. Greater fluency often comes from focusing on small phrases and natural chunks of language rather than isolated words memorized in a list. Practicing little role-play scenes, a shop, a train station, a conversation with a stranger helps simulate real interaction in a low-stakes way. Summarizing what you've read or heard and gently adding a handful of new words each day helps the brain process language more efficiently over time. Talking with a variety of people rather than the same one or two helps the ear and mind adjust to different rhythms and styles of speech. And listening back to a recording of your own voice now and then offers a gentle, honest kind of feedback. Real consistency shows up in small, repeated actions, a short debate, a passing question about daily life, quietly echoing the way someone else speaks, predicting what comes next in a conversation, and reading simple stories aloud gently trains the brain to move at a slightly quicker pace over time. Staying curious and reaching for a new word here and there keeps the whole practice feeling alive rather than repetitive. Through this kind of small, steady repetition, thinking quickly in a new language slowly becomes less of an effort and more of a quiet, automatic habit. True fluency tends to come from weaving several methods together, repetition, small role play, attentive listening, into something closer to a daily rhythm than a formal lesson. Much like tending a young tree, this kind of growth asks for steady care, real patience, and a willingness to gently prune away the small errors that show up along the way. The quiet goal, over time, is a mind that no longer needs to translate, one that simply responds naturally to whatever situation arises. Staying consistent, even in small ways, is what eventually turns this practice into something permanent. Everyday phrases, the ones used while traveling or while shopping, deserve real, repeated practice since they show up again and again in ordinary life. Podcasts, repeated sentences, and quiet conversations with yourself about your own daily plans all help train the brain to respond a little faster each time. And speaking with peers regularly, even briefly, helps these patterns settle in more naturally, gently improving both speed and quiet confidence. More advanced habits, shadowing full videos, reading stories aloud, and writing short reflections help close the space between careful, structured practice and easy, spontaneous speech. Repetition remains at the center of all of it, reinforcing the same small neural pathways again and again until they feel worn smooth. And letting go of the fear that surrounds mistakes matters just as much as any technique. Errors, looked at gently, tend to become some of the most useful teachers along the way. Listening widely, songs, speeches, everyday conversation, helps the brain slowly recognize the patterns beneath a language. Gentle prediction exercises, a few new words added daily, and small moments of role play all help sharpen how quickly the mind responds. Simply asking a question to begin a conversation, rather than waiting for one to arrive, tends to keep the whole exchange alive and helps sharpen quick, natural thinking. A varied daily rhythm, a little debate here, a short summary there, focusing on natural chunks of language instead of single isolated words, tends to speed up how the brain processes speech. Practicing gently in front of a mirror or listening back to a recording of your own voice offers a quiet, private way to notice and adjust small details. Together, these small habits slowly turn language learning into something closer to a daily discipline than an occasional task. Curiosity, paired with a little quiet preparation, tends to be one of the strongest drivers of natural, spontaneous speech. Imagining a conversation before it happens, picturing the questions, rehearsing a few responses, helps the brain automate its reactions to familiar situations. And something as simple as staying physically relaxed, breathing slowly and deeply, matters more than it seems, since tension so often gets in the way of clear, easy speech. Fluency, again, behaves like a muscle. It responds to deliberate, repeated use, whether that means reviewing old lessons or gently practicing entirely thinking in English throughout the day. For more advanced learners, mimicking natural intonation, noticing body language, and speaking about a wide range of topics all helps stretch the mind's reach. Celebrating small wins along the way and blending habits like shadowing and role play together tends to lead quietly and steadily towards speech that feels natural, quick, and unforced.
Much like nurturing a young tree, achieving real fluency and quick thinking asks for daily, patient care, listening, reading, and gently correcting small mistakes as they arise. This growth relies on repetition, the same quiet muscle memory that builds slowly, day after day, inside the brain. Learners who commit to these small daily habits, repeating phrases, actively speaking whenever they can, tend to move gradually and almost without noticing from hesitation into natural, easy communication. Improving speed in a language often depends on weaving together all four skills, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, into one balanced daily rhythm. Shadowing stories, predicting what a speaker will say before they say it, and learning just 5 new words a day all meaningfully speed up how the brain responds. Confidence matters just as much as any technique. Even the shyest learners tend to find their footing by practicing gently in low-pressure settings and accepting mistakes simply as part of the path forward. Building real speed in a language often draws from several sources at once, listening to native speakers, joining the occasional friendly debate, and quietly shadowing the way a teacher or narrator speaks. A daily diary alongside repeated dialogue practice helps organize scattered thoughts and eases the shift from silent understanding into spoken fluency. And treating mistakes as valuable teachers rather than as failures tends to keep the whole momentum moving forward. Confidence and fluency both tend to grow through practical, hands-on practice, small role-play scenes, a few honest minutes spoken to a mirror, or a relaxed conversation with a friend about something you both enjoy. Talking about a wide variety of subjects, sports one day, science the next, trains the brain to move comfortably between different kinds of thought. Reading aloud and staying genuinely curious quietly strengthens the brain's ability to process and produce language more quickly over time. Reaching a point where responses feel automatic often comes from preparing common phrases in advance, mentally rehearsing small conversations, and returning now and then to review older lessons. Thinking in English throughout ordinary parts of the day helps this rapid processing feel less like effort and more like habit. Blending shadowing, writing, and active reading together slowly transforms these separate skills into one smooth, hesitation-free way of communicating. The path toward fluency tends to weave several habits together: shadowing, small role play, and conversations about things that genuinely matter to you. Some hope for quick results, but the brain, in truth, simply needs time and steady repetition to build real speed and ease. Holding on to patience and a real fondness for the process itself tends to be what eventually smooths away the pauses that come from slower, effortful processing. Learning to think and speak quickly in English tends to rest on the same small daily habits: listening, shadowing, reading aloud, gentle role play. Celebrating small wins, like a single new word learned well, and treating mistakes as simply part of the terrain, both help keep the process feeling light rather than heavy. Approaching fluency as an ongoing journey rather than a fixed destination tends to soften hesitation more than any single trick could. In the end, training the brain to respond quickly is something almost anyone can do, given enough patience and quiet persistence. When hesitation or a sense of mental blankness shows up, it helps to think of words and phrases simply as tools, ready and waiting to be used, rather than things to fear forgetting. Even short, steady bursts of daily practice, just 10 quiet minutes, can meaningfully sharpen automatic responses over time. Sitting with the discomfort of speaking to different people rather than avoiding it helps the brain adapt to a wider range of speech patterns, gently building broader confidence. Shadowing trains rhythm and intonation, while reading aloud sharpens pronunciation and the speed at which sentences are processed. Writing serves as a quiet way to organize thought, while treating mistakes as valuable lessons helps ease the fear that so often surrounds speaking. Practicing in front of a mirror or imagining real conversations in advance helps build the kind of self-trust that leads to quick, instinctive responses. Repetition remains at the very center of building real fluency, reinforcing vocabulary, stories, and the structure of everyday dialogue. Listening to native speakers and practicing common situational phrases, the ones used while shopping or asking for directions, helps the brain begin to respond automatically. A mindset of curiosity paired with consciously thinking in English throughout the day gradually strengthens the connection between thought and speech. A well-rounded approach blends several habits together: small role-play scenes, predicting the next word in a sentence, and speaking openly about personal passions. Moving between everyday interests like a favorite sport and broader academic topics like science or history builds real versatility in expression. Reviewing older lessons and celebrating small, tangible signs of progress helps keep motivation steady as the mind's response system gradually becomes faster and more fluent.
More advanced practice might include mirroring the small physical gestures of native speakers and summarizing what's been heard to help lock in real understanding. Patience remains essential throughout, since lasting results depend on time and consistent exposure rather than sudden effort. Blending together a wide range of methods, quiet questions, gentle prediction, and ongoing curiosity helps learners move past early hesitation toward a place where thinking and speaking in English feels close to effortless. A structured, steady routine eventually leads to conversation that flows without much hesitation at all. This kind of success tends to be available to anyone willing to stay patient through the harder stretches and to practice a little consistently, day after day. Bringing all these small techniques together builds the quiet confidence to handle nearly any social or professional moment in English. Proof that fluency really is a realistic goal for anyone who stays with it. Thinking quickly in English develops through consistent daily habits: listening, speaking, shadowing, and gently practicing direct thought in the language rather than translating. Many learners find that avoiding translation and trying a wide variety of practice styles leads to noticeably greater fluency and confidence over time. Trying unfamiliar topics on purpose, telling small stories, and listening back to your own recorded voice all support this quiet kind of brain development. And patience, again, remains the thread that holds it together, since the brain simply needs time to adjust and respond naturally.
Fluency, described simply, is a journey built from a combination of habits, shadowing, writing, gentle role play, practiced consistently over time. With steady effort, hesitation slowly gives way to quicker, more natural responses in real conversation. Trusting the process and allowing yourself to genuinely enjoy it tends to matter as much as any technique, since fluency is built step by step, not all at once. Daily commitment to these small, varied habits is really what trains the brain to think and speak with greater ease. Some hesitation along the way is entirely normal and shouldn't be seen as a setback. A steady routine, podcasts, shadowed stories, conversations with friends, tends to reveal, slowly, that thought itself is beginning to move a little faster. Combining listening, reading, writing, and thinking directly in English remains essential for training the brain toward quicker responses. And even quiet, solitary practice, done consistently, builds real confidence for the moments that call for fluent interaction. Overcoming shyness, whether practicing with friends or entirely alone, remains one of the most meaningful steps toward real fluency. Predicting what a speaker might say next, listening to songs and podcasts, and shadowing videos all support this quiet kind of brain development. Writing short paragraphs and gently role-playing everyday situations, ordering a meal, asking for help, helps organize thought and sharpen reaction time. Repetition, patiently applied, is what eventually makes these quick responses feel effortless. At some point, many learners notice they no longer need to translate internally, meaning simply meaning arrives, carried by rhythm and emotion, rather than word-for-word conversion. This shift often comes with a gentle encouragement to stop merely studying the language and instead begin living inside it through daily habit and quiet emotional connection. Sharing this kind of progress with others, even informally, tends to create a real supportive sense of shared growth. Reading aloud, noticing body language, summarizing what's been heard, and consciously thinking in English all help the mind process sentences a little faster each time. Asking questions and talking with others about shared interests offers real, practical experience that builds both speed and quiet confidence. And celebrating small victories, a single new word, a smoother sentence, helps keep motivation alive through the slower, quieter stretches of the journey. A well-rounded approach to fluency often includes revisiting older lessons, speaking about both familiar and unfamiliar topics, and occasionally recording your own voice to gently track progress. Moving between everyday interests and broader academic subjects helps the mind stay flexible, able to think quickly no matter the context. Though the process takes real time, combining shadowing, repetition, and steady daily practice eventually leads to responses that feel instant and natural. Mistakes throughout remain simply part of the shape of learning, never a reason to stop. Daily habits, listening to your own voice, allowing a little creativity into practice, quietly build toward conversation that no longer needs hesitation. Applying small techniques consistently, like summarizing or gentle role play, eventually brings the brain to a place where its responses feel automatic. Fluency remains throughout a rewarding journey, open to anyone patient enough to walk it steadily. In the end,
thinking quickly in English becomes a manageable human skill, built through small, repeatable, creative daily practice. There's real value, too, in training the brain to think in English directly, rather than relying only on repeated mouth movements or memorized phrases. Constantly translating from a native language often leads to hesitation, and sometimes a strange, sudden sense of blankness mid-sentence. Shifting focus toward how the brain naturally connects ideas rather than how it converts them helps learners gradually stop translating and start responding directly to what they hear. Learning a language well asks the brain to be treated a little like a sponge, needing steady, daily exposure rather than occasional, intense study sessions. Small actions help enormously here, greeting yourself in English each morning, or quietly switching a phone's settings to English, gently nudging the brain to adapt. Replacing translation with direct connection, simply linking an object, like a cup, straight to its English word, slowly begins to rewire the brain toward faster, more natural responses. This quiet rewiring deepens through the simple habit of narrating small daily actions, describing a short walk or a simple meal softly in English as it happens. These small, repeated thoughts help build new neural pathways over time, making the language feel steadily more automatic. Keeping these thoughts simple and frequent rather than complicated and rare removes much of the pressure around grammar, allowing a more natural, effortless way of thinking to take root. And so, gently, we let tonight's practice settle into rest. There's no need to hurry any of this. The mind learns quietly, in its own time, the way roots grow slowly beneath soil you can't quite see. Let these small habits rest with you tonight, and trust that tomorrow they'll simply be a little more familiar than they were today. Sleep well, and we'll continue this quiet journey again soon.
Sam's Journey. Learning to think in English. Tonight's story follows a quiet method, the idea of English moments, small pockets of time, just a minute here and there, spent simply describing whatever surrounds you out loud in English. Doing this a few times a day, again and again, slowly builds a habit of thinking directly in the language, reinforced gently by the rhythm and sound heard along the way. Success here has little to do with intensity. It comes instead from frequency, from small, repeated moments, rather than long, forced study sessions. Choosing repetition over perfection lets English settle in almost the way it settles into a small child, softly, naturally, without pressure. Thinking in a new language means letting emotion, sound, and meaning connect directly without the slow, interrupting detour of translation. Weaving English into small daily routines, gently and repeatedly, begins to reprogram how the mind responds. Over time, confidence builds quietly until the mind stops leaping back and forth between languages altogether. This transformation unfolds slowly, step by step, drawing together mind, voice, and feeling into one steady rhythm. This is where we meet Sam, whose journey shows how a few simple, repeated English phrases can act almost like a switch, gently keeping the mind in English mode throughout the day. Rather than memorizing lists, Sam begins to think of his mind as a garden, something to be watered patiently with real experience rather than force-fed information. On a quiet walk one afternoon, he notices his thoughts moving from simple single observations into something more fluid, more connected, and in that moment, he realizes he isn't just studying the language anymore, he's living inside it. When speaking to others, Sam notices a familiar kind of pressure. His fluency seems to slip the moment someone else is listening. To work through this, he begins practicing something he calls shadow talk, speaking spontaneously in front of a mirror, echoing the rhythm and pace of native speakers he's been listening to. These sessions favor sound and feeling over perfect grammar, training his mind to hold on to English even under a little stress. Slowly, English thoughts begin arriving on their own, sometimes in the most unexpected, ordinary moments of his day. Sam comes to realize that attaching real emotion to English is what finally carries him past textbook learning and into actual thought. To break free of translation for good, he creates something he calls an English mind bubble, 1 full hour each day lived entirely inside the language, narrating small daily tasks, listening to English media, letting go of any fear of getting it wrong. Within just a handful of days, phrases begin surfacing on their own, unplanned, proof that steady immersion really can reshape the way a mind thinks. What Sam comes to understand is that fluency depends less on natural talent and more on steady environment and mindset. As his thinking shifts toward English, something else changes too. His thoughts feel calmer, more balanced, quieter than the emotional intensity that often colors his native language. By linking small sensory details, the warmth of afternoon sun, the smell of fresh coffee, directly to English words, he moves gently from studying the language to simply living inside it. The mind, it turns out, learns best when language is tied directly to real, present-moment sensation. Sam builds a small ritual of narrating his own experiences, the sound of rain, the tiredness in his legs after a long day, quietly bridging thought and language in real time. He also learns the value of simple silence, and of simple silence letting the natural rhythm of the language settle in on its own. Bit by bit, he begins consciously shifting his inner voice into English, even though at first it feels unfamiliar and effortful. By steadily and patiently correcting his inner monologue, Sam eventually replaces much of his native thought process with English, reaching one night the quiet milestone of dreaming entirely in the language. He deepens this shift by keeping what he calls an English journal, a space to express feeling and reflect on his day without worrying about grammar at all. Over time, English stops feeling like a subject he studies and starts to feel like a second mind of its own. And this realization is what eventually leads Sam to start helping others build the same quiet habit.
What Sam discovers at the heart of it all is that real mastery comes not from chasing perfection, but from simply choosing to live inside the language. He begins encouraging others to think in English by naming ordinary objects around them, or quietly stating how they feel in the moment, reminding them that mistakes are simply a natural, expected part of training the brain. Choosing connection over translation and leaning into the language's natural rhythm is what allows learning to shift from something studied into something lived. Small, practical habits, naming 5 objects in a room, quietly stating a feeling, become the quiet foundation for thinking in a new language. For Sam, a real breakthrough arrives the day English becomes the primary voice inside his own mind.
bringing with it clearer, calmer thoughts, and a subtly different way of seeing the world around him. He comes to see language not merely as a tool for communication, but as a kind of lens, one capable of shaping a new version of who he is. Curious to test his own progress, Sam tries living entirely inside English for a full hour, and finds that simple, natural sentences begin to form without any conscious effort at all. He realizes in that hour that fluency has far more to do with emotion than memorization, and the fear that once surrounded the language slowly turns into something closer to belonging. By letting his inner dialogue live fully in English, even briefly, he manages to close the gap between studying a language and genuinely living within it. Sam later helps a friend, Lisa, work through the same habit of automatic translation, gently teaching her to swap native language thoughts for simple, accessible English ones. Lisa learns that she doesn't need perfect vocabulary to think in English. Using easier words is more than enough to ease her anxiety. With steady practice, she eventually experiences her very first purely English thought, a small but meaningful beginning to her own transformation. As word spreads, Sam begins sharing his methods more widely, mirror talk, the 1-minute thinking practice, and watches others slowly stop translating and start, quite naturally, dreaming in English. What began as a private journey grows, almost without him planning it, into something closer to a mission. In helping others find courage in their own learning, Sam finds a kind of meaning that deepens his own progress in return. Sam comes to see English as more than a skill, as something closer to a bridge, connecting hearts and feelings across the space between two languages. He commits fully to living and thinking in English one small moment at a time, and this shift quietly reshapes his everyday life, letting him notice the world around him with a little more clarity and a little more gratitude. Curious to practice further, Sam joins an online conversation group, a small gathering of people from many different backgrounds, all practicing English together. Nervous at first, he learns to focus simply on being present rather than perfect, finding a quiet comfort in the group's shared vulnerability. Talking with others, some from far-off countries, each carrying their own accent and story, Sam realizes that real understanding grows more from emotional connection than from vocabulary alone. Together, the group begins to notice something. Thinking in English offers a strange kind of freedom, letting them express feelings that sometimes felt harder to voice in their native tongue. Sam reflects quietly on his own path, from feeling trapped inside translation to now helping others find their own voice. It becomes clear through these shared moments that language can act like an invisible bridge, quietly connecting different cultures and different hearts. One day, a friend tells Sam about a conversation they managed entirely without translating, a small, quiet triumph that speaks to the power of trusting one's natural flow. Returning to the same park where his own journey first began, Sam realizes just how much his world has expanded since then. Thinking in a new language, he reflects, has changed not just how he speaks, but something deeper, his sense of identity and his understanding of people in general. Eventually, Sam reaches a point where thinking in English feels as natural and effortless as breathing. Looking back on the whole journey, he compares learning a language to tending a plant, something that needs patience, gentle sunlight, and steady care, rather than any kind of forced perfection. This realization moves him to start a small online community, a space for others to practice thinking in English without fear of getting it wrong. That community slowly grows, filled with people from many different backgrounds, sharing small, everyday victories in the language. When one member, Raphael, admits his fear of speaking aloud, Sam gently encourages him to acknowledge that fear rather than fight against it, a small reminder that learning a language takes real courage, not just knowledge. Through this, a deeper truth emerges that fluency has less to do with grammar and vocabulary and far more to do with the simple bravery to stay present while communicating. As the community continues to grow, members begin sharing small voice notes, short poems, and personal stories, each one a quiet marker of growth in both language and feeling. During one group call, Sam reflects on how far they've all come together, realizing they've quietly crossed borders simply by sharing a language. He reminds them, gently, that the goal was never perfection, only to let the language flow through them the way music does. By the end of his journey, Sam comes to feel that Indish has become something like a second soul, a new way of sensing the rhythm of the world around him. He reflects, quietly, that the real secret to learning any language is love, that in time the language seems to give back exactly what was offered to it. And so the story closes here, with the quiet understanding that learning, real learning, tends to pass onward from one person to another, through small, brave, and honest thoughts. Let that thought settle with you now, softly, as you drift off to sleep.
The silent practice, learning English without speaking a single word. Tonight's story begins with a quiet decision, forced sentences, no pressure to respond, nothing to prove to anyone, just listening and reading and letting the language settle into her the way rain settles slowly into dry earth. She had spent years feeling embarrassed every time she opened her mouth and stumbled, and so this time she chooses a different path, one built entirely on quiet, patient input. On the first morning, Aria simply sits with her tea and lets a slow, simple English podcast play in the background, understanding perhaps half of it, maybe less. She doesn't pause to look up every unfamiliar word. She lets the voice wash over her, the way a song might, focusing only on catching the shape and rhythm of the sentences. It feels strange at first, almost like watching a film with the sound slightly out of sync, but she reminds herself that this discomfort is simply what the beginning of real learning tends to feel like. By the end of the first week, something small but noticeable begins to shift. Aria finds herself understanding entire sentences without translating them, word by word, back into her own language. She still doesn't speak, not even to herself, but she notices her ears adjusting, catching sounds that once blurred together into a single wall of noise. A children's story she reads before bed each night, simple and repetitive, starts to feel less like a puzzle and more like an old, familiar tune. She begins choosing very simple books, the kind meant for young readers, filled with short sentences and clear, everyday words. At first, this feels almost embarrassing, reading something so basic as an adult. But she reminds herself that the goal isn't to impress anyone, it's to let her brain absorb the shape of the language without strain. Page by page, she starts noticing patterns, how a certain phrase repeats, how a sentence tends to build itself in a particular order. Patterns she never consciously studied, yet somehow starts to recognize. Silence, she discovers, isn't empty at all. It's full of quiet observation. While listening to conversations in cafes or on the street, she starts to notice tone, rhythm, and the small pauses people use before certain words.
She isn't translating any of it, she's simply absorbing it, the way a child absorbs a language long before ever forming a full sentence of their own. This kind of listening, she realizes, asks for no performance, only attention. Around the second week, Aria adds gentle shadowing into her silent routine, not speaking aloud to anyone, but softly mouthing along with a speaker's rhythm, almost like humming along to a song without singing the words out loud. It isn't about producing perfect sound, it's about training her mouth and ear to move together, quietly, without the pressure of being heard or judged by anyone else. She begins to notice that her thoughts, in small moments, start forming in English before she can stop them, a fleeting label for an object, a short phrase describing the weather. She doesn't chase these thoughts or try to expand them into full sentences. She simply lets them pass through, gently, the way clouds pass without needing to be held onto. This, she senses, is the language quietly taking root beneath the surface, long before it's ready to be spoken aloud. By the third week, watching a simple show without subtitles no longer feels like an impossible task. She still misses plenty of words, but she finds she can follow the emotional shape of a scene, the rise and fall of a conversation, even without catching every syllable. She realizes that understanding doesn't have to be complete to be real. A partial understanding, held with patience, is still genuine progress. One evening, reading a very simple short story before bed, Aria notices something new. She isn't translating anymore. The words on the page simply mean what they mean, directly, without the extra step of converting them into her native language first. It's a small, quiet moment, easy to miss if she weren't paying close attention, but it feels like a small door quietly opening somewhere inside her. She starts keeping a simple list of words that seem to appear again and again, small, common words that show up in nearly everything she reads or hears. Rather than memorizing them with flashcards, she simply notices them, lets them repeat naturally across different stories and conversations, trusting that repetition alone will do the quiet work of remembering.
As the month continues, Aria notices her patience deepening, not just with the language, but with herself. She stops feeling frustrated when she doesn't understand something completely. Instead, she treats each gap in understanding as simply unfinished, not wrong, a seed that hasn't sprouted yet, rather than a failure. This shift in attitude, she realizes, matters just as much as anything she's absorbed from the language itself. By the fourth week, something surprising happens. During a quiet walk, a full sentence rises in her mind, unprompted, in English, describing the color of the sky. She doesn't say it aloud, she simply notices it, almost startled by how naturally it arrived, without any conscious effort to construct it. It's the clearest sign yet that all those weeks of quiet listening and reading were never truly silent at all. They were simply happening beneath the surface, out of sight. On the last day of her silent month, Aria doesn't rush to prove anything. She simply continues as she has all along, listening to a slow, familiar podcast, reading a few pages of a gentle story before bed. But there's a quiet difference now, a sense of ease that wasn't there a month ago. The language no longer feels like a wall to climb. It feels more like a room she's slowly, gently been given the key to. When she finally does begin speaking, days later, it doesn't feel like starting from nothing. The words arrive more easily than she expected, carried by a month of quiet listening and reading that had been steadily building a foundation she couldn't fully see while it was happening. She realizes that speaking was never really the beginning of her learning. It was simply the moment when everything she had quietly gathered finally found its way out. Looking back, Arya understands that silence was never the absence of learning. It was the learning itself, happening patiently, without needing to be seen or proven. She thinks of it now the way one might think of a seed resting quietly underground, doing important, invisible work long before anything breaks through the surface. And she carries this lesson forward, gently, into everything else she'll learn from here. And so, tonight, let this quiet story rest with you as you drift towards sleep. Not every kind of progress needs to be spoken or proven or even noticed right away. Sometimes the most important learning happens quietly, in silence, simply through patient attention. Let your own mind rest tonight the same way, absorbing gently, without pressure, trusting that what settles in tonight will quietly find its way out in time. Sleep well, and we'll meet again in the next story.
Maya's Notebook, Writing Her Way to Fluency. Tonight's story begins with a small, plain notebook, its cover slightly worn at the corners, sitting on a bedside table in a quiet room. This is Maya's notebook, and every night, no matter how tired she is, she opens it and writes just a few lines in English about her day. It didn't start as anything ambitious. It started simply because she wanted somewhere private to put her thoughts, somewhere no one would correct her, judge her, or ask her to explain herself. She had no idea on that very first night that this small habit would slowly reshape the way her mind worked. The first entry, she remembers, was almost embarrassingly simple, just 3 short sentences about the weather, about being tired, about a cup of tea she drank too quickly because it was too hot. She stared at those 3 lines for a long moment, half expecting them to look wrong somehow, but no one was going to read them except her, and something about that privacy made the words feel safer, gentler, less like a test and more like a quiet conversation with herself. On the second night, Maya wrote a little more, not because she planned to, but because the first entry had left a strange, quiet satisfaction behind, like finishing a small chore she didn't know she needed to finish. She described her walk home from work, the smell of rain on the pavement, the sound of a dog barking somewhere behind a fence. She didn't worry about grammar. She simply let the sentences come, however imperfect they were, and trusted that imperfect sentences were still real progress. By the end of the first week, writing in English before bed had quietly become part of her nightly rhythm, alongside brushing her teeth and turning off the lamp. She noticed that she began thinking, even during the day, about how she might describe a moment later that night, the way sunlight fell across her kitchen table, the way a conversation with a co-worker had made her laugh. Without meaning to, she had started narrating her life in English long before she ever picked up her pen. One particular evening, Naya found herself stuck, unsure how to describe a feeling of quiet disappointment after a long, difficult day. She sat with the blank page for a while, unsure of the right words, until she simply wrote what came to mind,
even if it wasn't elegant. Today was heavy. I don't know why. I just feel tired inside. It wasn't a perfect sentence, but it was honest, and something about writing it down in English rather than her native language made the feeling easier to hold at arm's length, easier to understand. As the weeks passed, Maya noticed her sentences beginning to stretch a little longer, a little more detailed. Where she once wrote simply, "I was tired," she began writing why. A long meeting, a missed bus, a small argument with a friend that left a quiet ache behind. The notebook was becoming more than a language exercise. It was becoming a place where she processed her whole day, where feelings that felt too complicated to say out loud somehow became simpler once written down. There were nights, of course, when Maya didn't feel like writing at all, nights when she was simply too exhausted, or too distracted, or too unsure of what to say. On those nights, she allowed herself to write just one single sentence, sometimes as short as, "Today was okay." She learned, slowly, that consistency mattered far more than length. A single, honest sentence, written night after night, was doing more for her than any occasional burst of ambitious writing ever could. One quiet Sunday evening, flipping back through the earlier pages of her notebook, Maya noticed something she hadn't expected. Her sentences from a month ago looked almost childlike compared to what she was writing now. Where she once wrote short, disconnected thoughts, she now found herself writing in flowing paragraphs, connecting one idea to the next with words she hadn't consciously studied. She hadn't noticed the change happening. It had simply happened, quietly, night after night, while she wasn't watching closely enough to see it. Maya began experimenting some nights with describing not just what happened during her day, but how she felt about it. The quiet nervousness before a presentation, the small relief of finishing it, the pride that came afterwards, even if no one else noticed it but her. Writing about emotion, she found, pushed her to reach for new words, words she might not have needed if she'd only been describing simple facts. Her vocabulary, without any formal studying, began to widen simply because her feelings demanded more precise language to describe them.
On difficult nights, when worry or sadness weighed heavily on her, Maya found that writing in English created a small, useful kind of distance. Somehow, describing her fear or her frustration in a language that wasn't her first felt less overwhelming, as though she were looking at the feeling from just slightly outside herself. This distance didn't make the feeling disappear, but it made it easier to sit with, easier to understand without being swallowed by it entirely. Some weeks in, Maya started leaving a little space at the end of each entry to write down one new word she had learned that day, along with a simple sentence using it in a way that felt personal to her, rather than copied from a textbook. She found that words attached to her own real experiences, a nervous morning, a warm afternoon, a small kindness from a stranger, stayed with her far longer than words she had simply memorized from a list. There were nights when Maya reread old entries and laughed quietly at her own earlier mistakes, a strange word order here, a missing article there. But instead of feeling embarrassed, she began to feel something closer to fondness for those clumsy early sentences. They were proof, written in her own hand, of exactly how far she had come. She started to understand that mistakes weren't something to hide from her notebook. They were, in fact, the most honest record of her own growth. As months passed, Maya noticed that her thoughts, even outside the notebook, had begun to shift.
Walking to work, she found herself silently narrating small moments in English: the color of the sky, the sound of her own footsteps, the smell of coffee drifting from a nearby shop. She hadn't consciously decided to think in English. It had simply become the language her mind reached for first, in quiet, ordinary moments, long before she ever needed to write anything down. One evening, Maya wrote an entry that surprised even her, nearly a full page, flowing easily from one thought to the next, describing a conversation she'd had with an old friend, the way it had made her feel both nostalgic and hopeful at once. She didn't pause once to search for a word in her native language and translate it. The sentences simply arrived, one after another, as naturally as if she were thinking them in the language she'd grown up speaking. Looking back through nearly a year of entries one quiet night, Maya realized her notebook had become something far larger than a language exercise. It had quietly become a record of her whole inner life, her worries, her small joys, her slow, steady growth both in English and simply as a person. The language and the person writing it had grown up together, page by page, entry by entry, without her ever fully noticing the process while it was happening. Maya began sharing small excerpts of her writing with a close friend who was also learning English, not to be corrected, but simply to be understood. Reading her friend's own entries in return, she noticed the same quiet magic at work: imperfect sentences, honest feelings, slow but undeniable progress. Together, without ever needing formal lessons, they built a small, gentle kind of accountability, simply by witnessing each other's growth. There were nights when Maya wrote about fear, the fear of speaking aloud, of being misunderstood, of sounding foolish in front of others. Writing those fears down, again and again, slowly drained some of their power. By the time she found herself in real conversations, speaking English with actual people, the fear felt smaller than she expected, already worn down by months of quiet confrontation on the page.
One afternoon, without planning it, Maya caught herself explaining a complicated feeling to a coworker entirely in English, the sentences arriving smoothly, without hesitation. Walking home afterward, she realized where that ease had come from. Not from any single dramatic breakthrough, but from hundreds of small, quiet nights spent writing, alone, in the soft light of her bedside lamp. Maya's notebook, by this point, had filled several volumes, each one a little thicker, a little more worn than the last. She began to think of them less as practice books and more as old friends, each page holding a small piece of a day she might otherwise have forgotten. The language had stopped feeling like something foreign, something to be conquered. It had become, quietly, simply another way of being herself. On nights when she felt discouraged, unsure whether she was truly improving, Maya learned to return to her very first entries, those short, simple, uncertain sentences from so long ago. Comparing them to her current writing was often the clearest proof she needed. Growth, she realized, is easy to miss day by day, but nearly impossible to deny when compared side by side with where you started. Eventually, Maya began encouraging a younger cousin who was struggling with English to start her own notebook, offering no rules beyond one simple instruction: write a little every night, honestly, without worrying about being perfect. Watching her cousin's early, hesitant sentences reminded Maya of her own beginning, and she felt a quiet, warm sense of continuity, as though this small, gentle habit was something worth passing on. Looking back
on the whole journey, Maya realized that writing had done something deeper than simply teach her a language. It had taught her patience and honesty and the quiet value of showing up for something small, night after night, without needing immediate proof that it was working. The fluency, when it finally arrived, felt less like an achievement and more like a natural result of all those quiet, faithful nights. And so, tonight, let this story settle gently with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, a small notebook waits by a bedside lamp, ready for just a few honest lines before rest. You don't need many words tonight, and you don't need them to be perfect. Just let your own thoughts settle quietly, the way Maya's did, one small night at a time. Sleep well, and we'll return with another story soon. The Coffee Shop Conversations, Finding Courage to Speak. Tonight's story begins in a small corner cafe, the kind with mismatched chairs and the quiet hum of a coffee machine somewhere behind the counter. This is where we meet Noah, a young man who understands far more English than he ever lets himself speak. He can read it, follow it in movies, even think in it sometimes, but the moment a real conversation opens up in front of him, something inside him tightens and the words simply refuse to come out. For a long time, this cafe had been a place he visited only to sit quietly with a book, never once speaking to anyone beyond a soft, careful order at the counter. One ordinary morning, Noah decides on something small, almost embarrassingly small. Today he will say one extra sentence to the barista beyond his usual order. Just one. Sitting at his table beforehand, he silently rehearses it in his mind, over and over, the way someone might rehearse a much bigger speech. When his turn finally comes, he manages it, a simple comment about the weather, and the barista smiles, replies easily, and the whole exchange is over in seconds. It feels like nothing, and yet, walking back to his table, his heart is beating as though he'd done something enormous. That small success stays with him for the rest of the day, quietly proving something he hadn't quite believed before, that speaking didn't have to be perfect to be real. The next morning, he returns to the cafe with a little more resolve, allowing himself one more sentence than the day before. He asks the barista, quite simply, how her day is going. It's such a small question, almost invisible in its ordinariness, and yet for Noah, it feels like stepping onto a stage he has avoided for years. Over the following days, this becomes a quiet ritual, one small conversation, slightly longer than the last, each morning at the same cafe. He starts to notice small details about the people around him. A woman who always orders the same tea and reads quietly by the window, an older man who greets the staff with the same warm joke every single day. Noah begins to realize that these strangers aren't judging his English the way he always feared they might. Most of them are simply glad for a small moment of connection in their own busy mornings. One rainy morning, the cafe is quieter than usual, and Noah finds himself sitting near the woman who always reads by the window. For a long moment, he considers simply staying silent, as he has always before. But something nudges him forward, and he asks quietly what book she's reading. She looks up, mildly surprised, and answers warmly, clearly happy for the interruption. Their short conversation about the book stretches into several minutes,
and Noah realizes walking home later that he hadn't once stopped to translate anything in his head. He had simply spoken and been understood. Encouraged by this, Noah begins allowing himself small mistakes without immediately shrinking from them. When he misuses a word one morning, mixing up two similar-sounding phrases, the barista simply laughs kindly and corrects him without any judgment in her voice. He expects to feel embarrassed, the way he always has in the past, but instead he feels something closer to relief. The world hadn't ended. No one had thought less of him. The mistake had simply passed, as ordinary and forgettable as a dropped napkin. As the weeks continue, Noah starts noticing that certain phrases return to him more easily now without needing to be searched for. Small greetings, simple questions, comfortable ways of responding to whatever someone says to him. His conversations at the cafe begin to stretch a little longer each time, no longer limited to the weather or his order, but drifting into small talk about weekend plans, favorite books, even the occasional joke that makes them both laugh. One afternoon, a stranger sitting nearby, a traveler passing through town, strikes up a conversation with Noah entirely unprompted, simply because he had overheard him speaking earlier. And for the first time, Noah finds himself in a conversation he hadn't planned beforehand, with no time to prepare his sentences in advance. And to his own quiet surprise, he manages just fine. The words come, imperfect but clear enough, carrying the conversation forward without him needing to translate a single one of them.
That evening, walking home, Noah reflects on how different this single conversation felt from the anxious, rehearsed exchanges he used to dread. He realizes that all those small, repeated mornings at the cafe, one extra sentence at a time, had quietly built something inside him that no amount of studying alone ever could. Confidence, he understands now, isn't something that arrives all at once. It's something built slowly, cup by cup, morning by morning. Noah begins to notice a shift, too, in how he listens. Where he once focused so hard on understanding every single word that he often missed the overall meaning entirely, he now finds himself following the general shape of a conversation more easily, letting small gaps in understanding pass without panic. He learns to nod, to ask a simple clarifying question, to stay present in the conversation rather than freezing the moment he misses something. One morning, the older man who always greets the staff with his familiar joke turns to Noah instead, including him in the small exchange for the first time. Noah manages a light response, even attempting a small joke of his own. It isn't particularly clever, but the man laughs anyway, genuinely, and something in that shared laughter settles a fear in Noah that had been sitting quietly in his chest for years, the fear that his English would never be good enough to be funny, to be warm, to truly connect. As his confidence grows, Noah starts to notice the cafe itself differently. What once felt like a quiet, solitary refuge now feels like a small community filled with familiar faces who greet him by name, who ask about his day, who remember small details he'd mentioned days or weeks before. He realizes that this sense of belonging hadn't come from mastering the language perfectly. It had come from simply showing up, again and again, willing to speak even when it felt uncomfortable. There are still mornings, of course, when Noah hesitates, when a sentence catches in his throat and he chooses silence instead. He learns not to be too hard on himself on these mornings, understanding that courage doesn't need to be constant to be real. Some days call for a full conversation. Other days, a simple smile and a quiet order are enough, and that's all right too. One particular morning, a nervous young woman sits near Noah, clearly a newcomer to the area, struggling slightly with her order in halting, careful English.
Noah recognizes something familiar in her hesitation, the same fear he carried for so long. Without much thought, he offers a small, encouraging word, helping her find the phrase she was reaching for. Her grateful smile reminds him of how far he's come and how good it feels now to be the one offering quiet encouragement instead of needing it. Reflecting on his journey one evening, Noah realizes that the cafe had never really been about coffee at all. It had become a small, safe stage where he could practice being brave in tiny, manageable doses, far from the pressure of a classroom or an exam. Each small conversation had been a quiet rehearsal for the larger, more complicated conversations waiting for him elsewhere in life. Months later, Noah finds himself speaking easily with a wide range of people: co-workers, strangers on the street, even a group of tourists asking him for directions one afternoon. He notices that he no longer prepares his sentences carefully in advance the way he used to. The words simply arrive when he needs them, shaped by months of small, repeated practice that had quietly become part of who he is. Sitting in his usual seat one quiet morning, Noah watches a new customer hesitate nervously at the counter, clearly a newcomer to the area, struggling slightly with her order in halting, careful English. Noah recognizes something familiar in her hesitation, the same fear he carried for so long. Without much thought, he offers a small, encouraging word, helping her find the phrase she was reaching for. Her grateful smile reminds him of how far he's come and how good it feels now to be the one offering quiet encouragement instead of needing it. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Courage, real courage, rarely arrives all at once. It's built morning by morning, sentence by sentence, one small conversation at a time. Wherever you are in your own journey tonight, know that even the smallest words, spoken bravely, are enough to carry you forward. Sleep well, and we'll meet again in the next story.
Dreaming in a new language, the night the words changed. Tonight's story drifts a little softer than usual, closer to the edge of sleep itself. It follows a quiet learner named Eleanor, who, for many months, had been living gently inside the English language, listening, reading, speaking a little more each day without ever once having a single dream in it. Every night, no matter how much English filled her waking hours, her dreams stayed exactly as they always had, spoken entirely in the language she grew up with. She had almost stopped expecting anything different. Eleanor had read, somewhere along her journey, that dreaming in a new language was often considered a quiet milestone, a small, private sign that the language had finally settled somewhere deep, somewhere beyond conscious effort. She didn't chase after this milestone directly. She simply kept doing what she'd been doing all along, narrating small moments of her day in English, reading gentle stories before bed, letting the language exist quietly in the background of her evenings. One particular night, nothing seemed different from any other. She read a few pages of a simple story, the kind with soft, unhurried sentences, before turning off her lamp and letting her mind grow quiet. She didn't try to think in English on purpose that night. She was simply tired, ready for sleep, her thoughts loosening the way they do in the last moments before rest finally arrives. Somewhere in the depths of that night, without her ever noticing the exact moment it happened, a dream began to form, soft and slightly blurred at the edges, the way dreams often are. She found herself standing in a place that felt both familiar and slightly rearranged, the way dream places often do, half real and half imagined. And when a voice nearby spoke to her, She understood with a strange, quiet certainty that the words were in English. In the dream, she wasn't translating anything. The words simply arrived, whole and complete, the way understanding often does in dreams, instant, unquestioned, entirely natural. She doesn't remember later exactly what was said. What she remembers is the feeling of it, the ease, the lack of hesitation, the sense that this language, which she had worked so hard for so long to hold on to, had somehow slipped quietly past her conscious mind and settled itself directly into her subconscious. When Eleanor wakes the next morning, she lies still for a long moment, replaying the dream in her mind, half afraid that thinking too hard about it will make the memory dissolve. She remembers laughing at something in the dream, remembers replying easily, without any of the careful searching for words that so often marked her daytime conversations. It felt, she realizes, like proof of something she couldn't have proven to herself while awake. Throughout that day, Eleanor finds herself thinking back to the dream again and again, turning it over gently in her mind like a small, smooth stone. She begins to understand something new about how learning actually works, that so much of it happens quietly beneath the surface, while the conscious mind is busy elsewhere, or even fully at rest. All those months of listening, reading, and speaking hadn't only been shaping her waking mind, they had been slowly reshaping something deeper, something that only revealed itself once she stopped trying so hard to control it. She recalls then all the quiet, ordinary moments that had led to this, the slow podcasts played during breakfast, the simple stories read before bed, the small, hesitant conversations practiced during the day. None of these moments had felt significant on their own, but together, gathered quietly over time, they had apparently reached somewhere far deeper than she realized, somewhere her sleeping mind could finally access on its own without her guidance. That night, Eleanor returns to her usual routine, a little reading, a little quiet reflection, the soft dimming of her lamp, though this time there's a small flicker of hope inside her, a quiet curiosity about whether the dream might return. She reminds herself gently not to force it, understanding, somehow, that dreams like this can't truly be summoned on demand. They arrive on their own schedule, shaped by whatever quiet work the mind has already done. Days pass without another English dream, and Eleanor finds herself, at first, slightly disappointed each morning she wakes to find her dreams back in her native language. But she reminds herself of what the first dream had already proven, that the language had found its way in at least once, and that a single proof was enough to trust the process, even on the nights when nothing seems to be happening at all.
On a particularly ordinary Tuesday night, nothing about her routine feels different. A simple dinner, a short walk, a few pages of reading before bed. Yet that night, English returns to her dream, this time more fully than before. She finds herself in a long, easy conversation with someone she doesn't recognize, discussing something as unremarkable as the weather. And yet every word arrives naturally, without strain, without translation, without any conscious effort at all. This second dream convinces Elena of something she had only suspected before, that these moments weren't accidents, but quiet signals of real ongoing progress happening somewhere she couldn't consciously observe. She begins to think of sleep itself differently, not as empty, passive time, but as an active part of her learning, a quiet workshop where the mind sorts, strengthens, and settles everything gathered throughout the day. She starts paying closer attention to what she does in the hour before bed, wondering whether certain habits might be nudging her mind more gently toward English dreams. She notices that on nights she reads even a few pages in English, however tired she is, her dreams seem slightly more likely to follow that same rhythm. She doesn't treat this as a strict rule, only as a gentle pattern, something to hold loosely rather than force. Over the following weeks, English dreams begin to appear more often, though never predictably, never on command. Some nights bring vivid, detailed conversations. Other nights offer only fragments, a single sentence, a stray word, a feeling more than a clear memory. Elena learns to welcome it all equally, understanding that even the smallest fragment is proof that the language continues its quiet work night after night, whether she's watching or not. One night, in a dream more vivid than any before, Elena finds herself explaining something complicated, a memory from her childhood, entirely in English, the words flowing easily, carrying real emotion along with them. When she wakes, she feels something has shifted permanently, some quiet threshold crossed without fanfare. The language no longer feels like something she's borrowing. It feels, increasingly, like something that belongs to her. Reflecting on this whole journey, Elena begins to understand sleep as a kind of quiet partner in everything she's learned, not separate from her daytime effort, but deeply connected to it, absorbing and organizing everything she gathers while awake. She stops thinking of rest as time away from learning and starts to see it instead as an essential, invisible part of the process, working steadily in the background while she simply, gently lets go. She begins to notice, too, that her waking thoughts have grown calmer alongside this shift, less anxious about mistakes, less hurried in conversation. She wonders whether this steadiness comes, in part, from the quiet reassurance those dreams have given her, a felt sense, beneath conscious thought, that the language is truly hers now, safe even in the parts of her mind she can't consciously direct. And so, tonight, let this soft story settle gently around you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere beneath the surface of rest, the mind continues its quiet work, sorting, connecting, and settling everything gathered throughout the day, whether you notice it happening or not. You don't need to chase anything tonight. Simply let your thoughts loosen, let the words of today settle wherever they need to settle, and trust that even while you sleep, something quiet and important continues patiently on your behalf. Sleep well, and perhaps tonight the words will find their way into your dreams too.
The Traveler's Tongue, Learning English Through the World. Tonight's story follows a young traveler named Theo who leaves home with a small backpack, a half-filled notebook, and English that's serviceable at best, enough to order food, ask for directions, and little more. He hadn't set out to learn a language, he'd set out simply to see the world. But somewhere along the winding roads ahead of him, the two would quietly become the same journey, each shaping the other in ways he never expected. His first stop is a small coastal town where the only shared language between him and the guest house owner is a patchy, imperfect English, stitched together from gestures, half-finished sentences, and a lot of patient smiling. That first night, over a simple dinner, the owner teaches him a local phrase in exchange for an English one, and Theo realizes, with quiet surprise, that this small trade feels far more alive than any lesson he'd ever sat through in a classroom. In the days that follow, Theo starts to notice how differently people use English, depending on where they've learned it. Softer here, quicker there, shaped by the rhythms of their own native tongues underneath. Rather than feeling confused by this variety, he starts to find it fascinating, like listening to the same song played on different instruments. He begins to understand that fluency isn't one fixed sound, but something flexible, alive, shaped by whoever happens to be speaking it. At a busy market one morning, Theo fumbles through a simple negotiation over the price of some fruit, mixing up numbers, repeating himself awkwardly. The vendor laughs, not unkindly, and gently corrects him, and by the end of their short exchange, they're both smiling, the fruit purchased, a small connection made despite all the stumbling. Theo starts to realize that mistakes, out here in the real world, rarely close a door. More often, they quietly open one. Moving inland, Theo meets a group of local students eager to practice their English with a real traveler, and in exchange, they patiently teach him a handful of words in their own language. Sitting together under a shaded tree, trading words back and forth, he feels something shift in how he thinks about learning altogether, less like a solitary effort and more like a shared mutual gift passed between strangers. One evening, staying with a family who speaks only a little English, Theo finds himself relying on simple words, hand gestures, and patient repetition to hold a full conversation about their day. To his surprise, the conversation flows more easily than he expects, carried less by perfect grammar and more by genuine warmth and effort on both sides. He begins to understand that real communication often depends less on correctness and more on the willingness to keep trying. Traveling by train through unfamiliar countryside, Theo strikes up a conversation with an elderly man in the seat across from him, who speaks slowly and deliberately, clearly accustomed to helping travelers understand him. Over the long hours of the journey, Theo notices himself relaxing into the rhythm of the conversation, no longer anxious about every small mistake, simply enjoying the quiet exchange of stories, passing between two strangers who might never meet again. In a small mountain village, Theo is invited to join a family's evening meal, and though the conversation moves slowly, full of pauses and careful phrasing, he finds it deeply satisfying in a way that surprises him. Later that night, writing in his notebook, he reflects that this halting, imperfect conversation had taught him more about real communication than any fluent, polished conversation back home ever had.
In a bustling city, Theo meets a fellow traveler from a completely different part of the world, and the two of them, sharing only English as a common language, spend hours talking about everything from food to family to the small joys and struggles of being far from home. Neither of them speaks perfectly, and yet the conversation feels rich, unhurried, entirely genuine, proof, Theo realizes, that connection rarely waits for perfect language to arrive first. During a quiet afternoon in a public park, Theo watches a group of children playing, calling out to each other in a mix of their local language and simple English phrases picked up from films and songs. Something about their easy, unself-conscious mixing of languages strikes him deeply, a reminder that language, at its heart, is meant to be lived and played with, not simply studied and perfected. One rainy afternoon, stranded in a small cafe waiting out a storm, Theo ends up in a long, wandering conversation with the cafe's owner, who shares stories about his own attempts to learn a new language years earlier. Listening to him describe his own early struggles and small victories, Theo feels a quiet kinship, understanding that this journey, hesitant, imperfect, sometimes discouraging, is one shared by countless people all over the world in every direction he might travel. Further along his journey, Theo begins to notice that certain everyday phrases repeat themselves across nearly every place he visits. Simple greetings, polite requests, warm goodbyes, each one slightly different in tone and rhythm, yet unmistakably familiar underneath. He starts collecting these small, universal moments in his notebook too, quietly building a sense of how language, however varied on the surface, often carries the same warmth underneath. At a small guest house near the end of his trip, Theo helps a fellow traveler, newer to English than himself, work through a simple, nervous conversation with the front desk staff. Watching the traveler's face relax with relief once understood, Theo recognizes with a quiet sense of fullness just how far his own journey has carried him, not simply in vocabulary, but in confidence, patience, and the willingness to help someone else find their own footing. Reflecting one evening on everything he's gathered along the way, Theo realizes that his English hadn't improved through structured study at all, but through hundreds of small, real conversations, some awkward, some warm, some barely more than a few traded words over a shared meal. Each one had added something small but lasting, the way individual stones slowly build a path. Near the very end of his travels, Theo finds himself easily joining a conversation among strangers at a small gathering, following jokes, offering his own opinions, understanding not just the words, but the small cultural warmth beneath them. He remembers, with quiet amusement, how nervous he'd felt ordering food in that very first coastal town, and marvels at how far a simple willingness to keep trying had carried him.
The voice memos, talking to myself until I believed it. Tonight's story begins with something small enough to fit in one hand, a phone and a simple voice recording app that a young learner named Priya decides, almost on a whim, to start using. She isn't trying to make anything polished, she simply wants a private place to speak English out loud, without anyone listening, without anyone correcting her mid-sentence. Each night before bed, she opens the app, presses record, and talks for a minute or two about whatever her day held. Then she saves it, closes the app, and doesn't think about it again. The very first recording, she remembers clearly, was full of long pauses and nervous little laughs at her own mistakes. She talked about her day at work, stumbling over a word here and there, restarting a sentence twice before finally letting it finish awkwardly. She almost deleted it out of embarrassment, but something made her save it instead, a quiet decision to let even the clumsy version of herself exist somewhere, unedited and unjudged. Night after night, the habit continued, quietly folding itself into her routine the way brushing her teeth had years before. She never listened back to old recordings during this early period. She simply added new ones, one after another, a small archive slowly growing on her phone without her paying it much attention. The habit itself, rather than any single recording, seemed to matter most. Some nights she had little to say, a short, tired sentence about being exhausted, or a single observation about the weather. Other nights, especially after something meaningful happened, she found herself talking for several minutes without pausing, the words arriving more easily than she expected once she simply let herself speak without worrying about how it sounded. She began to notice that speaking aloud, even to no one, felt different from silent thought, more real somehow, more solid. A few weeks in, Priya noticed she'd stopped feeling quite so nervous pressing record. The app had become less like a test and more like a small, familiar ritual,
a quiet space carved out of her day where she didn't need to perform for anyone, not even herself. She started talking about small worries, half-formed plans, funny things she'd noticed during her day, treating the recordings less like language practice and more like a private diary spoken aloud. A quiet, honest record of her emotional relationship with the language, not just her technical progress in it. One particular night, listening back to a recording from nearly 2 months ago, Priya noticed herself using a phrase in the old recording that she now used constantly, without thinking, in her everyday conversations. It was such a small detail, and yet it startled her. Proof, spoken in her own voice, that something she once had to reach for consciously had become simply part of how she spoke now, without any effort at all.
There were nights too when Priya used her recordings to rehearse for something specific, an upcoming presentation, a difficult conversation she needed to have with a colleague. She would speak through it several times, listening back, adjusting her wording, smoothing out the parts that felt clumsy. This practical use of her recordings, she realized, was quietly teaching her something else, that preparation and self-compassion could exist together, that rehearsing wasn't a sign of weakness, but simply good, careful care for herself. As months passed, Priya's recordings grew noticeably longer and more relaxed, filled with small stories, opinions, even little jokes she made to herself and laughed at alone in her room. She started to notice her humor coming through in English now, something that had felt impossible in her earliest recordings, where every sentence had felt like careful, effortful work rather than natural expression. One evening, feeling low after a difficult day, Priya recorded a longer memo than usual, speaking honestly about her frustrations, her tiredness, her quiet doubts about whether she was truly improving at all. Weeks later, stumbling across this same recording while searching for something else, she was struck by how much clearer, calmer, and more articulate she sounded now, even discussing something as simple as remembering that particular difficult day. The proof of her growth sat quietly inside her own recorded doubt. Priya began sharing a few of her recordings with a close friend who was also learning English, not for correction, but simply to be heard, to share the small private effort each of them had been making alone. Hearing her friend's own recordings in return, she recognized the same nervous pauses, the same gradual loosening over time, and felt a quiet solidarity in knowing that this slow, unglamorous kind of progress was universal, shared by anyone willing to keep speaking, even to an empty room. Around the 6th month, Priya recorded a memo entirely about a conversation she'd had that day with a stranger, describing it in detail, laughing at a small misunderstanding that had resolved itself easily. Listening to the recording later, she realized she'd spoken the entire 2 minutes without a single long pause, without once searching visibly for a word. She sat with that realization for a while, quietly amazed at how far the habit had carried her, one small, unremarkable recording at a time. Looking back over nearly a year of nightly recordings, Priya understood that she hadn't been documenting perfection at any point along the way. She'd been documenting effort, steady, humble, sometimes clumsy effort, repeated night after night without any guarantee it was working. And yet, listening to her own voice evolve across those recordings, she had proof, undeniable and personal, that showing up quietly, night after night, had been more than enough. She began encouraging others to try the same small habit, promising them nothing dramatic, only a quiet, honest record of their own growth that would reveal itself slowly, the way her own had. She reminded them, gently, not to listen back too often in the early days, understanding now that the real value came not from daily comparison, but from the patient accumulation of small, honest moments, waiting quietly to be discovered later. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, a small recording waits to be made. Not perfect, not polished, just honest. You don't need anyone else to hear it. You simply need to speak and to trust that somewhere down the road, your own voice will quietly show you just how far you've come. Sleep well, and we'll meet again in the next story.
Grandma's Letters, Learning English to Read Her Words. Tonight's story begins in a quiet attic, dust drifting softly through a beam of late afternoon light, where a young woman named Sophia finds an old wooden box tucked behind a stack of forgotten winter coats. Inside, tied together with a faded ribbon, are dozens of letters, their paper thin and yellowed with age. They had belonged to her grandmother, a woman who had left her homeland decades ago and settled in an English-speaking country, writing letters home for years before she passed away. Sophia had always known these letters existed. She had simply never been able to read them. Sitting on the dusty attic floor, Sophia carefully unfolds the very first letter, her grandmother's handwriting slanted and delicate across the page. But the words are entirely in English, and Sophia's own English, at this point in her life, is thin and uncertain. Enough to order a meal, perhaps, but nowhere near enough to understand the careful, layered sentences her grandmother had once written by hand. She sits there a long while, simply holding the letter, feeling the weight of everything she cannot yet understand. That evening, Sophia makes a quiet decision that surprises even herself. She will learn English properly, not for travel, not for work, but simply so that one day she can sit with this box of letters and finally understand her grandmother's own words, in her grandmother's own voice. It isn't a decision made with any grand ceremony. It's simply a quiet resolve, settling into her chest the way grief and love often do together. In the weeks that follow, Sophia begins studying with a new kind of purpose she hadn't felt before, not chasing fluency for its own sake, but working steadily toward one specific, deeply personal goal. She starts with simple lessons, the basic shapes of grammar, common everyday words, feeling occasionally discouraged by how far away those old letters still seem. But each night she takes just one letter from the box, unopened, and sets it on her desk as a quiet reminder of why she's doing this at all. Months into her studies, Sophia finally gathers enough courage to attempt reading the first letter properly, dictionary open beside her, translating word by painstaking word. It's slow, frustrating work, and by the end of just the first paragraph, she feels exhausted, unsure whether she's even understood it correctly. But scattered among the difficult words, she catches fragments of feeling, her grandmother describing the smell of rain in a new country, missing the sound of her own mother's voice back home.
Over the following weeks, Sophia returns to that same letter again and again, each time understanding a little more, needing the dictionary a little less. She begins to recognize her grandmother's particular way of writing, long, thoughtful sentences, a habit of pausing mid-thought to describe some small, vivid detail before continuing. It feels, slowly, less like translating a stranger's words and more like sitting quietly beside her grandmother, listening to her think aloud. One evening, Sophia manages to read an entire letter without stopping once to check the dictionary, and by the final line, she realizes she is crying softly, moved not just by the words themselves, but by the sheer fact that she had finally understood them directly in the language her grandmother had chosen to write them in. It feels like hearing her grandmother's actual voice for the first time, years after she'd passed away. Encouraged, Sophia begins reading a new letter every few days, no longer treating her English study as separate from this personal project, but as one and the same effort, each new word learned bringing her closer to her grandmother's world. She starts a small notebook of her own, jotting down not just new vocabulary, but small reflections on what she's learning about her grandmother's life, a woman who had once felt exactly as lost and uncertain in a new language as Sophia now felt learning it. In one particular letter, her grandmother describes her own early struggles with English, the embarrassment of ordering food incorrectly at a small diner, the loneliness of not understanding a joke shared among new neighbors. Reading this, Sophia feels a quiet, surprising kinship reach across the years between them, her own frustrations with unfamiliar grammar suddenly connected to her grandmother's own long-ago frustrations, as though they were, in some small way, learning together.
As Sophia's English steadily improves, her grandmother's letters too seem to change in tone as the years pass within them. The early letters careful and a little formal, filled with homesickness, while later letters grow warmer, more confident, occasionally slipping into small jokes and playful asides. Sophia realizes she is witnessing, letter by letter, her grandmother's own quiet journey toward fluency and belonging, mirrored almost exactly by her own. One rainy afternoon, Sophia reads a letter in which her grandmother describes in gentle detail the birth of Sophia's own mother, the fear and joy tangled together, the exhaustion, the overwhelming love. Reading this in her grandmother's own words, in English, feels entirely different from hearing the same story secondhand, translated and softened by years of family retelling. It feels immediate, raw, and deeply personal, as though she is meeting her grandmother and her own family's history for the very first time. Sophia begins reading a letter or two aloud each week, speaking her grandmother's old words into the quiet of her room, practicing pronunciation on sentences that carry real weight and memory, rather than the practice sentences from her textbooks. Something about speaking these particular words aloud, her grandmother's own careful phrasing, makes her own English feel less like a skill she's acquiring and more like an inheritance she's slowly stepping into. Nearly a year into her project, Sophia reaches the final letter in the box, one written not long before her grandmother's passing, addressed simply to whoever finds these someday. In it, her grandmother writes about hoping that her words might one day be understood by someone in the family, that the effort of learning a new language might feel, to whoever reads it, less lonely knowing someone before them had walked the same uncertain road. Reading this final letter, fully understanding every word without hesitation, Sophia feels the whole quiet purpose of her English journey settle into place at once. She hadn't simply learned a language, she had learned to hear her grandmother clearly, fully, in the exact words her grandmother had chosen decades ago, hoping someone, someday, might finally understand them. In the weeks that followed, Sophia begins writing her own letters in English, addressed to no one in particular, simply continuing the quiet tradition her grandmother had unknowingly passed down to her. She writes about her own small struggles and joys, her own version of homesickness and belonging, imagining, perhaps, that someday someone else in her family might read these words too and feel a little less alone in their own learning. Reflecting on the whole journey one quiet evening, Sophia understands that her fluency in English had never really been about grammar or vocabulary at all, not truly. It had been about connection, reaching backward through time to finally hear a woman she'd loved deeply but had never fully understood in her own words. The language, once a locked door, had become instead a quiet bridge, carrying her closer to her grandmother than she'd ever felt while she was alive. And so, tonight, let this quiet, tender story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere, an old letter waits patiently to be understood, carrying within it more than words, carrying memory, love, and connection across time. Whatever language you're learning tonight, and whatever reason first brought you to it, let yourself remember that some of the most meaningful reasons for learning are also the quietest, the most personal, the ones held closest to the heart. Sleep well, and we'll meet again in the next story. Words on the window. Learning English through labels. Tonight's story begins with a small roll of masking tape and a black marker sitting on the kitchen counter of a modest apartment where a young man named Kabir has just made a quiet decision. He is tired of studying English from books that feel disconnected from his actual life, long lists of words with no real home, no real weight. So tonight, instead of opening another workbook, he picks up the marker and writes a single word on a small strip of tape. Window. He presses it gently onto the glass beside his kitchen table, and something about seeing the word right there, attached to the very thing it names, feels different from anything he'd tried before. Over the next hour, Kabir moves slowly through his apartment, labeling one object after another: door, chair, lamp, mirror, each word written in his own uneven handwriting, each one pressed carefully onto its object. By the time he's finished, his small apartment looks almost like a strange, quiet museum, every ordinary thing suddenly wearing its English name like a small name tag. He stands in the middle of his living room, looking around, feeling a mixture of amusement and quiet hope. The first few days are strange. Every time Kabir reaches for a cup, his eyes catch the word taped just beside it, and something small clicks into place, not through memorization, but through sheer repeated exposure, the word simply being there again and again, attached to something real he touches and uses every day. He doesn't force himself to say the words aloud at first. He simply lets his eyes brush past them dozens of times a day without any pressure at all. By the end of the first week, Kabir notices something small but significant. He no longer needs to glance at the label on his coffee mug to remember its name.
The word has settled in, not through deliberate study, but through sheer repetition woven into the fabric of his ordinary routine. Encouraged, he begins expanding his project, labeling smaller, more specific items: spoon, toothbrush, pillow, curtain, filling his apartment further with these small paper reminders. One morning, brushing his teeth, Kabir catches himself silently naming each object he touches in his bathroom: the faucet, the towel, the small shelf above the sink, without needing to look at a single label. He realizes with quiet surprise that his own morning routine had quietly become a moving vocabulary lesson, unfolding automatically, without him needing to set aside any extra time for it at all. As his confidence grows, Kabir starts adding small phrases beneath some of his labels, not just single words, but short, useful sentences. I open the window, I close the door, I turn on the lamp. Reading these small phrases each day, again and again, in the exact moments he performs the actions themselves, he begins to notice these little sentences arriving naturally in his mind, even without glancing at the label, simply because the action and the words have become so tightly linked. He begins to notice, too, that certain rooms of his apartment start to feel like different chapters of a quiet, ongoing lesson. His kitchen, filled with labels for food and cooking tools, becomes the place where he learns words related to meals and preparation. His bedroom, labeled more simply, becomes a quieter space for winding down, learning gentle words tied to rest and comfort. Without meaning to, he had built himself a full, lived-in classroom, each room holding its own small theme.
One evening, a friend visits and laughs gently at the sight of Kabir's labeled apartment, teasing him about living inside a giant vocabulary book. But after a few minutes of looking around, reading the small taped words scattered across furniture and walls, his friend admits, half seriously, that he's picked up 2 or 3 new words just standing in the living room without even trying. Kabir realizes, in that small moment, that his private project had quietly become something others could benefit from too. As weeks pass, Kabir begins removing labels from the objects he's fully memorized, allowing his apartment to slowly change with his progress. Where his kitchen once wore a dozen small paper labels, only a few remain now, reserved for trickier or less common words he hasn't yet fully absorbed. Watching the labels disappear one by one feels strangely satisfying. Each empty space on an object, a small, quiet proof of real progress. He starts to notice his thinking shifting too. Reaching for a spoon during breakfast, the English word arrives in his mind before his native one does. Quiet and automatic, the way it might for someone who had spoken the language their whole life. This shift feels less like something he studied and more like something that simply grew, slowly, out of sheer daily repetition and presence. One quiet Sunday, Kabir decides to expand his project outside the apartment, writing small vocabulary notes for himself about the things he passes on his daily walk: the bus stop, the corner shop, the small park bench where he often rests. He doesn't label these public spaces with tape, of course, but he begins silently naming them in his mind as he passes, applying the same principle that worked so well at home to the wider world just outside his door. Months into his labeling project, visitors to Kabir's apartment notice fewer and fewer scraps of tape scattered around, most of them replaced now by nothing at all, simply objects, known and named automatically in his mind, without any visual reminder needed. What remains are only a small handful of labels, tucked onto more unusual or specific items he still occasionally forgets, a small, honest map of exactly where his vocabulary still has room to grow. Reflecting on the whole experiment one evening, sitting quietly in his now mostly unlabeled apartment, Kabir realizes that this simple, almost silly idea, a roll of tape and a marker, had taught him more naturally than any structured lesson ever had. By attaching new words directly to the real, tangible objects of his everyday life, he had let his own home quietly become the classroom he needed all along, patient and endlessly repeating, without ever once feeling like homework. He decides eventually to leave just a few labels up permanently, not because he still needs them, but because they've become a small, fond reminder of where this whole journey began. A strip of tape on a window, a single word, and a quiet decision to let ordinary life teach him something extraordinary, one object at a time. And so tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere, ordinary objects are waiting patiently to become teachers, if only given a small, simple label and a little daily attention. You don't need anything grand to begin learning. Sometimes all it takes is a roll of tape, a marker, and the willingness to let your own home quietly become your classroom.
The Long Flight. Thinking in English, 30,000 feet up. Tonight's story begins in the quiet hum of an aeroplane cabin, somewhere high above the clouds, where a traveler named Amir settles into a window seat for a flight that will last nearly 12 hours. The screen in front of him offers movies, music, a dozen small distractions, but tonight he decides to leave it off. He has a different plan for these quiet, uninterrupted hours, a plan that has nothing to do with luggage or destinations and everything to do with the language he's been slowly building inside himself for months. As the plane lifts off, the ground falling away beneath the wing, Amir closes his eyes and begins simply narrating the moment to himself, silently, in English. The engine's low roar, the slight pressure in his ears, the stranger beside him quietly settling in with a book. He doesn't say any of it aloud. He simply lets the words form in his mind, one after another, describing the small, ordinary details of a moment most people barely notice at all. For the first hour, his thoughts drift in and out of English without much discipline, slipping back into his native language the moment his mind wanders towards something complicated or emotional. He doesn't fight this too hard. He simply notices when it happens, gently guiding his thoughts back toward English whenever he catches himself drifting, the way one might gently guide a wandering attention back toward a book during a long, quiet afternoon. Somewhere over an ocean he can't see in the darkness outside his window, Amir begins a quiet mental exercise, describing in as much detail as he can manage the entire morning that led him to this flight, the taxi ride to the airport, the long line at security, the small, nervous excitement of boarding. He builds the story slowly, sentence by sentence, correcting himself gently when a word doesn't feel quite right, replacing it with something closer to what he means. He notices, after a while, that describing real memories feels far more engaging than the practice exercises he'd once memorized from textbooks. There's something about attaching English to his own real life, his own real morning, that makes the words stick more naturally, as though the memory itself becomes the container holding the language steady inside his mind. As the cabin lights dim and most passengers begin drifting towards sleep, Amir keeps his eyes closed but his mind quietly awake, shifting his thoughts now toward a simple, imagined conversation, picturing himself explaining his job to a stranger, answering questions about where he's from, what brings him on this particular journey. He rehearses these small exchanges silently, adjusting his imagined responses until they feel smooth, natural, unforced. At one point, unable to find the right word for a particular feeling, a kind of nervous excitement he can't quite name, Amir simply describes it in longer, simpler terms instead, working his way carefully around the gap rather than stopping entirely. He realizes in that small moment how much of real fluency isn't about knowing every word, but about staying calm and resourceful when a word refuses to come. The hours stretch on, quiet and vast, the small cabin lights dimmed except for a few reading lamps scattered throughout the plane. Amir finds himself enjoying the strange, suspended feeling of the flight. No messages to answer, no tasks waiting, nothing but time and his own thoughts to occupy. He begins to think of the flight itself as a kind of gift, an unusually long, uninterrupted space carved out just for this quiet, internal practice. He turns his attention for a while toward simple observation, silently describing the objects around him in growing detail, not just tray table, but its color, its slightly worn edges, the small crumbs left behind from an earlier meal. Not just window, but the pale reflection of the cabin lights against the dark glass, the faint condensation gathering near the seal. This deeper, more detailed noticing he finds pushes him to reach for words he doesn't often use, expanding his vocabulary simply through careful attention.
Somewhere past the halfway point of the flight, Amir's thoughts drift towards something more personal, a quiet worry about an upcoming decision waiting for him back home. Almost without meaning to, he finds himself thinking through the problem entirely in English, turning it over from different angles, weighing outcomes, imagining conversations he might need to have. The complexity of the topic doesn't stop the English from coming. If anything, working through something difficult seems to pull even more language out of him, urgency lending itself naturally to expression. He notices with quiet surprise that thinking through this personal worry in English feels somehow calmer than it might have in his native language, the words arriving with a certain steadiness, a slight emotional distance that makes the problem feel more manageable, easier to examine without being overwhelmed by it. He begins to understand something new about language, that it isn't only a tool for communication, but sometimes a quiet lens that changes how a feeling is held. As exhaustion starts to settle over the cabin, many passengers now asleep around him, Amir allows his practice to slow. Gentler now, less structured. He simply lets small, quiet phrases drift through his mind, observations about the darkness outside, the soft snoring of the passenger nearby, the strange, weightless feeling of being suspended so far above the ground. He isn't trying to build anything specific anymore. He's simply letting the language exist quietly alongside his own tiredness. In the final hours before landing, as a faint gray light begins to touch the horizon outside his window,
Amir reflects quietly on how different this flight has felt from any journey before it. Where he once might have spent these long hours distracted by films or restless boredom, tonight he had spent them instead in quiet, patient company with the language he's been building for so long, letting it stretch and settle inside the unusual stillness of the sky. As the plane finally begins its slow descent, the pilot's voice crackling gently over the speakers, Amir finds himself effortlessly understanding every word of the announcement, the language arriving now without any conscious translation at all. He smiles quietly to himself, recognizing this small, ordinary moment as its own quiet proof that somewhere over those long, dark hours above the ocean, something in him had shifted, settled, grown just a little more sure. And so, tonight, let this quiet, suspended story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere above the clouds, in the quiet hum of an ordinary journey, real growth was happening, not loudly, not dramatically, but steadily, thought by thought, in the stillness only a long, uninterrupted silence can offer. Let your own mind rest tonight in that same quiet way, trusting that even in stillness, even without words spoken aloud, something inside you continues, patiently, to grow. The Language Exchange Partner, a friendship across continents. Tonight's story begins with a simple video call, connecting two screens across a great distance, one lit by early morning light, the other by the soft glow of a late evening lamp. On one side sits Layla, hoping to improve her English. On the other sits Tomas, hoping to improve his own second language, with English as the shared bridge between them for now. Neither of them expects much from this first call beyond a little awkward practice. Neither of them yet knows how much this small, ordinary exchange will come to mean. Their first conversation is stiff, careful, filled with long pauses while each searches for the right word. Layla apologizes twice for her accent within the first 5 minutes, and Tomas, sensing her nervousness, gently reassures her that his own English is far from perfect too. Something about that small admission softens the tension between them, and by the end of the call, they've agreed, almost shyly, to speak again the following week. Over the next few calls, a simple rhythm develops, half the conversation in English for Layla's benefit, half in Tomas's language for his. They laugh often at their own mistakes, correcting each other gently without embarrassment, the way old friends might, rather than strangers meeting for the first time. Layla notices that her nervousness fades a little more with each call, replaced slowly by something closer to comfort. One evening, Tomas shares a small story about his day, a minor disaster involving a burnt dinner and an unexpected visit from a neighbor, and Layla, understanding almost the entire story without needing him to slow down or explain, laughs so hard she nearly forgets to correct his grammar entirely. It's a small moment, but it stays with her afterward, a quiet reminder that real conversation, even imperfect conversation, can still be genuinely delightful. Weeks pass, and their conversations begin to stretch longer than either of them originally planned, drifting past their intended practice time into easy, unstructured conversation about their lives, their families, their small daily frustrations and joys. What started as a formal exchange slowly begins to feel like something else entirely, less like a lesson, more like a genuine friendship that happens to unfold in 2 languages instead of 1. One night, Layla mentions feeling anxious about an upcoming presentation at work, needing to speak in English in front of colleagues for the first time. Tomas, without being asked, offers to help her practice right there on the call, playing the role of a curious, slightly skeptical coworker asking pointed questions. By the end of the practice, Layla feels steadier than she has in weeks,
grateful not just for the language help, but for the simple kindness of someone taking her nervousness seriously. In return, when Tomas struggles with a difficult conversation he needs to have with his landlord, Layla helps him prepare his own words carefully, suggesting phrases, listening patiently as he rehearses what he wants to say. There's something quietly moving they both notice about helping each other prepare for real, sometimes difficult moments in each other's lives, rather than simply practicing invented scenarios from a textbook. Around the third month, their conversations start drifting naturally into deeper territory. Layla sharing a quiet worry about her career, Tomas confiding a long-held dream he's never told many people about. Somewhere in translating these feelings across languages, patiently searching for the right words together, they find themselves growing closer than either expected from what had started as a simple, practical exchange.
One evening, Lila mentions offhand that she's been feeling homesick, missing a particular dish her mother used to make. To her surprise, on their next call, Tomas has looked up a version of the dish online and asks her, with real curiosity, about the recipe, the memories attached to it, the specific way her mother used to prepare it. Explaining all of this in English, carefully and with real feeling, Lila realizes she's using far more advanced language than she ever managed in her structured lessons, simply because the topic matters so much to her. Their friendship, by now, has clearly outgrown its original purpose. They still correct each other's mistakes, still pause occasionally to look up an unfamiliar word together, but the language practice has become almost secondary to the genuine pleasure of simply talking, sharing, laughing across the distance between their two very different lives. One particularly difficult week, Lila loses a close family member, and instead of cancelling their scheduled call, she messages Tomas simply to talk, needing comfort more than language practice. He listens patiently as she struggles to express her grief, sometimes slipping into her native language mid-sentence when English words fail her, and he simply lets her, never once correcting her, understanding instinctively that some conversations matter more than grammar ever could. In the following weeks, their calls become gentler, quieter, filled with small kindnesses rather than structured lessons. Tomas checks in more frequently, sometimes just a short message asking how she's doing, and Lila finds herself grateful, again and again, that this friendship had grown into something so much larger than either of them had originally intended. Nearly a year after their very first nervous call, Lila realizes, almost by accident, that she no longer prepares anything before their conversations. The words simply arrive now, unrehearsed, exactly the way they might with any close friend. Looking back, she understands that her fluency hadn't grown mainly from vocabulary lists or grammar exercises, but from hundreds of hours spent genuinely caring about what Tomas had to say and wanting badly enough to understand him clearly. One evening, discussing the idea lightly, they both admit that neither of them remembers exactly when the language exchange stopped feeling like practice and simply became friendship. There was no clear moment, no obvious turning point, only a slow, steady accumulation of small conversations, small kindnesses, small moments of laughter and understanding, gradually building into something neither of them could have planned at the very beginning. Reflecting quietly on the whole journey, Lila realizes that learning English through Tomas's friendship taught her something no classroom ever could, that language, at its very best, isn't a wall to climb alone, but a bridge two people build together,
patiently, conversation by conversation, until eventually, without either of them quite noticing, the distance between them stops mattering nearly as much as the connection they've built across it. And so, tonight, let this warm story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere across the world, two screens are lighting up again, two people continuing a conversation that started as simple practice and became something far more meaningful. Whatever language you're learning tonight, remember that the deepest progress often comes not from studying alone, but from genuinely wanting to understand and be understood by another person.
The Old Bookstore, Where English Found Me. Tonight's story begins on an ordinary rainy afternoon when a young man named Rohan ducks into a narrow, forgotten bookstore simply to escape the weather. The shop is small, dimly lit, smelling of old paper and dust that seems to have settled undisturbed for years. He isn't looking for anything in particular. He's simply killing time, waiting for the rain outside to ease, wandering slowly between crowded, leaning shelves that seem to sag gently under the weight of decades of forgotten books. Rohan's English, at this point in his life, is functional but uninspired, enough to get through school assignments, enough to watch a film with subtitles turned on just in case. He has never really loved the language. It has always felt more like an obligation than anything else, something to endure rather than enjoy. Wandering through the quiet bookstore, he isn't thinking about any of this. He's simply enjoying the stillness, the smell of old pages, the soft patter of rain against the shop's narrow windows. Near the back of the store, tucked into a shadowy corner shelf, something catches his eye. A worn, unassuming novel with a faded cover, its spine cracked from years of being opened and closed. He pulls it out mostly out of curiosity, turning it over in his hands, reading the first few lines on a whim. He doesn't understand every word, not by far, but something about the rhythm of that first sentence, simple and unhurried, makes him want to keep reading just a little further. He carries the book to a worn armchair near the window and sits down, still not entirely sure why this particular novel has caught his attention over all the others surrounding it. The story, as far as he can tell from those first few pages, is quiet and small, nothing dramatic, simply an old man tending a garden, thinking about his life. And yet, there's something in the plainness of the language, the simplicity of the sentences, that feels unexpectedly within reach. By the time the rain outside finally eases, Rohan has read nearly 20 pages, understanding perhaps 70% of it, filling in the rest through context and quiet guesswork. He hadn't planned on buying anything, but he finds himself carrying the book to the counter anyway, paying for it with the small bit of cash he has left, feeling a small, unfamiliar flicker of excitement about a book written in English, a feeling he's never really had before. That night, lying in bed, Rohan opens the novel again, continuing from where he left off in the bookstore. The old shopkeeper's voice, quiet and unglamorous, still lingers in his memory somehow, guiding the rhythm of how he reads the sentences in his mind. He doesn't reach for a dictionary. He simply lets the unfamiliar words pass, trusting, almost instinctively, that their meaning will settle in eventually through repetition and context. Over the following days, reading this small, quiet novel becomes something Rohan looks forward to, rather than something he forces himself to do. He finds himself thinking about the old gardener character even during his ordinary day,
wondering what might happen next, genuinely curious in a way his school books never once managed to inspire. He realizes, almost with surprise, that he isn't studying English right now. He's simply reading a story, and the English happens to come along with it. About a third of the way through the novel, Rohan notices something shifting in how he reads. Where he once paused frequently to puzzle over unfamiliar words, he now finds himself gliding past small gaps in understanding, catching the overall meaning of a sentence even when a specific word remains unclear. He doesn't consciously decide to read this way. It simply starts happening, the story itself pulling him forward faster than his uncertainty can slow him down. One evening, reading a particularly moving passage about the old gardener remembering his late wife, he feels something catch in his chest, a real, unexpected emotional response to words written in a language that had always felt distant and academic to him before. He sits with the feeling for a long moment, quietly amazed that English, of all things, had just made him feel something so personal, so human. He begins carrying the small novel with him everywhere, tucked into his bag on the bus, resting beside his plate during quiet lunches, propped open on his knee during idle moments between classes. It becomes less an object of study and more a quiet companion, something he returns to naturally, the way one might return to a favorite song heard on repeat. Halfway through the book, Rohan notices his understanding has grown so steady now that he rarely stops at all, moving through entire pages without needing to slow down or guess at meaning. He remembers, with a small laugh, how intimidating those first 20 pages had felt in the bookstore, and marvels quietly at how far he's come simply by continuing, page after page, without any formal lesson guiding him.
One weekend, curious about the author, Rohan searches for more information and discovers the writer has published several other quiet, simple novels in a similar style. Without much hesitation, he decides to seek out another one, remembering the small bookstore where his first discovery had begun. He returns to that same narrow, dusty shop and to his quiet delight finds 2 more novels by the same author tucked away on a nearby shelf. This second novel comes a little easier than the first, the author's familiar rhythm and vocabulary now comfortable and recognizable. Rohan notices himself picking up new words more quickly this time, not through memorization, but through simple repeated exposure to a writing style he's grown genuinely fond of. He begins to understand something new about learning a language, that consistency with a single beloved voice can teach more, in some ways, than variety ever could. As weeks turn into months, Rohan works his way steadily through nearly all of the author's small collection of novels, each one a little easier than the last, each one deepening both his vocabulary and his quiet, growing love for reading in English. He starts to notice himself thinking, sometimes, in the calm, understated rhythm of the author's own sentences, a small but unmistakable sign that something in him has shifted. One afternoon, Rohan finds himself explaining the plot of one of these novels to a friend, speaking fluently and easily in English without once needing to translate or search carefully for words. His friend, mildly surprised, asks when his English had improved so dramatically. Rohan pauses, genuinely unsure how to answer,
before realizing with quiet amusement that he can't point to any single lesson or class. He can only point to a small, dusty bookstore and an old paperback novel about a gardener. Encouraged by this realization, Rohan begins branching out beyond his one favorite author, cautiously trying new novels, new styles, new voices. Some feel too difficult at first, and he sets them aside without guilt, understanding now that reading, real reading, works best when it stays enjoyable rather than forced. He returns when needed to simpler books, treating his reading journey less like a straight line and more like a gentle, winding path. Nearly a year after that first rainy afternoon, Rohan returns once more to the same small bookstore, no longer simply escaping the weather, but visiting deliberately, the way one might visit an old, meaningful place. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman who has watched him return again and again over the months, smiles knowingly as he walks in, already guessing which section he'll wander towards first. Browsing the same familiar shelves, Rohan notices how differently he sees the store now, compared to that very first visit. What once felt like an overwhelming maze of unfamiliar titles now feels like a small, welcoming world he's slowly grown to understand. He picks up novels now with genuine curiosity rather than intimidation, judging, almost instinctively, which ones might challenge him just enough without overwhelming him entirely. He finds himself that afternoon explaining the plot of one of these novels to a friend, speaking fluently and easily in English, without once needing to translate or search carefully for words. His friend, mildly surprised, asks when his English had improved so dramatically. Rohan pauses, genuinely unsure how to answer, before realizing with quiet amusement that he can't point to any single lesson or class. He can only point to a small, dusty bookstore and an old paperback novel about a gardener. Encouraged by this realization, Rohan begins branching out beyond his one favorite author, cautiously trying new novels, new styles, new voices. Some feel too difficult at first, and he sets them aside without guilt, understanding now that reading, real reading, works best when it stays enjoyable rather than forced. He returns when needed to simpler books, treating his reading journey less like a straight line and more like a gentle, winding path. Nearly a year after that first rainy afternoon, Rohan returns once more to the same small bookstore, no longer simply escaping the weather, but visiting deliberately, the way one might visit an old, meaningful place. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman who has watched him return again and again over the months, smiles knowingly as he walks in, already guessing which section he'll wander towards first. Browsing the same familiar shelves, Rohan notices how differently he sees the store now, compared to that very first visit. What once felt like an overwhelming maze of unfamiliar titles now feels like a small, welcoming world he's slowly grown to understand. He picks up novels now with genuine curiosity rather than intimidation, judging, almost instinctively, which ones might challenge him just enough without overwhelming him entirely. He finds himself that afternoon explaining the plot of one of these novels to a friend, speaking fluently and easily in English, without once needing to translate or search carefully for words. His friend, mildly surprised, asks when his English had improved so dramatically. Rohan pauses, genuinely unsure how to answer, before realizing, with quiet amusement, that he can't point to any single lesson or class. He can only point to a small, dusty bookstore and an old paperback novel about a gardener. Encouraged by this realization, Rohan begins branching out beyond his one favorite author, cautiously trying new novels, new styles, new voices. Some feel too difficult at first, and he sets them aside without guilt, understanding now that reading, real reading, works best when it stays enjoyable rather than forced. He returns when needed to simpler books, treating his reading journey less like a straight line and more like a gentle, winding path.
Tonight's story begins behind a closed bedroom door, where a shy teenager named Arjun stands quietly in front of his bathroom mirror, the house around him settling into its usual nighttime silence. He has never spoken English comfortably in front of anyone, not his classmates, not his teachers, not even, most nights, himself. But tonight, for reasons he can't quite explain, he decides to try something small and a little strange. He looks at his own reflection, takes a breath, and says, quietly, "Hello, my name is Arjun." The sentence feels awkward leaving his mouth, almost embarrassing, even with no one else in the room to hear it. He glances instinctively toward the door, half expecting someone to walk in and catch him talking to himself. No one does. The house stays quiet, and slowly his shoulders loosen just slightly. He tries another sentence, a little longer this time, describing his day in simple, careful words. His reflection watches him steadily, neither judging nor impressed, simply present. That first night, Arjun manages only a few sentences before quiet embarrassment gets the better of him, and he steps back from the mirror feeling foolish. But something about the experience lingers with him through the following day, a small, unfamiliar sense that he had done something, however small, that he'd never quite managed in front of real people. The next night, almost without deciding to, he finds himself standing in front of the mirror again. Over the following week, this becomes a quiet, private ritual, a few minutes each night, alone, speaking simple sentences to his own reflection. He talks about ordinary things at first, what he ate, what happened at school, a small joke a classmate had made that he hadn't been brave enough to laugh at out loud. Speaking these small, unremarkable details to his mirror feels safer somehow than speaking them anywhere else, precisely because no one is there to respond, to correct him, to make him feel small for stumbling over a word. One evening, Arjun notices himself hesitating over a particular phrase, repeating it several times until it finally comes out smoothly. He realizes, watching his own patient reflection, that this is exactly the kind of practice he's always avoided in real conversations, too afraid of appearing foolish in front of actual people to ever slow down enough to truly work through a difficult sentence. The mirror, oddly, offers him a kind of safety real classmates never had. As the weeks continue, Arjun's nightly sessions grow slightly longer, slightly bolder. He begins narrating small stories, not just facts about his day, but little opinions, little feelings he rarely shares with anyone at school. He tells his reflection about a book he's been reading, a worry about an upcoming exam, a quiet hope he's never spoken aloud to a single soul. The mirror listens patiently, the way a trusted friend might, without interrupting, without judging. One particular night, feeling unusually low after a difficult day at school, Arjun stands before the mirror and, almost without meaning to, begins speaking honestly about how lonely he sometimes feels, how invisible he feels in a classroom full of louder, more confident classmates. He doesn't plan this. The words simply arrive, carried by the privacy of the moment,
and by the time he finishes, his eyes are damp, though he feels, strangely, lighter than before. After that night, his mirror practice starts to feel more than language exercise. It becomes a quiet space where he processes not just vocabulary, but real, complicated feelings he doesn't yet know how to share with anyone else. Speaking these feelings out loud, even to his own reflection, seems to loosen something tight inside his chest, making the weight of them a little easier to carry through the rest of his day. Arjun begins experimenting with different kinds of practice during his nightly sessions, sometimes rehearsing an imagined conversation with a classmate he's too shy to approach in real life, sometimes practicing how he might answer a teacher's question without freezing up the way he usually does. He treats these small rehearsals seriously, running through them several times until the words feel steady, until his voice, even alone in his quiet bathroom, sounds a little more like someone confident. One morning, unexpectedly, a teacher calls on him in class, asking him to answer a simple question out loud. Normally, this moment would send a wave of panic through him, his mind blanking entirely under the sudden attention. But this time, to his quiet surprise, the words came more easily than expected, steadier than he thought possible. Walking home that afternoon, he realized the answer had felt strangely familiar, because he had, in some small way, rehearsed speaking with confidence, alone, in front of his mirror, dozens of times before.
Encouraged by this small success, Arjun begins using his nightly practice more deliberately, preparing for specific situations he knows are coming, a group project discussion, a presentation he's been dreading for weeks. Each night he rehearses a little more, adjusting his wording, softening his nervousness through sheer repetition, until the mirror version of himself sounds calm and clear, even if the version standing in real classrooms still feels a little uncertain underneath. The day of his dreaded presentation finally arrives, and though his hands shake slightly as he stands in front of the class, his voice, when he begins speaking, sounds steadier than he expected. He recognizes, faintly, the same rhythm and phrasing he'd practiced so many times alone in his bathroom, and clinging to that familiarity helps carry him through the presentation, sentence by sentence, until, almost surprising himself, he reaches the end without a single moment of freezing. That evening, standing in front of his mirror once more, Arjun doesn't rehearse anything specific. He simply tells his reflection quietly and honestly that he had done it, that he had actually stood in front of his whole class and spoken clearly, without the panic he always expected. Saying this small victory aloud, even just to himself, feels like an important part of the process, a way of fully absorbing what he'd accomplished, rather than letting it slip past unnoticed. Over the following months, Arjun's nightly mirror sessions continue, though they change gradually in nature. He speaks less often now about fear or loneliness, more often about small, ordinary confidence, plans for the weekend, thoughts about a new hobby, opinions he's slowly grown brave enough to share with actual classmates during the day. The mirror, once a space for hiding and rehearsing in private, slowly becomes more like a quiet check-in, a small nightly reflection on a life that feels increasingly less isolated than before. One evening, a younger cousin visiting for the weekend catches Arjun mid-practice, standing before his mirror, quietly talking through his day in English.
Embarrassed at first, Arjun almost stops entirely, until his cousin, rather than laughing, asks curiously what he's doing. Arjun explains simply, and to his surprise, his cousin asks to try it too, standing awkwardly beside him, repeating a few halting sentences to his own reflection. Watching his cousin's shy, careful attempt, Arjun feels an unexpected warmth, recognizing his own earlier self in the boy's nervous first try. Reflecting quietly one night on how far he'd come, Arjun realizes that his confidence hadn't grown from any single dramatic moment, but from hundreds of small, private nights spent practicing alone, unseen, unjudged, in front of nothing more than his own reflection. The mirror had never corrected his grammar, never praised his progress, never done anything at all except patiently exist, giving him exactly the safe space he needed to slowly become someone braver than he used to be. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere, a mirror waits patiently in a quiet room, ready to hold whatever words someone isn't quite brave enough to say elsewhere yet. You don't need an audience to grow. Sometimes, all it takes is your own reflection, a little patience, and the quiet courage to keep speaking, even to yourself, night.
The song I didn't understand. How music taught me English. Tonight's story begins with a pair of old headphones and a song that a young woman named Zara first hears by accident, drifting quietly from a cafe's speakers on an ordinary afternoon. She doesn't catch the singer's name, doesn't understand more than a few scattered words of the lyrics, and yet something about the melody follows her home that evening, humming faintly in the back of her mind long after she's left the cafe behind. That night, unable to shake the tune from her thoughts, Zara searches for the song online and finds it easily enough. She plays it once, then again, letting the sound wash over her without trying too hard to understand every word. She notices, even on this second listen, that certain phrases repeat throughout the song, a chorus returning again and again, familiar enough now that she can hum along even without knowing exactly what it means. Over the following days, Zara finds herself returning to the same song repeatedly, playing it during her morning walk, during quiet evenings at home, sometimes simply as background while she cooks dinner. She isn't studying it deliberately at first, she's simply enjoying it, the way anyone enjoys a song they can't quite get out of their head. But somewhere in that enjoyment, something else begins happening too. One evening, curious now rather than simply charmed, Zara decides to actually look up the words to the song, reading them slowly on her phone while the music plays softly in the background. Many of the words are unfamiliar, but a few, repeated so often throughout the song, she recognizes immediately, already lodged somewhere in her memory simply from hearing them so many times before. She begins a small, quiet ritual, listening to the song once through simply for enjoyment, then a second time while following along with the words on her phone, pausing occasionally to look up a phrase she doesn't understand. The unfamiliar lines slowly become familiar the more she repeats this process, not through forced memorization, but through the natural rhythm of repetition that the song itself provides. What strikes Zara most is how the emotion carried in the melody seems to help her remember the meaning of certain phrases far more easily than any vocabulary list ever could. A particular line, sung softly and slowly during a quieter part of the song, carries a feeling of quiet longing that somehow makes its meaning obvious even before she's looked up every individual word. The music, she realizes, is doing some of the teaching all on its own.
As days turn into weeks, Zara finds herself singing along more confidently, her pronunciation slowly smoothing out as she mimics the singer's own phrasing and rhythm. She doesn't consciously study how the words are pronounced, she simply listens closely, again and again, and her own voice gradually begins matching the shapes and sounds she hears, the way a child might learn a lullaby long before understanding its full meaning. One afternoon, walking through her neighborhood with the song playing quietly through her headphones, Zara catches herself understanding an entire verse in real time, without needing to pause the song or look anything up. The realization stops her mid-step for a moment, quietly amazed at how naturally the understanding had arrived, built slowly over weeks of simply enjoying the same song again and again. Encouraged by this, Zara begins seeking out more songs by the same artist, curious whether the same slow, musical kind of learning might work again. She notices certain patterns repeating across different songs, similar phrases, similar emotional themes, and finds that her understanding grows more quickly this second time, her ear already attuned to the particular rhythm and vocabulary this artist tends to favor.
She starts a small habit of writing down phrases she particularly likes from the songs she listens to. Not entire lyrics, but small fragments that catch her attention. A striking way of describing sadness, a clever turn of phrase about hope or longing. She finds these musical phrases staying with her far more vividly than anything she'd copied from a textbook, carried along by melody and feeling rather than dry, isolated definition. One evening, humming her favorite song while washing dishes, Zara realizes she's begun using a phrase from the song naturally in her own everyday thinking, applying its imagery to describe her own feelings about an unrelated situation entirely. The words had moved, somewhere along the way, from being simply lyrics she recognized into becoming part of her own private vocabulary, ready to be reached for whenever she needed them. She begins to notice, too, that her listening comprehension in general has quietly improved, extending beyond just the songs themselves. Conversations that once required careful, effortful concentration now feel slightly easier to follow, her ear more accustomed now to the natural rhythm and speed of spoken English, trained gently through months of careful, repeated listening to music she genuinely loved, played again and again simply because you want to hear it, not because you're required to. She begins recommending this approach to others learning English, encouraging them to find just one song that genuinely moves them, rather than forcing themselves through material that feels flat or uninteresting. She reminds them that understanding needs not arrive all at once, that it can build slowly, quietly, verse by verse, chorus by chorus, carried along by melody long before the meaning becomes fully clear. And so, tonight, let this quiet musical story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere a song is playing softly, its meaning not yet fully understood, and yet already quietly beginning its patient work. Let your own mind rest tonight the same way, open, unhurried, trusting that understanding, like a favorite melody, often arrives gently, one repeated listen at a time. Sleep well, and we'll meet again in the next story.
The Waiter Who Never Stopped Learning. A restaurant full of words. Tonight's story begins in a small, busy restaurant near a well-traveled corner of the city.
where a young waiter named Deepak has worked for nearly 2 years. His English, when he first started this job, was thin and hesitant, enough to take a simple order, little more. He remembers those early days clearly, the quiet panic that rose in his chest whenever a foreign customer asked a question slightly more complicated than "water please" or "check please." Tonight's story follows how, almost without meaning to, this small, ordinary restaurant slowly became the most effective classroom Deepak ever had. In his very first week, a customer once asked him, kindly but with visible confusion, what a particular dish actually contained. Deepak had understood only half the question and had simply nodded, unsure, hoping his smile might cover the gap in his understanding. The customer, sensing this, patiently repeated the question more slowly, and together, through gestures and simple words, they eventually reached an understanding. That small, slightly embarrassing moment stayed with him, not as a failure, but as his very first real English lesson. After that encounter, Deepak began quietly preparing simple explanations for the restaurant's most popular dishes, rehearsing them under his breath during quiet moments in the kitchen. He wasn't studying from any book, he was studying his own job, turning ordinary descriptions of food into small, practical English lessons that he could actually use, night after night, with real customers standing right in front of him. Within a few months, Deepak noticed himself picking up small phrases from different customers almost without trying. A polite way of asking for something spicy to be made milder, a casual way of thanking the kitchen for a particularly good meal, a specific word for a texture or flavor he'd never needed to describe before. Each shift brought new phrases, offered freely by customers who had no idea they were quietly teaching him something valuable simply by ordering their dinner. One evening, a group of tourists sat at his table, laughing and chatting easily in English amongst themselves while deciding what to order. Rather than simply waiting silently for their decision, as he once might have, Deepak found himself gently joining their conversation, offering a small recommendation, asking a light question about where they were visiting from. Their easy, friendly response encouraged him, showing him that customers often welcomed this small, extra warmth rather than finding it intrusive. As his confidence slowly grew, Deepak began paying closer attention to how different customers spoke depending on where they seemed to be from. The quick, clipped phrases of a businessman in a hurry, the relaxed, wandering sentences of an elderly couple in no rush at all. He started to understand that English wasn't one single fixed thing, but something flexible, shaped by whoever happened to be speaking it, and this realization made him feel less anxious about his own particular way of speaking it too. One especially busy Friday night, an unexpected complaint arose at one of his tables. A dish had come out different from what the customer expected. Where once this kind of moment would have filled him with dread, he found himself calmly listening, apologizing sincerely, and offering a solution, all in English that felt, to his own quiet surprise, steady and clear under pressure. He realized, walking away from that table, how much all those small, ordinary conversations over the months had prepared him for this one more difficult moment. Deepak began keeping a small notebook tucked into his apron pocket, jotting down new words or phrases during quiet lulls between tables. Not formal vocabulary, but real, practical language pulled directly from that night's customers. A curious phrase about food allergies, an unfamiliar way of describing a wine's flavor, a joke a customer had made that he hadn't quite understood but wanted to look into later. Each entry was a small, living piece of his actual working life, rather than an abstract lesson from a distant textbook. Over time, regular customers began to recognize him, greeting him warmly by name, sometimes lingering a little longer at his tables simply to chat. One older gentleman, a regular who dined alone most weeknights, began taking a particular interest in Deepak's progress, gently correcting him here and there, offering small compliments when he noticed genuine improvement. Their easy, ongoing friendship, built slowly over many separate dinners, became one of Deepak's most valuable sources of practice.
One evening, this same regular customer asked Deepak, out of genuine curiosity, how he had learned English so well working in a restaurant rather than in a classroom. Deepak thought about it for a moment before answering honestly that every single night dozens of different people walked through the door, each one, without realizing it, offering him a small piece of language along with their order. The restaurant, he explained, had simply become his classroom, and every customer, in some small way, had become his teacher. As his English steadily improved, Deepak noticed his role in the restaurant shifting too. Where once he'd been assigned mostly to simpler, quieter tables, he now found himself handling more difficult situations with confidence. Long, detailed questions about the menu, complicated group orders, occasional tense moments requiring careful, diplomatic language. His manager began to notice this growth as well, gradually trusting him with more responsibility, more complex interactions, more opportunities to practice under real, meaningful pressure. One particularly memorable night, a food critic visited the restaurant, asking Deepak detailed, probing questions about the ingredients and preparation of several dishes. Where this kind of scrutiny might once have overwhelmed him entirely, Deepak found himself answering clearly, confidently, drawing on months of accumulated vocabulary gathered patiently, one ordinary shift at a time. The critic later mentioned, in a kind aside, how knowledgeable and well-spoken the staff had been, a small compliment that meant more to Deepak than almost anything else that year. Deepak began, eventually, mentoring newer waitstaff who joined the restaurant with English as uncertain and hesitant as his own had once been. He found himself repeating, almost without noticing, some of the same small pieces of advice customers had unknowingly given him over the years. Simple phrases, comfortable ways of handling common questions, gentle reminders not to be afraid of small, honest mistakes. Reflecting on his journey one quiet evening after closing, sweeping the empty restaurant floor, Deepak realizes that he had never once sat through a formal English class since starting this job. And yet somehow his fluency had grown steadily, reliably, built entirely from thousands of small, real conversations exchanged across restaurant tables. He understood now that learning didn't need to look like a classroom to be real. Sometimes it looked exactly like an ordinary Tuesday night, full of orders, questions, and quiet, unplanned lessons passed casually between strangers. He thinks, too, about all the customers who had unknowingly played a small part in his progress. The patient tourist who had once repeated a question slowly for his benefit, the regular who had gently corrected his grammar over many shared dinners, the critic whose probing questions had pushed him to explain himself more clearly than ever before. None of them had set out to teach him English, and yet together they had taught him more than he ever could have learned alone. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift towards sleep.
Somewhere, an ordinary workplace is quietly becoming someone's classroom, filled with real conversations, real mistakes, and real patient growth, disguised as nothing more than an ordinary day's work. Whatever your own work looks like, know that meaningful learning often hides inside the most ordinary moments, waiting patiently to be noticed.
The radio at midnight, falling asleep to a new language. Tonight's story begins in a small, quiet bedroom where a young man named Ravi lies in bed each night with a small radio resting on his nightstand, tuned to a distant English language station he can barely make out through the gentle static. He doesn't listen carefully. He isn't trying to catch every word. He simply lets the soft murmur of unfamiliar voices fill the room as he drifts towards sleep, a quiet habit he began almost by accident one restless night and never quite stopped. The very first night, Ravi remembers, he had simply been unable to sleep, his mind restless with the day's small worries. Searching absent-mindedly through radio stations, he had landed on a calm, late-night English broadcast, a soft-spoken host discussing something unremarkable, music playing quietly between segments. Something about the low, steady rhythm of the voice, even though he understood only fragments of it, had eased him gently towards sleep faster than silence ever had. After that first accidental night, Ravi found himself returning to the same habit almost every evening, less out of any deliberate plan to improve his English, and more simply because the quiet murmur of the radio had become a comforting part of his bedtime routine, the way some people rely on quiet music or the sound of rain. He didn't think of it, at first, as learning at all. It was simply company in the dark, familiar and undemanding. Weeks into this habit, Ravi began noticing something curious. Certain phrases from the late-night broadcasts started surfacing in his mind during ordinary moments of his day. Phrases he didn't remember consciously trying to learn. A particular way of greeting listeners, a calm transition phrase used between songs. These fragments arrived unbidden, quiet echoes of sound absorbed passively during those drowsy, half-conscious minutes before sleep each night. Curious now, Ravi began paying slightly more attention some nights, not enough to keep himself fully awake, but enough to notice the rhythm and pattern of the host's speech more consciously. He noticed how certain words were emphasized, how sentences tended to rise and fall in a particular gentle way. He didn't analyze any of this deeply. He simply let it wash over him, trusting that even half attention, repeated night after night, might slowly be teaching him something. One evening, unable to sleep for a different reason entirely, an unusually stressful day weighing on his mind, Ravi turned on the radio hoping for its usual calming effect, and found himself, almost without meaning to, actually following the entire broadcast clearly, understanding far more of it than he expected. He lay there in the dark, quietly surprised, realizing that months of half-conscious, drowsy listening had built something inside him that felt sturdier than he'd given it credit for. He began to wonder during these late night of reflections whether there was something valuable happening specifically in that quiet, in-between state just before sleep, a state where the mind, tired and less guarded, might absorb language differently than during the sharp, deliberate focus of daytime study. He had no way to prove this scientifically, of course. He simply trusted the quiet, steady evidence of his own growing understanding.
Ravi started experimenting gently with his nightly habit, sometimes choosing calm storytelling podcasts instead of the radio, simple narratives told slowly and softly, perfect for drifting off to. He noticed that stories, in particular, seemed to stay with him more vividly than the radio's looser mix of music and talk, perhaps because a story carried its own gentle structure, easy to follow even as his mind grew heavier with sleep.
One particular story, told over several nights in short episodes, became a small nightly anticipation for him, not exciting exactly, but comforting, familiar, something to look forward to as he settled beneath his blankets each evening. He noticed himself picking up the narrator's specific phrases, the calm, unhurried way certain sentences were constructed, phrases that began appearing, quietly, in his own thoughts during the day. As months passed, Ravi's nightly ritual deepened into something almost meditative, turning off his main light, settling into bed, pressing play on a soft voice that would carry him gently toward sleep. No pressure to understand everything, no test waiting the next morning to measure his progress. This absence of pressure, he began to believe, was precisely what made the whole process work so quietly and so well. He began noticing changes beyond just vocabulary. His ear itself seemed to have grown more comfortable with the particular rhythm and pace of natural, unhurried English speech. Conversations that once felt too fast to follow now felt somehow a touch more manageable, his mind no longer straining quite as hard to keep pace with the flow of real spoken language. One night, half asleep, Ravi found himself quietly repeating a phrase from that evening's story under his breath, testing its shape in his own mouth before drifting fully into sleep. He didn't remember doing this the next morning, only a vague, comforting sense that the phrase had felt familiar, natural, already partly his own before he'd even consciously decided to practice it. Curious about how far this passive nightly habit might carry him, Ravi began keeping a small, casual log, nothing formal, just brief morning notes about words or phrases that felt newly familiar, that he suspected had arrived through his nightly listening rather than any daytime study. Over months, this small log grew steadily, quiet proof that his sleepy, half-conscious hours were doing real, measurable work. He began sharing this habit with a friend who struggled to fall asleep at all, suggesting she try something similar, not necessarily for language learning, but simply for the calming effect he'd first stumbled into by accident. She tried it herself, and weeks later mentioned to Ravi, half amused, that she too had started noticing small English phrases surfacing unexpectedly in her thoughts, phrases she was fairly certain she'd absorbed only through her own drowsy late-night listening. Reflecting on his own journey one quiet evening, Ravi realized that this small, accidental habit had taught him something valuable beyond just language, that not all learning needs to happen through focused, deliberate effort. Some of it, it seemed, could happen far more gently, in the quiet, undemanding space between waking and sleep, simply by allowing a new language to exist softly nearby, night after night, without any pressure to fully understand it right away. He continues the habit still, years later,
though the radio has since been replaced by a small phone propped against his lamp, playing whatever calm, quiet English content catches his attention that particular week. The specific source matters less to him now than the ritual itself, the quiet voice in the dark, the slow drift toward sleep, and the strange, steady faith that even while his conscious mind rests, something inside him continues, gently, to learn. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere a soft voice plays gently in the dark, its words not fully understood yet, and not needing to be understood all at once either. Let your own mind rest tonight in that same gentle way, trusting that even in sleep, in stillness, in half attention, something quiet and patient continues its steady work. The Lighthouse Keeper's English, Learning Alone by the Sea. Tonight's story begins on a small, wind-swept island where a lighthouse keeper named Elias lives alone for months at a stretch, his only company the steady rhythm of waves against rock and the slow, sweeping beam of the light above him each night. Supplies arrive only occasionally, brought by a small boat that also leaves behind letters, newspapers, and sometimes, tucked among them, old second-hand books left over from previous keepers who once lived in this same quiet post before him. Among these old weathered books, Elias finds a small collection written entirely in English, left behind by a keeper many years before him. He doesn't know the language well, only a handful of words gathered here and there over the years, but with months of solitude stretching ahead of him and few other distractions available on this quiet, isolated island, he decides, almost on impulse, to begin working his way through them. The first book proves difficult, filled with words he doesn't recognize, sentences that seem to twist and turn in unfamiliar patterns. Alone in the lighthouse's small living quarters, with no one to ask for help, Elias develops a simple, patient method, reading each sentence slowly, several times, allowing meaning to settle in gradually through repetition and the surrounding context, rather than through any dictionary he doesn't have access to. In the evenings, after his duties are finished and the great light above him turns steadily through the darkness, Elias begins reading aloud to the empty room, his own voice the only sound besides the distant crash of waves outside. He isn't performing for anyone, he simply finds that speaking the words aloud, rather than silently reading them, helps the unfamiliar sounds settle more naturally into his memory. Weeks into this solitary practice, Elias begins narrating his own daily routines aloud in English, describing simple tasks as he performs them, climbing the spiral stairs, cleaning the great lens, watching the horizon for passing ships. At first, this feels strange, talking to himself in an empty lighthouse, but with no one around to overhear or judge him, the strangeness fades quickly, replaced by a quiet, practical usefulness. He begins keeping a small notebook beside his reading chair, copying down phrases he particularly likes from the old books, along with his own simple notes, attempting to explain what he believes they mean. Without anyone to correct his understanding, he sometimes gets things wrong, only realizing his mistake weeks or months later when a phrase reappears in a new context that clarifies its true meaning. He learns to hold his own understanding loosely, revising it patiently as new evidence arrives. One particularly stormy week, unable to leave the lighthouse at all, Elias spends nearly all his free hours with his books, reading by lamplight while wind howls against the windows outside. He finds himself completely absorbed in a long story about a sailor's difficult journey, understanding perhaps half of it clearly, filling in the rest through instinct and imagination. By the time the storm finally passes, he realizes he has read nearly half of the book, carried forward entirely by his own quiet persistence. With no other English speakers to practice conversation with, Elias begins inventing small imagined dialogues, speaking both sides of a conversation aloud to himself, practicing how he might greet a visitor, how he might explain his work if ever asked. These invented conversations feel oddly comforting, filling the quiet lighthouse with the sound of a language he's slowly beginning to feel less like a stranger to.
Months pass this way, the rhythm of his days shaped by lighthouse duties in the morning, quiet reading in the afternoon, and this strange solitary practice of speaking English aloud each evening. Elias begins to notice, gradually, that his understanding has deepened considerably. Passages that once required careful, effortful translation now arrive more naturally, their meaning clear almost immediately upon reading. One evening, watching a distant ship pass along the horizon, Elias finds himself narrating the scene silently in his mind, entirely in English, without any conscious decision to do so. He realizes with quiet surprise that his private thoughts have begun slipping naturally into this once foreign language, especially during these quiet, solitary moments of simple observation. When the supply boat finally arrives one crisp morning, bringing a young sailor Elias has never met before, he finds himself, for the first time in months, needing to actually use his English with another living person, rather than simply the empty rooms around him. Nervous at first, he's relieved to discover that months of solitary reading and self-talk have prepared him better than he expected. The words arrive, imperfect but functional, carrying the brief conversation forward smoothly enough. The young sailor, noticing his careful, somewhat formal way of speaking, asks curiously where he'd learned English, expecting perhaps to hear about some school or teacher. Elias explains, a little sheepishly, that he'd simply taught himself, alone, from old books left behind by previous keepers, speaking mostly to himself in the empty lighthouse for company. The sailor, genuinely impressed, remarks that his English, though a little unusual in its formal phrasing, is remarkably clear and steady. After the sailor departs, Elias returns to his quiet routine, but something has shifted slightly. A small, new confidence gained from that first real conversation, proof that his solitary practice had actually prepared him for genuine use, not just private understanding. He returns to his books with renewed enthusiasm, curious now about deepening his practice further. Over the following months, Elias begins requesting new books specifically in English whenever the supply boat visits, slowly building a small personal library within the lighthouse's modest living quarters. He develops preferences, favoring certain kinds of stories over others, particularly simple, adventurous tales that match well with the isolated, seafaring rhythm of his own daily life. One quiet evening, rereading the very first English book he'd ever attempted, the one that had once felt so impossibly difficult, Elias finds himself moving through it easily now, understanding nearly everything without pause. He sits with this realization for a long while, watching the lighthouse's great beams sweep steadily across the dark water outside, quietly proud of a skill built entirely alone, without a single formal lesson, shaped only by patience, solitude, and the steady companionship of borrowed books. Years later, when a new, younger keeper eventually arrives to take over his post, Elias leaves behind his own small collection of English books for whoever might come next, along with a brief note in the front cover of one, written simply in English, encouraging the future keeper to be patient with themselves, to read slowly, to speak aloud even when it feels strange, and to trust that understanding, given enough quiet time, tends to arrive on its own. And so tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere in a small stone lighthouse by the sea, patience and solitude once quietly built an entire language, book by book, evening by evening, with nothing more than steady persistence and the sound of one's own voice for company. Wherever your own quiet learning happens tonight, trust that it counts, even without an audience to witness it.
The New Neighbour, Learning English Over the Garden Fence. Tonight's story begins on a quiet residential street where a low wooden fence separates two small gardens, and where two neighbours, Farah and Mrs. Alcott, are about to become part of each other's daily lives without either of them quite planning for it. Farah has just moved into the house next door, still unpacking boxes, still nervous about her limited English in this unfamiliar new country. Mrs. Alcott, an elderly widow who has lived in her house for decades, is simply out watering her roses one ordinary morning when she notices her new neighbour struggling with an overgrown patch of garden on the other side of the fence. Mrs. Alcott calls out a simple, friendly greeting, and Farah, startled but polite, offers a hesitant hello in return, unsure how much more she can manage beyond that single word. Rather than pressing further, Mrs. Alcott simply smiles, gestures toward the tangled meads Farah is working through, and offers a small, encouraging thumbs up before returning to her own roses. It's a small, wordless exchange, but it leaves Farah feeling, for the first time since arriving, slightly less like a stranger in this new place. Over the following days, this small pattern repeats. A wave over the fence, a simple word or two exchanged about the weather or the garden, nothing more ambitious for Nat. Farah finds herself, almost without noticing, looking forward to these brief morning exchanges, small anchors of warmth in an otherwise overwhelming, unfamiliar new life. Mrs. Alcott, for her part, finds herself curious about her new neighbour, gently patient with the halting, careful English Farah offers each time. One morning, noticing Farah struggling to understand a delivery driver at her front door, Mrs. Alcott steps outside to help translate, patiently repeating the driver's simple question more slowly until Farah understands. Grateful, Farah thanks her warmly, and this small act of kindness deepens their growing, easy familiarity. From that day, their garden conversations begin stretching a little longer, a little more detailed than before. Mrs. Alcott begins teaching Farah small, practical phrases during these morning chats: how to ask a shopkeeper for help, how to politely decline something, common expressions used casually among neighbours. She does this without ever making it feel like a formal lesson, simply weaving the phrases naturally into their ordinary conversation, the way any patient friend might explain an unfamiliar word in passing. In return, Farah begins teaching Mrs. Alcott small words and phrases from her own native language,
delighted by how genuinely curious her elderly neighbour seems, asking thoughtful questions about pronunciation, about the meaning behind certain expressions. What started as a one-directional kindness slowly becomes something more balanced, more mutual, two neighbours quietly exchanging pieces of themselves across a low wooden fence. One warm afternoon, Mrs. Alcott invites Farah over for tea, and though Farah hesitates briefly, unsure if her English is strong enough for a longer, more relaxed conversation indoors, she accepts. Sitting together in Mrs. Alcott's small, cluttered kitchen, surrounded by old photographs and mismatched china, Sarah finds the conversation flowing more easily than she expected, helped along by Mrs. Alcott's patient, unhurried way of speaking, never rushing her, never finishing her sentences for her. As weeks turn into months, their garden fence becomes something like a small, informal classroom, though neither of them would ever call it that. Farah begins arriving each morning with small questions saved up from her week, an unfamiliar phrase heard on the bus, a confusing sign at the grocery store, and Mrs. Alcott patiently works through each one with her, often sharing a small story or memory connected to the phrase, making the lesson feel more like conversation than instruction.
One particular morning, Farah arrives at the fence looking visibly upset and haltingly explains, in her still developing English, a frustrating misunderstanding she'd had with a co-worker the day before. Mrs. Alcott listens patiently, helping her find the right words to describe what had happened, and gently suggests how she might address the situation the next day. This moment feels different from their earlier lessons, less about vocabulary, more about genuine friendship and support. Encouraged by Mrs. Alcott's advice, Farah successfully resolves the misunderstanding with her co-worker the following day and returns to the garden fence that evening, practically glowing with relief and pride. Mrs. Alcott celebrates the small victory with her, genuinely delighted, understanding perhaps better than anyone how much courage that difficult conversation had required. Over time, Mrs. Alcott notices Farah's English steadily strengthening, her sentences growing longer, her hesitation fading, her humour beginning to show through in a language that once felt to her entirely without personality. One morning, Farah makes a small joke about the unpredictable weather, delivered with perfect comic timing, and Mrs. Alcott laughs so suddenly and so genuinely that Farah beams with quiet pride, recognizing this small moment as real, measurable progress. Their friendship deepens further when Mrs. Alcott, going through a difficult period after a health scare, finds Farah checking in on her daily, bringing over small homemade dishes, sitting with her for company during her recovery. Their conversations during this time grow deeper still, moving well beyond simple vocabulary exchange into real, honest discussion about fear, gratitude, and the quiet comfort of unexpected friendship. As Mrs. Alcott recovers, she reflects, during one of their garden chats, on how much richer her own quiet life has become since Farah moved in next door. What began as a small, wordless wave over a garden fence had grown into one of the most meaningful friendships of her later years, built patiently, conversation by conversation, kindness by kindness. Farah, in turn, realizes that her English hadn't grown mainly from any class or app, but from these ordinary, unhurried mornings spent leaning against a low wooden fence, patiently working through small misunderstandings with someone who genuinely wanted to understand her. She understands now that language learned this way carries something textbooks rarely offer: real warmth, real relationship, real reason to keep trying. 1 year after Farah's initial nervous arrival, a new family moves into the house on the other side of Mrs. Alcott's garden, and Farah notices the young mother struggling, much as she once had, with unfamiliar English and an unfamiliar new life. Without much hesitation, Farah steps outside, waves warmly over the shared fence, and offers the same small, patient kindness that had once been offered to her. And so, tonight, let this warm story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere, over a simple garden fence, 2 neighbors are quietly exchanging words, patience, and friendship, discovering, without quite meaning to, that language grows best not from pressure, but from genuine care between 2 people willing to keep showing up for each other.
The job interview I almost ran away from. Tonight's story begins several months before a single important morning in the small apartment of a young woman named Nadia, who has just seen a job listing that feels almost too perfect to be real, exactly the kind of role she's been hoping for, at a company she genuinely admires. There's just one problem, one that sits heavily in her chest the moment she finishes reading the listing. The entire interview process will be conducted in English, a language she can read comfortably, but has rarely had to speak under real pressure, especially not pressure this high. Her first instinct, she admits later, is simply not to apply at all, to protect herself from the anxiety of an interview she feels certain she'll fumble through. She sits with the application open on her screen for nearly an hour, cursor hovering uncertainly, before finally, almost impulsively, submitting it anyway, telling herself quietly that she can always back out later if she truly needs to. When the interview invitation arrives 2 weeks later, scheduled a full 2 months out, Nadia feels a strange mixture of excitement and dread. Rather than pushing the fear aside entirely, she makes a quiet decision to use every single one of those 2 months as deliberately as possible, treating her preparation not as an afterthought, but as its own serious project, deserving real time and real effort. She begins immediately, researching common interview questions and writing out her own careful, honest answers in English, reading them aloud to herself in her empty apartment each evening. The first few attempts feel stiff and awkward, her sentences too formal, too obviously rehearsed. She reminds herself that this roughness is simply the necessary first draft of something that will smooth out with enough repetition. Within the first 2 weeks, Nadia asks a friend who works in a similar field to conduct a mock interview with her over video call, and though she stumbles through several answers, losing her train of thought more than once, she forces herself to keep going rather than stopping to apologize or start over. Her friend gently points out a few areas of confusion, and Nadia adjusts her prepared answers accordingly, refining them slightly with each attempt. Over the following weeks, Nadia settles into a steady rhythm of practice, reading industry articles in English to build relevant vocabulary, watching interviews of professionals in her field to absorb natural, confident phrasing, and continuing to rehearse her own answers regularly, sometimes to her bathroom mirror, sometimes recorded on her phone so she can listen back and notice where her voice tightens with nervousness. One particularly discouraging evening after a mock interview session that goes poorly, Nadia feels the old urge return, the quiet temptation to simply withdraw her application, to avoid the whole ordeal entirely rather than risk embarrassing herself in front of real interviewers. She sits with this feeling for a long while before deciding, deliberately, to continue anyway, reminding herself that discomfort during practice is exactly the kind of discomfort meant to happen here, safely, before the moment that actually counts. As the weeks continue, Nadia begins focusing specifically on the questions that make her most nervous, the open-ended ones, asking her to describe a challenge she's overcome, a weakness she's working on, a time she disagreed with a colleague. She writes out several possible answers for each, then practices delivering them differently each time, training herself to stay flexible rather than relying on a single, rigidly memorized script that might fall apart under real pressure. 1 month before the interview, Nadia asks a colleague from a different department, someone who speaks English fluently and has conducted interviews before, to review her prepared answers. He offers a mix of praise and gentle correction, adjusting a few phrases that sound slightly unnatural, encouraging her, above all, to slow down when she speaks, explaining that clarity matters far more than speed. With 3 weeks remaining, Nadia shifts her focus slightly, spending less time perfecting specific answers and more time simply having relaxed, casual conversations in English with anyone willing to practice with her, understanding that real interview confidence depends as much on general comfort with the language as it does on any single rehearsed response.
The week before the interview brings a fresh wave of nervousness, old doubts resurfacing despite months of steady preparation. Nadia notices herself late one night, imagining every possible way the interview could go wrong, her mind spiraling through worst-case scenarios until she finally makes herself stop, reminding herself gently of everything she's already accomplished simply by preparing this thoroughly, this consistently, for this long. On the morning of the interview itself, Nadia wakes early, her stomach tight with nerves, despite months of practice behind her. Standing in front of her mirror one final time, she runs through a few calming breaths and a brief, familiar phrase she's practiced saying to herself throughout her preparation, a simple reminder that she is prepared, that nervousness doesn't mean unpreparedness, that her voice, however shaky it might feel internally, has been trained steadily for exactly this moment. Sitting in the waiting room before the interview, Nadia feels a fresh, sharp urge to simply leave, to invent some excuse and walk quietly back out the door before anyone notices she's arrived at all. She sits with this urge for a long, uncomfortable moment, hands clasped tightly together, before reminding herself of all those months of practice waiting patiently behind her, refusing to let one nervous morning erase everything she'd built. When her name is finally called, Nadia stands, her legs slightly unsteady, and walks into the interview room, greeting her interviewers with a handshake and a simple, rehearsed opening line that, to her quiet relief, comes out smoothly despite her nerves. The first question, predictably, is one she's practiced extensively, and though her voice trembles slightly at the start, she finds her rhythm within the first few sentences, her months of preparation quietly carrying her forward. Partway through the interview, an unexpected question arrives, one she hadn't specifically rehearsed, and for a brief, panicked moment, her mind goes completely blank. Rather than freezing entirely, she remembered her earlier practice with unpredictable, open-ended questions, and simply began speaking slowly, working her way toward an honest answer, even without a perfectly rehearsed script to rely on. It isn't polished, but it's genuine, and she can see from the interviewer's attentive nods that genuine matters more than perfect. By the interview's final questions, something in Nadia has visibly settled, her sentences flowing more naturally, her nervous energy transforming gradually into something closer to focused enthusiasm. When the interviewers ask if she has any questions of her own, she finds herself asking thoughtful, genuine questions about the role, questions that emerge naturally from real curiosity rather than any rehearsed script at all. Walking out of the building afterward, Nadia feels an overwhelming wave of relief, replaying pieces of the conversation in her mind, uncertain exactly how it went, but certain at least that she hadn't run away, hadn't let her fear win the months-long battle she'd been quietly fighting since first reading that job listing. Whatever the outcome, she understands she had shown up, fully, and spoken honestly in a language that had once felt like an impossible barrier between her and this opportunity. When the offer arrives 1 week later, Nadia reads the email twice before it fully sinks in, tears gathering unexpectedly as months of quiet, disciplined preparation finally reveal their result. She thinks back to that first evening, cursor hovering uncertainly over the application button, and feels a deep, quiet gratitude toward her own earlier self, the one brave enough to apply despite the fear, and patient enough to prepare steadily for months rather than hoping talent alone might carry her through. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, someone is standing at the edge of their own frightening opportunity, deciding moment by moment whether to run or to stay. Let this story remind you tonight that fear rarely disappears entirely before something important. It simply gets carried forward quietly by enough patient practice and enough quiet courage to show up anyway.
Letters to my future self, a year of writing in English. Tonight's story begins on the first day of a new year, when a young woman named Hannah sits at her small desk and decides on a quiet, personal project. She will write herself a letter in English at the end of every month, sealing each one in a plain envelope, not to be opened until the following year has fully passed. She isn't entirely sure why this idea appeals to her so strongly. She only knows that she wants some honest record of who she is right now, in this language she's still learning, still growing into. Her first letter, written that very evening, feels stiff and uncertain, filled with short, careful sentences she reads over several times before finally sealing the envelope. She writes about her hopes for the year ahead, her nervousness about her English still feeling so far from where she wants it to be, a small, honest confession that she isn't sure this project will even work. She seals the envelope anyway, setting it gently into a small wooden box she's chosen specifically for this purpose. By the end of the second month, writing her letter feels slightly less intimidating, though still effortful, still requiring her to pause frequently, searching for the right word. She writes honestly about a difficult week at work, a small argument with a friend, a quiet loneliness she hadn't expected to feel this early in the year. She notices, sealing this second letter, that she'd written more than the first time, filling nearly a full page instead of just a few lines. March brings a small breakthrough. During a work meeting, Hannah manages to explain a complicated idea clearly in English, without stumbling the way she usually does under pressure. That evening, writing her monthly letter, she captures this small victory in detail, wanting her future self to remember exactly how proud, how surprised she'd felt in that unexpected moment of confidence. Not every month brings good news, of course. In April, she writes honestly about a discouraging setback, a presentation that hadn't gone as smoothly as she'd hoped,
feedback from a colleague that had stung more than she expected. She almost considers skipping this particular letter altogether, not wanting to record something so disappointing. But she reminds herself that the project was never meant to capture only her successes, and she writes the difficult letter anyway, sealing it with the same careful attention as all the others. By May, Hannah notices her letters beginning to shift in tone, growing slightly more relaxed, occasionally including a small joke or a lighter observation about her week. She writes about a new co-worker who's become a close friend, about a small English phrase she'd picked up from a podcast that she now uses constantly without thinking. Sealing this letter, she feels a small, quiet satisfaction, sensing, without quite being able to name it, that something in her writing is loosening, becoming more natural. Midway through the year, in June, Hannah decides to reread her very first letter from January, curious how different it might feel now compared to when she wrote it. She's surprised by how formal, how careful those early sentences seem now, compared to the easier, more flowing style she's developed in the months since. She doesn't feel embarrassed by her earlier self, only a quiet tenderness, recognizing how much courage that stiff, uncertain letter had actually required at the time. July's letter arrives during a particularly busy, stressful stretch, and Hannah almost forgets to write it entirely until the final evening of the month. Sitting down late at night, exhausted, she writes quickly, honestly, without her usual careful editing, letting the sentences come messily, imperfectly. She realizes, sealing this hurried letter, that even her rushed, unpolished writing now flows more naturally than her most careful attempts from earlier in the year.
In August, Hannah experiments with something new, writing her letter not just about facts and events, but about her actual feelings in more depth than she's attempted before. Her quiet fears about the future, a specific hope she's never said aloud to anyone, a small dream she's almost embarrassed to admit even to herself. Writing something this personal in English, rather than her native language, feels strange at first, but also strangely freeing, as though the unfamiliar language offers her just enough distance to be fully honest. September brings a milestone she hadn't specifically planned for. A friend asks her to help translate a document at work, trusting her English enough now to rely on it for something genuinely important. Writing about this in her monthly letter, Hannah finds herself for the first time all year writing with something close to real confidence, no longer apologizing internally for her mistakes before she's even made them. October's letter takes a quieter, more reflective turn, as Hannah writes about noticing during an ordinary walk home that her thoughts themselves had briefly drifted into English without her deciding to think that way on purpose. She describes this small, surprising moment in careful detail, wanting her future self to remember exactly how strange and wonderful it had felt, this first small sign that the language was becoming something more than a skill she was practicing. By November, writing her monthly letter has become so comfortable that Hannah sometimes finds herself writing more than she originally intends, ideas flowing easily onto the page in a way that would have felt impossible back in January. She writes about gratitude this month, about small kindnesses from friends and strangers, about how different her relationship with English feels now compared to the anxious uncertainty she'd carried at the beginning of the year. December's letter, the final one of the year, feels different from all the others, quieter, more emotional, as Hannah reflects on the whole strange, quiet project she'd committed herself to 12 months earlier. She writes about how uncertain she'd felt sealing that very first envelope, unsure whether this idea would mean anything at all by year's end. Now, holding this final letter, she feels genuinely moved by how much has changed, not just in her English, but in her confidence, her patience, her willingness to keep showing up for herself month after month. On the final evening of the year, Hannah opens the small wooden box containing all 12 sealed envelopes and begins, slowly, reading through them in order, from January's stiff, careful sentences through to November's easy, flowing reflections. Reading her own year unfold in her own words, in a language she'd once felt so distant from, brings unexpected tears to her eyes, not from sadness, but from a deep, quiet pride in the steady, patient person revealed across these 12 small letters. She notices small details she'd completely forgotten, a worry from March that had resolved itself so completely she'd nearly forgotten it existed, a joke from July that still makes her laugh months later, a hope written quietly in August that had, remarkably, come true by October. Reading her own growth laid out so plainly, letter by letter, feels like meeting an old, dear friend she hadn't fully appreciated while living alongside her all year. Sitting quietly with all 12 letters spread across her desk, Hannah realizes that this project had never really been about English at all, not entirely. It had been about honesty, about patience, about trusting that small, consistent effort repeated faithfully across an entire year could add up to something far larger than any single month could reveal on its own. Before the new year begins, Hannah decides, without much hesitation, to continue the project for another 12 months, curious now what a second year of letters might reveal, what further growth might be waiting quietly ahead of her, unseen until she's patient enough to look back and find it. She writes her first letter of this new year with far more ease than her very first attempt 12 months earlier, though she makes sure, gently, to remind her future self that even this comfortable, confident letter had once felt entirely impossible to imagine. And so tonight, let this quiet, moving story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere a small envelope waits patiently to be opened, holding proof of growth too gradual to notice day by day, yet unmistakable when finally viewed as a whole. Whatever you're quietly working towards tonight, trust that time and patience, given enough of both, tend to reveal far more progress than you'd ever guess while living through it.
The Street Performer's English, busking through a new language. Tonight's story begins on a cobblestone corner in a busy part of the city, where a young musician named Matteo sets up his small guitar case each afternoon, hoping for enough coins and folded bills to help cover his rent. His English, when he first starts busking here, is limited mostly to numbers and a handful of polite phrases, enough to thank a generous passerby, not nearly enough for a real conversation. He hadn't chosen this corner to learn a language. He'd chosen it simply because the foot traffic was good and the acoustics between the old stone buildings carried his music beautifully. On his very first week, a tourist stops to listen, clearly enjoying the song, and afterward asks Matteo a simple question about where he learned to play guitar. Matteo understands only fragments of the question. catching the word guitar and guessing at the rest from context, offering a short, uncertain answer that doesn't quite match what was actually asked. The tourist smiles kindly regardless, drops a few coins into his case, and moves on. Matteo replays the exchange in his mind for the rest of the afternoon, quietly frustrated by how much he'd missed. That evening, walking home, Matteo makes a small decision. He will treat every conversation at his corner, however brief, as a small piece of practice rather than something to feel embarrassed about when it goes imperfectly. The next day, when another passerby compliments his playing, he manages a full sentence in response, thanking them and mentioning, haltingly, how long he's been playing guitar. It isn't perfect, but it's more than he managed the day before. Over the following weeks, Matteo begins noticing patterns in the kinds of questions people ask him: where he's from, how long he's been playing, whether he takes requests. He starts preparing simple, comfortable answers for these common questions, rehearsing them quietly to himself during quieter stretches of his afternoon, the same way he might rehearse a new song before adding it to his regular set. One afternoon, a small group of tourists gathers to listen, and one of them, clearly more curious than the others, begins asking Matteo a series of increasingly detailed questions about a particular song he's just finished playing, its meaning, its origin, the story behind why he chose to learn it. Matteo finds himself reaching for words he doesn't quite have yet, filling gaps with simple gestures and a few mismatched phrases, but somehow, through patience on both sides, the conversation manages to convey what he means. As months pass, Matteo notices his English growing specifically around the topics that come up most often on his corner: music, travel, small talk about the weather or the city itself. He isn't studying grammar textbooks or memorizing vocabulary lists. He's simply absorbing, conversation by conversation, exactly the language his daily life actually requires, shaped directly by the real people who stop to listen to him play. One rainy afternoon, business slow and his case nearly empty of coins, an elderly local man sits down on a nearby bench, simply to listen, staying far longer than most passerbys ever do. Between songs, they fall into an easy, unhurried conversation, the old man patiently repeating himself whenever Matteo looks confused, gently correcting a phrase here and there, without ever making him feel embarrassed about it. This slow, rainy afternoon becomes, without either of them planning it, one of Matteo's richest practice sessions yet. Encouraged by these small successes, Matteo begins taking song requests more often, even when he doesn't immediately understand the title being requested, using the moment as an opportunity to ask clarifying questions, to practice negotiating a small, real exchange, rather than simply nodding along uncertainly the way he once might have. He notices that most people are patient, even delighted, when he makes a genuine effort to understand exactly what they're asking for.
His music itself begins to shift alongside his language as he starts learning a few English language songs specifically to add to his set, drawn partly by their popularity with the tourists who stop to listen, and partly by his own growing curiosity about their lyrics. Learning to sing these songs, matching pronunciation carefully to the recordings he practices with at home, becomes its own quiet, musical form of language study, rhythm and word working together in a way his earlier, more academic attempts at learning never quite managed. One afternoon, performing one of these new English songs for the first time on his corner, Matteo notices a small crowd gathering more quickly than usual, several passers-by humming along, one tourist recording a short video on her phone. Afterward, several people stop to chat, complimenting not just his playing, but his pronunciation, genuinely surprised to learn English wasn't his first language. This small moment of recognition fills him with a confidence that carries into the rest of his week. As his fluency grows, Matteo begins noticing subtle differences in how different visitors speak, the quick, casual phrasing of local teenagers who stop briefly between songs, the more careful, deliberate English of older tourists navigating an unfamiliar city. He starts adjusting his own responses slightly, depending on who he's speaking with, a flexibility he hadn't consciously planned to develop, but one that emerges naturally from so many varied conversations. One particularly memorable afternoon, a fellow musician, also busking nearby, but originally from an English-speaking country, strikes up a conversation with Matteo during a quiet lull between their sets. They end up talking for nearly an hour, comparing notes on music, on busking locations around the city, on the strange, itinerant lifestyle they both share. This easy, extended conversation, entirely unplanned, teaches Matteo more natural, casual English than weeks of shorter exchanges combined. Months into this routine, Matteo realizes he no longer feels the small flutter of anxiety he once did whenever someone approached to chat between songs. Conversations that once felt like small, nerve-wracking tests now feel like a natural, welcome part of his afternoon, as comfortable to him now as playing the songs themselves. One evening, packing up his guitar case after a particularly good day, a young couple stopped to ask him detailed directions to a nearby restaurant, clearly assuming from his confident, easy English that he's a long-time local rather than someone who'd struggled through halting, uncertain conversations on this very corner not so long ago. He gives them clear, friendly directions, and walking home afterward, reflects quietly on how far he's come, not measured in grades or certificates, but in moments exactly like this one. Reflecting on his whole journey one quiet evening, Matteo realizes that busking had taught him English in a way no classroom ever could have, not through structured lessons, but through hundreds of small, real, unscripted conversations, each one shaped by genuine curiosity, genuine connection, and the shared universal language of music that had first drawn people to his corner in the first place. And so, tonight, let this quiet, musical story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, a street corner is filling with music, and somewhere within that music, a language is quietly being learned, note by note, conversation by conversation. Whatever your own daily rhythm looks like, know that real learning often happens exactly there, tucked quietly inside the ordinary moments you might not think to call lessons at all. Sleep well, and we'll meet again in the next story.
The Grandfather Clock, learning English 1 hour at a time. Tonight's story begins in a quiet living room where a tall, old grandfather clock stands against the wall, its steady ticking marking time the way it has for decades. This is the home of a retired man named Vikram, who, at 71 years old, has decided, somewhat to his own surprise, to finally learn English properly, a language he'd always meant to master during his long working years, but had never quite found the time for. Now, with time finally his own again, he makes a simple, disciplined promise to himself.
1 hour a day, every day, no matter what. He chooses the hour right after his morning tea, sitting in the same worn armchair positioned, quite deliberately, within clear view of the old grandfather clock. When the hour begins, he starts his lesson. When the hour ends, he stops completely, regardless of how the lesson is going, trusting that consistency itself matters more than any single day's particular progress. The first few weeks are humbling. Vikram, a man who spent decades confidently managing complex business matters, finds himself struggling with simple present tense verbs, mixing up basic pronouns, feeling at times foolish in a way he hasn't felt since he was a young student decades earlier. He reminds himself gently each time frustration rises that this discomfort is simply the ordinary cost of learning something new at any age, nothing more, nothing less. He develops a simple, steady routine within his hour: 20 minutes of reading a simple English text, 20 minutes of writing a few sentences about his day, and a final 20 minutes spent listening to a slow, clear recording, repeating phrases aloud to the empty room. The grandfather clock ticks steadily throughout, an old, familiar companion to this new, unfamiliar effort. One morning, a full month into his routine, Vikram notices something small but meaningful. The 20 minutes of reading, once agonizingly slow, now moves more comfortably, allowing him to read slightly more material within the same fixed time. He hadn't extended his hour, he'd simply grown more efficient within it, a small, quiet sign of real progress hidden inside an otherwise unchanged routine. His grandchildren, visiting one weekend, find him deep in his lesson and tease him gently about his careful, methodical approach, suggesting he could learn faster with some app or online course promising quicker results. Vikram simply smiles, unbothered, explaining that he isn't in any particular hurry, that the fixed hour isn't about speed, but about steady, sustainable habit, something he trusts far more than any promise of rapid shortcuts. As months pass, Vikram begins allowing himself small variations within his structured hour, occasionally spending the full 60 minutes on conversation practice with a language exchange partner he's found online, or dedicating the entire session to writing a longer, more detailed journal entry. The structure remains, but within it he allows himself room to follow whatever kind of practice feels most useful on any given day. One particular morning, distracted by a difficult phone call from earlier in the day, Vikram sits down for his hour feeling too unsettled to focus properly. Rather than skipping the session entirely, he simply lowers his expectations for that day, allowing himself a lighter, gentler practice, rereading a familiar, comfortable text rather than tackling anything new. He completes the hour anyway, understanding that showing up, even imperfectly, matters more than any single day's intensity. His writing, too, begins to show real growth, his once halting daily journal entries growing longer and more detailed, occasionally including small opinions or reflections he wouldn't have attempted expressing in English during his earlier months. He starts keeping these journal entries in a simple notebook, occasionally flipping back to read his earliest attempts, quietly amused by how stiff and uncertain they now seem compared to his current, more relaxed writing. 1 year into his daily practice, Vikram reaches a small personal milestone, a video call with a distant relative living abroad, conducted entirely in English, flows easily, comfortably, without the constant hesitation and searching for words that once characterized his early attempts at conversation. Ending the call, he sits quietly in his familiar armchair, genuinely moved by how far a single disciplined hour, repeated faithfully every day, had actually carried him. He begins, around this time, mentoring a few other retired friends who've expressed interest in learning English themselves, sharing with them not any particular trick or shortcut, but simply his own quiet philosophy that one modest, sustainable hour protected faithfully every single day tends to outperform sporadic bursts of ambitious, unsustainable effort in the long run. One friend, skeptical at first, asked Vikram whether he ever felt tempted to extend his sessions on days when he felt particularly motivated, hoping to speed up his progress. Vikram admits he had considered this occasionally, especially in the early months, but had ultimately decided against it, believing that protecting the fixed hour, keeping it sacred and unchanging, regardless of mood or motivation, was precisely what had allowed the habit to survive so consistently across an entire year and now into a second. Reflecting quietly one afternoon, sitting in his familiar chair as the grandfather clock ticks steadily nearby, Vikram considers how different his relationship with learning feels now compared to his younger years, when deadlines and examinations had made every lesson feel urgent, stressful, something to survive rather than enjoy. This slow, disciplined hour, chosen entirely on his own terms, had taught him something perhaps even more valuable than English itself, that meaningful growth at any age rarely requires urgency, only patience and steady, protected commitment. Nearly 2 years into his daily practice, Vikram finds himself reading entire novels in English now, something that would have seemed impossibly ambitious during those first humbling weeks of struggling through simple present tense verbs. He still keeps his hour exactly as he always has, still positioned within clear view of the old grandfather clock, still beginning right after his morning tea, understanding that even now, with real fluency finally achieved, the structure itself remains valuable, worth protecting. And so tonight, let this quiet, steady story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere, an old clock ticks patiently nearby, marking one small, disciplined hour after another. Proof that meaningful growth rarely arrives all at once, but gathers quietly, faithfully, one protected hour at a time. Whatever you're working toward tonight, trust that steady patience, more than urgency, tends to carry us furthest in the end.
The voicemail I never deleted, a message that changed everything. Tonight's story begins with an old phone, mostly forgotten in the back of a drawer, that a young woman named Dia finds while cleaning out her room one quiet afternoon. Out of curiosity, she charges it, waiting to see if it still turns on after all these years. It does, flickering weakly to life, and among the old messages and forgotten photos, she finds a single voicemail she'd saved years earlier and somehow never deleted. A message from a close friend she'd made abroad, someone she hasn't spoken to in years. She remembers, faintly, the circumstances surrounding this voicemail, a difficult, discouraging week early in her English learning journey, when she'd called her friend simply to vent, to admit how hopeless and frustrated she'd been feeling about her progress. Her friend, unable to answer at the time, had called back later, leaving this voicemail instead of catching her directly, and Dia, busy at the time, had simply saved it to listen to later, then quietly forgotten about it entirely. Sitting now on the edge of her bed, years later, she presses play, unsure what to expect. Her friend's warm, familiar voice fills the room, gentle and encouraging, reminding her that learning any language takes real time, that frustration is simply part of the process, not a sign of failure. The message is short, only a minute or two, but something about hearing it again now, so many years later, catches Dia completely off guard. She listens to it a second time immediately, then a third, noticing small details she'd forgotten entirely. A small joke her friend had made near the end, a specific phrase of encouragement that had apparently meant more to her at the time than she'd consciously realized, since here it was, still saved, still protected all these years later, despite dozens of phone upgrades and countless deleted files. Dia finds herself thinking back to that difficult week the voicemail had originally responded to, remembering how close she'd come during that particular stretch of frustration to giving up on learning English altogether. She hadn't thought about that specific week in years, and yet here it was again, suddenly vivid, brought back entirely by this small, forgotten recording. Curious now, she reaches out to her old friend, messaging her for the first time in what feels like far too long, mentioning almost shyly that she'd just rediscovered this old voicemail. Her friend responds enthusiastically, surprised and touched that Dia had kept it all this time, and their conversation, after years of silence, picks back up easily, warmly, as though no real time had passed between them at all. Reflecting on the whole experience later that evening, Dia realizes that this single brief voicemail had, in its own quiet way, played a small but real part in her eventual success with English. She remembers, now more clearly, that she had actually returned to that message several times during her early learning journey, back before she'd ever thought to save it permanently, replaying it during moments of doubt, drawing quiet strength from her friend's simple, genuine encouragement. She begins to understand, thinking about this more deeply, how much of language learning depends not just on vocabulary or grammar, but on these small human moments of support scattered throughout a long, sometimes discouraging journey. A single kind voicemail, saved almost by accident, had done more for her motivation during a difficult week than any textbook or structured lesson possibly could have. Inspired by this rediscovery, Dia decides to record a similar voicemail of her own, this time for a younger cousin who's just beginning to learn English and has been struggling with the same kind of early discouragement Dia remembers so vividly from her own journey. She speaks slowly, warmly, sharing a little of her own story, including this very voicemail she'd just rediscovered, hoping her own words might offer the same quiet comfort she'd once received.
Her cousin, moved by the message, saves it immediately, admitting that hearing someone further along the journey speak so honestly about their own early struggles had made her feel less alone in her own difficulties. Dia recognizes in her cousin's grateful response an echo of exactly how she'd felt years earlier, listening to her own friend's voice for the first time during that difficult week. Over the following weeks, Dia finds herself thinking often about the quiet power of that single old voicemail, still saved carefully now on her newly charged phone, backed up this time so it can never again risk being accidentally lost. She realizes that some of the most meaningful support in learning anything difficult doesn't come from structured lessons at all, but from these small, personal moments of genuine human connection, offered freely, without any formal teaching intended. She begins keeping a small folder now, specifically for encouraging messages, screenshots of kind words from friends, a few voice notes recorded during moments of pride or breakthrough, alongside this original, treasured voicemail that started the whole reflection. She thinks of it as a kind of quiet archive of encouragement, something to return to during future difficult stretches, whenever her own motivation inevitably wavers again. One evening, feeling unexpectedly discouraged after a difficult day, Dia remembers her small folder and plays through a few of the saved messages, ending, as always, with that same original voicemail from years earlier. Hearing her old friend's voice again, still warm, still encouraging even after all this time, settles something restless inside her, the same quiet comfort it had offered so many years before. Reflecting on the whole experience, Dia understands now that her fluency in English, whatever it has become over the years, was never built entirely alone. It had been built, in part, through small moments of genuine human kindness, an old voicemail saved almost by accident, a friend's patient encouragement during a difficult week, a simple human reminder that struggling with something new doesn't mean failing at it. She decides finally to write her friend a longer message, thanking her properly for that small, long-ago voicemail, explaining just how much it had quietly meant across the years, how it had, in its own small way, helped her carry through some of her most difficult early moments of learning. Her friend responds simply, touched, admitting she barely remembered recording it at all, surprised that something so small and unplanned had left such a lasting mark. And so, tonight, let this quiet, tender story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere, an old message waits patiently, saved without much thought at the time, ready to offer quiet comfort again whenever it's needed most. Whatever encouragement you've received along your own journey, however small it seemed at the time, know that it may be carrying you further than you realize.
The Fisherman's Radio. Words carried across the water. Tonight's story begins before sunrise, on a small wooden boat rocking gently against a quiet harbour, where a fisherman named Kian prepares for another ordinary morning at sea. Beside his coiled ropes and worn tackle box sits a small, weathered radio, its antenna slightly bent from years of salt air and rough weather. Every morning, before untying his boat from the dock, Kian switches it on, tuning it to a distant English-language station that drifts in and out through static as he moves further from shore. He doesn't remember exactly when this habit began, only that somewhere along the way, this crackling, imperfect radio signal had become as much a part of his morning routine as coiling his nets or checking the weather.
He understands only fragments of what the voices say, catching a word here, a phrase there, letting the rest blend into the steady hum of the boat's engine and the slap of waves against its hull. On this particular morning, the sea calm and the sky just beginning to lighten at the horizon, Kian listens more closely than usual, catching a longer stretch of a news report about weather patterns along distant coastlines. He doesn't understand every word, but he recognizes enough: storm, coast, warning, to feel a small flicker of pride at how much more he understands now compared to when he first began this quiet habit years ago. He remembers those early mornings clearly, when the radio had simply been background noise, its English words a meaningless wash of sound he barely noticed beneath the more pressing concerns of his work. It had taken months before he'd even consciously realized he was absorbing anything at all, the change arriving so slowly and quietly that he'd almost missed it entirely. As his boat moves further from the harbour, the radio signal growing clearer now that he's cleared the shadow of the coastal cliffs, Kian begins doing something he's done for years without ever quite naming it as practice, repeating certain phrases aloud, under his breath, testing their shape in his own mouth against the rhythm of his rowing and the steady chug of his small engine. One particular morning, years earlier, he remembers, a foreign fishing vessel had needed help after running into engine trouble nearby, and Kian had found himself, quite suddenly, needing to communicate in English with its stranded crew. To his own quiet surprise, simple phrases had come more easily than he expected, carried forward by years of half-conscious repetition out here on the water. Phrases he'd absorbed without ever formally studying a single lesson. After that unexpected encounter, Kian had begun paying slightly more deliberate attention to his morning radio sessions, sometimes repeating an entire sentence several times if it caught his interest, trying to hold on to its shape a little longer before the signal drifted back into static as clouds or distance interfered with the broadcast. He began noticing, gradually, that certain topics returned often on his favorite morning program: weather, tides, small stories about coastal towns not so different from his own. This familiarity, built through repetition, made these particular segments easier to follow than anything else on the radio, the vocabulary around fishing and the sea settling into his memory more naturally than words tied to topics further from his daily life. One foggy morning, unable to see far across the water, Kian relies entirely on the radio for company, listening more attentively than usual simply because there's little else to focus on besides the careful navigation required in such poor visibility. By the time the fog finally lifts, he realizes he's understood nearly an entire segment about ocean currents without needing to strain at all, the words arriving smoothly, almost effortlessly.
The wrong bus, a detour that taught me a language. Tonight's story begins on an ordinary evening when a tired young man named Farid climbs onto a bus after a long day, barely glancing at the number displayed above the windshield before settling into a seat near the back. It isn't until several stops later, watching unfamiliar buildings drift past the window, that he realizes, with a small jolt of panic, that he's boarded entirely the wrong bus, heading in a direction completely opposite from home. Flustered, he considers getting off immediately at the next stop, but glancing outside at the unfamiliar neighborhood and the darkening sky, he decides it's probably safer to simply ride to the end of the line and catch a bus back from there. Settling uneasily back into his seat, resigned to this unexpected detour,
he notices an elderly woman sitting across the aisle, watching him with a small, knowing smile, having clearly noticed his earlier confusion. She asks in warm, unhurried English whether he's lost, and Farid, embarrassed but grateful for the kindness in her voice, admits sheepishly that he's boarded the wrong bus entirely. She laughs gently, not unkindly, and mentions that she's ridden this exact route for over 20 years, offering to help him figure out the best way back home once they reach the final stop. What begins as a simple, practical exchange about bus routes slowly stretches into something longer, as the woman, clearly enjoying the company, begins asking Farid about himself, where he's from, what brings him to this city, how long he's been living here. Farid, initially nervous about his English, finds himself relaxing gradually into the conversation, helped along by her patient, encouraging way of listening. At one point, struggling to explain a slightly complicated detail about his work, Farid pauses, searching for the right word, and the woman waits patiently, offering a gentle suggestion only when it becomes clear he's genuinely stuck. Rather than feeling embarrassed by this small stumble, Farid finds himself oddly grateful for it, appreciating how unhurried and judgment-free the whole exchange feels. As the bus continues further from his usual route, winding through neighborhoods he's never seen before, their conversation deepens, moving from simple facts into more personal territory. The woman shares a little about her own life, her grown children now living abroad, her quiet enjoyment of these long, unhurried bus rides that give her time to think and people-watch. Farid, drawn in by her openness, finds himself sharing more than he originally intended, describing his own homesickness, the particular loneliness of building a new life in an unfamiliar country, feelings he rarely discusses so openly, even with close friends. Speaking about something this personal in English, with a stranger no less, feels surprisingly natural, perhaps precisely because there's no history between them, no expectations weighing down the conversation. By the time the bus finally reaches its final stop, nearly 45 minutes after Farid first realized his mistake, their conversation shows no sign of running dry. The woman, checking her watch, laughs and admits she's missed her original plan to catch an earlier connection home, seemingly unbothered by the delay, clearly having enjoyed the unexpected company as much as Farid has. Standing together at the final stop, she carefully explains the best route back to his neighborhood, walking him through the necessary transfers with the same patient clarity she'd used throughout their entire conversation. Before parting ways, she offers a small, warm piece of advice, that his English, despite his earlier nervousness, is clearer and more capable than he seems to give himself credit for.
Riding the correct bus home at last, replaying their conversation in his mind, Farid realizes that this accidental, unplanned detour had given him more real, natural conversation practice than an entire week of his usual, more structured study sessions. There had been no lesson plan, no textbook, simply two strangers talking honestly for the better part of an hour, and somehow that honesty had taught him more than memorized dialogue ever could. In the days that follow, Farid finds himself thinking often about their conversation, particularly the moment when he'd struggled to find a word and she'd simply waited, patient and unbothered, rather than rushing to fill the silence for him. He begins to understand something important about real conversation, that most people, given the chance, are far more patient and forgiving of small language mistakes than his own anxious mind had ever assumed.
Encouraged by this realization, Farid begins allowing himself small, deliberate detours in his daily routine, striking up conversations with strangers at bus stops, lingering a little longer at the local shop to chat with the owner, saying yes more often to casual invitations he might once have declined out of nervousness about his English. Each small conversation he finds builds a little more of the same easy confidence he'd stumbled into so unexpectedly on that wrong bus. Months later, riding the correct bus home from work one ordinary evening, Farid notices a new arrival to the city, clearly confused, glancing anxiously between his phone and the unfamiliar street signs outside the window. Recognizing something familiar in the young man's nervous confusion, Farid leans over and asks warmly whether he needs help finding his way, extending the same small kindness that had once been offered to him. Their brief exchange stretches, much as his own had months earlier, into a longer, easy conversation, and watching the young man's shoulders slowly relax as they talk, Farid feels a quiet, full-circle satisfaction, understanding now more clearly than ever just how much a single small act of patience and kindness can genuinely mean to someone finding their way through an unfamiliar language and an unfamiliar city. Reflecting on the whole experience one quiet evening, Farid realizes that some of his most meaningful practice had come not from anything he'd planned deliberately, but from a simple mistake, an unplanned detour, and a stranger generous enough to turn a wrong turn into an unexpected gift. He understands now that real fluency often grows in these unplanned, unscripted moments, far more than in any carefully structured lesson. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, someone has just boarded the wrong bus, feeling a small flicker of panic, not yet realizing that this simple mistake might carry them somewhere far more valuable than their original destination ever could have. Let yourself rest tonight, knowing that even unplanned detours sometimes lead exactly where you needed to go.
Painting words. How art class taught me English. Tonight's story begins in a small sunlit studio filled with the gentle smell of turpentine and drying paint, where a young woman named Bianca stands nervously before a blank canvas on her very first day of an English medium art class. She hadn't chosen this class primarily to improve her English. She'd simply wanted for years to properly learn how to paint. But sitting there that first morning, surrounded by unfamiliar instructions and a teacher speaking quickly in a language she still finds challenging, she realizes this class is about to become something more than she originally planned. The instructor, a warm, patient man named Mr. Delgado, begins the lesson by naming the tools scattered across each student's table: brush, palette, canvas, easel, pointing to each one as he speaks, allowing the visual connection to help bridge whatever gaps remain in Bianca's understanding. She finds herself grateful for this simple teaching method, absorbing the vocabulary almost effortlessly, simply because each word arrives attached directly to something she can see and touch. As the first lesson progresses, Mr. Delgado begins describing color theory using words Bianca has never encountered before, words like hue, shade, tint, each one demonstrated immediately afterward with an actual brushstroke on his own canvas. Watching the color shift and blend before her eyes as he speaks,
Bianca notices the words settling into her memory far more naturally than they ever did during her more traditional textbook-based English lessons. By the end of her first week, Bianca finds herself unconsciously narrating her own painting process using this new vocabulary, murmuring quietly to herself as she mixes colors, lighter, darker, warmer, testing these unfamiliar words against the physical, visible reality of her canvas. There's something deeply satisfying, she realizes, about learning language this way, each new word immediately proven true or false by what she actually sees happening beneath her own brush. One particular afternoon, struggling to explain to a classmate why she's unhappy with a particular section of her painting, Bianca finds herself reaching for increasingly specific words to describe exactly what feels wrong, not simply bad, but searching for something closer to muddy or flat, terms she'd heard Mr. Delgado use during his own critiques of other students. This need to communicate something precise about her actual creative frustration pushes her vocabulary further than any structured lesson ever had. As weeks continue, Bianca notices her English improving specifically around this rich sensory vocabulary tied to color, texture, and light, words she'd never needed before, now arriving naturally each time she picked up a brush. She begins to understand that learning language through a genuine creative practice offers something different from ordinary study, the words themselves becoming tools she actually needs rather than abstract items to be memorized. One class, focused entirely on painting texture, introduces an entirely new set of descriptive words: rough, smooth, grainy, glossy, each demonstrated through actual physical samples passed carefully around the room. Bianca found herself running her fingers across each sample as Mr. Delgado named it, the physical sensation anchoring the unfamiliar word firmly into her memory in a way that reading alone never quite managed. Group critique sessions, held at the end of each class, became some of Bianca's richest practice, as students took turns offering thoughtful feedback on each other's work, using increasingly specific language to describe what they notice, the mood a particular color choice evokes, the way a certain brushstroke seems to capture movement or stillness. Listening carefully to her classmates' varied descriptions, Bianca absorbed entirely new ways of expressing subtle, complicated ideas she'd never had the vocabulary to articulate before. One afternoon, nervous but determined, Bianca offers her own feedback on a classmate's painting for the first time, carefully searching for words to describe the quiet, melancholic feeling the piece evokes in her. Her halting, imperfect description draws a thoughtful nod from Mr. Delgado, who gently helps her refine her phrasing, treating the moment not as a language correction, but as part of the same creative critique he'd offer any student, regardless of their English fluency.
As months pass, Bianca's paintings grow more confident alongside her English, the two skills developing together in a way that feels increasingly inseparable. She notices herself thinking in this new, specific vocabulary even outside the studio, unconsciously describing the world around her using words she'd first learnt while mixing paint: the warm light of a sunset, the textured surface of an old brick wall she passes on her walk home. One particular lesson, focused on painting from emotion rather than direct observation, pushes Bianca to describe abstract feelings in English for the first time, Not just objects and colors, but the quiet ache of nostalgia, the quiet lightness of contentment. Struggling through this exercise, she finds her vocabulary expanding in an entirely new direction, no longer limited to physical description, but stretching now into the more complicated territory of emotional expression. Near the end of the term, the class holds a small exhibition, inviting friends and family to view the students' finished work. Standing beside her own painting, Bianca finds herself explaining her creative choices to visitors in clear, confident English, describing her color choices, her intended mood, her process, without once feeling the anxious hesitation that once accompanied nearly every English conversation she attempted. A visitor, genuinely curious, asks Bianca how long she's been studying English, clearly assuming a much longer timeline given how naturally she discusses her work. Bianca laughs, explaining that she'd actually come to this class primarily to learn painting, only to discover, somewhat by accident, that her English had grown alongside her brushwork, each skill quietly supporting the other in ways she hadn't anticipated when she first walked nervously into that sunlit studio months earlier. Reflecting on the whole experience afterward, Bianca realizes that learning language through art had offered her something uniquely valuable: vocabulary attached directly to genuine sensory experience and real creative expression, rather than abstract memorization disconnected from anything she actually cared about. The words had mattered because the paintings had mattered, and this genuine investment had carried her language forward more naturally than any structured curriculum ever managed. She decides to continue with a more advanced art class the following term, curious now what new vocabulary might emerge from new techniques and new creative challenges. Walking into that same sunlit studio for her first advanced lesson, she feels a small, quiet confidence entirely different from her nervous uncertainty on that very first day, ready now to keep learning, brushstroke by brushstroke, word by word. And so, tonight, let this quiet, colorful story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere a canvas waits, blank and full of possibility, ready to teach not just color and form, but language itself, one careful brushstroke at a time. Whatever creative passion you carry tonight, trust that it might quietly become one of your richest teachers if only you give it the chance. The Baker's Morning English. Kneading dough, learning words. Tonight's story begins in the deep, quiet dark of early morning, hours before sunrise, in a small bakery where a man named Oscar has just switched on the ovens for another day's work. He has been baking bread in this same small shop for many years, his hands moving through the familiar motions of kneading and shaping, almost without conscious thought. But lately, alongside the steady rhythm of his work, Oscar has added something new to his mornings, a quiet, private habit of speaking English to himself as he works, the empty bakery his only witness. It began simply enough several months earlier, when Oscar decided he wanted to finally learn the language properly, having picked up only scattered fragments over the years from customers and delivery drivers. Rather than finding time separately for formal study, exhausted as he already was from his long working hours, he decided instead to weave the practice directly into the one part of his day that was already entirely his own, these quiet, solitary hours before the shop opened, when only the dough and the ovens kept him company. That first morning, standing at his familiar wooden work table, Oscar had felt strange narrating his actions aloud in a language he barely knew. "I mix the flour," he'd said slowly, testing the unfamiliar words against the rhythm of his own hands working the dough. It felt awkward, almost silly, speaking to an empty room this way, but with no one around to hear him stumble, the awkwardness passed more quickly than he expected. Over the following days, Oscar began building a simple, steady vocabulary tied directly to his actual work, words for kneading, folding, shaping, proofing. Each one practiced dozens of weeks, simply because his hands were already performing the corresponding action as he spoke. He noticed that unlike random vocabulary lists he'd tried memorizing in the past, these particular words seemed to stick immediately, anchored firmly by the real physical motion accompanying them. As weeks passed, Oscar's morning narration grew more detailed, moving beyond simple action words into small descriptive phrases. "The dough feels soft today. This loaf needs a little more time." He found himself paying closer attention to the subtle differences in his dough from one morning to the next, partly because his craft demanded this attention, and partly because describing these differences in English gave him a genuine practical reason to reach for increasingly specific vocabulary. One particular morning, struggling to describe a slightly stubborn batch of dough that wasn't rising quite as expected, Oscar found himself searching for the right words for several long minutes, testing different phrases aloud as he worked, discarding ones that didn't feel quite right, until he landed on a description that satisfied him. This small, private struggle over precise language, repeated regularly across many mornings, slowly built a flexibility in his English that felt entirely different from memorized textbook phrases. Oscar began extending his morning ritual beyond simply narrating his actions, sometimes rehearsing small imagined conversations with customers as he worked, practicing how he might explain a new bread recipe, how he might respond to a question about ingredients. These invented dialogues, spoken quietly to the rows of rising loaves around him, became a kind of private theater, preparing him gently for real conversations waiting later in his working day. As his confidence grew, Oscar noticed himself handling actual customer interactions with more ease than before. Small phrases he'd rehearsed alone in the dark, empty bakery, now arriving naturally when a real customer asked about a particular bread or requested a substitution. He began to understand that his quiet, solitary practice had been preparing him for exactly these small, practical moments all along. One morning, a regular customer, curious about his gradually improving English, asked directly where he'd been studying. Oscar laughed quietly, gesturing around his flour-dusted bakery, explaining that his only classroom had been these ovens and this work table. His only teacher, the quiet discipline of speaking aloud to himself morning after morning while the bread rose slowly around him. Encouraged, Oscar began adding a small written element to his ritual as well, jotting brief notes on a chalkboard near his workspace, a new word he wanted to practice that week, a phrase he'd heard from a customer that he wanted to remember and use himself. This small chalkboard, originally intended for tracking orders, slowly became something like a personal language journal, visible only to himself in the quiet hours before opening. Some mornings brought particular satisfaction, especially when Oscar managed to describe something genuinely complicated about his craft, the precise texture he was hoping to achieve, the subtle timing required for a particularly delicate pastry. These moments of successfully expressing something technical and specific felt like real, measurable progress, far more meaningful to him than simply memorizing common phrases from a beginner's textbook. As months passed, Oscar's morning ritual deepened into something he genuinely looked forward to, rather than a chore layered onto his already demanding schedule. The quiet, rhythmic work of kneading dough seemed to pair naturally with the quiet, rhythmic practice of forming English sentences, each activity somehow supporting the meditative calm of the other. 1 year into this habit, a food journalist visiting the bakery for a feature article found herself surprised by how articulately Oscar described his craft, his careful, specific vocabulary conveying a genuine depth of knowledge about bread making that went well beyond simple conversational English. She mentioned this in her published piece, noting his thoughtful, precise way of discussing his work, unaware that this precision had been built quietly and patiently across hundreds of solitary mornings. Reflecting on his journey one evening, well after the bakery had closed for the day, Oscar considered how naturally this habit had grown from his existing daily discipline, rather than requiring him to carve out entirely new time in his already full schedule. He understood now that the most sustainable learning often works this way, woven directly into a life already being lived, rather than added as a separate, exhausting obligation. He began, eventually, encouraging a younger apprentice working alongside him to try a similar approach, suggesting she narrate her own tasks aloud during quiet stretches of the morning, using the same simple, practical method that had worked so well for him. Watching her hesitant early attempts reminded him fondly of his own awkward first mornings, speaking uncertainly to an empty room, unsure whether any of it would truly help. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere in the deep, dark hours before sunrise, a baker's hands move steadily through familiar dough, his quiet voice practicing new words alongside old, comfortable motions. Whatever daily ritual already shapes your own life, know that it might quietly become your classroom too, if you simply let new words settle gently alongside it.
The library card, a quiet place to grow.
Tonight's story begins with a small laminated library card, slightly bent at one corner, tucked carefully into the pocket of a shy young woman named Wren. She had gotten the card weeks earlier, mostly out of a vague sense that she should be doing something productive with her quiet afternoons, but she hadn't yet found the courage to actually use it, walking past the library's tall glass doors several times before finally, one ordinary Tuesday, stepping inside. The library greets her with a particular kind of stillness, unlike anywhere else in her daily life. Soft light filtering through tall windows, the faint smell of old paper, the quiet occasional rustle of turning pages from scattered readers scattered throughout the room. Wren finds herself immediately, unexpectedly, at ease, the silence here feeling less isolating and more like a gentle permission to simply exist without needing to perform or explain herself to anyone. She wanders slowly through the English language section, uncertain where to begin, eventually choosing a slim, simple novel with a gentle, unassuming cover based on nothing more than instinct. Settling into a worn armchair near the window, she opens the book cautiously, expecting the usual anxious struggle she associates with reading in English. Instead, surrounded by this particular quiet, she finds herself relaxing into the words more easily than she expected. That first afternoon, she manages only a chapter before the library's closing announcement gently interrupts her, but she leaves feeling something she rarely feels after attempting English, a quiet, genuine satisfaction rather than exhausted frustration. She checks the book out properly this time, using her library card for the very first time, and promises herself, quietly, that she'll return again soon. Over the following weeks, visiting the library becomes a steady, comforting habit, Wren arriving most afternoons after work, settling into the same familiar armchair, continuing whatever book currently occupies her attention. She notices that something about this particular environment, quiet, unhurried, free of any social pressure to perform or explain her progress, makes engaging with English feel less like an anxious task and more like a genuine private pleasure. One afternoon, struggling with an unfamiliar word she can't quite work out from context, Wren nervously approaches the reference desk, rehearsing her question internally several times before finally speaking to the librarian, a patient older woman named Mrs. O'Coffer. To her relief, Mrs. O'Coffer listens warmly, helping her locate a dictionary without any hint of judgment, treating the interaction as entirely ordinary, nothing to be embarrassed about at all. This small, successful exchange gives Wren a bit more courage, and over the following weeks, she finds herself approaching Mrs. O'Coffer more often, asking small questions about books, occasionally admitting when she's struggling with a particular passage. Mrs. O'Coffer, noticing her genuine dedication, begins quietly recommending new books tailored specifically to Wren's growing but still developing comfort with English. As months pass, Wren's reading grows steadily more ambitious, moving from the simplest novels towards slightly longer, more complex stories, her confidence building gradually within the safe, unhurried rhythm of her library visits. She notices herself needing the dictionary less frequently, understanding more from context alone, a quiet, private proof of progress she carries with her, unspoken, into each new visit.
The grandmother who learned with her grandson. Tonight's story begins in a small, sunlit kitchen where an elderly woman named Amira sits across the table from her 9-year-old grandson Yusuf, both of them staring uncertainly at a simple English workbook spread open between them. Amira had never learned English herself, having spent her whole life speaking only her native language, but with Yusuf now attending a new school where English lessons have suddenly become a source of real anxiety for him, she'd made a quiet decision. If he had to learn, she would learn right alongside him. That first afternoon, neither of them knows quite where to begin. Yusuf, embarrassed by his own struggles at school, initially resisted his grandmother's suggestion, insisting she couldn't possibly understand anyway. Amira, unbothered by his protest, simply opens the workbook to its very first page, pointing at a simple picture of an apple, and asks him gently what the English word might be. Reluctantly, he answers, and together they begin. Over the following days, this becomes a small, quiet ritual between them. An hour each afternoon after Yusuf's homework and before dinner, spent working slowly through his school workbook together. Amira, unfamiliar with even the most basic English words, often finds herself asking Yusuf to explain things she doesn't understand, and something shifts subtly in their relationship as he begins, for the first time, teaching her rather than simply being taught. One particular afternoon, struggling together over a simple sentence structure, Amira makes an obvious, almost comical mistake, mixing up two words entirely. Rather than feeling embarrassed by her grandmother's error, Yusuf finds himself laughing warmly, correcting her patiently, clearly delighted by this unexpected role reversal. Amira laughs along with him, unbothered by her mistake, modeling exactly the kind of relaxed, forgiving attitude toward errors she hopes he'll adopt for himself. As weeks pass, their daily lessons deepen into something richer than simple vocabulary practice. Amira begins sharing small stories from her own childhood as they work, connecting new English words to old, familiar memories, describing, for instance, her own grandmother's garden while learning the English word for flower, weaving personal history naturally into their shared lessons. Yusuf, in turn, begins looking forward to these afternoon sessions in a way he never expected, no longer dreading English the way he once did at school, since here, at home with his grandmother, mistakes feel entirely safe, entirely ordinary, met always with warmth rather than criticism. He notices himself volunteering answers more confidently now, even during his actual school lessons, carrying forward some of the same ease he feels at their kitchen table. One evening, Amira surprises Yusuf by attempting to read a full sentence aloud entirely on her own, slowly and carefully sounding out each word. He listens patiently, offering gentle corrections only when truly needed, mirroring, without quite realizing it, the same patient encouragement she'd shown him from their very first lesson together. Watching her succeed, stumbling only slightly, fills him with an unexpected quiet pride. Their small lessons begin extending naturally beyond the workbook itself as Amira starts labeling household items around the kitchen with simple English words written in her own careful, unpracticed handwriting, echoing, without either of them realizing it, a method used by countless language learners before her. Yusuf helps her spell each word correctly, delighted by his small expertise in this unfamiliar territory.
One weekend, visiting a local market together, Yusuf notices his grandmother quietly practicing small English phrases under her breath as they shop, testing out simple greetings and polite requests she's been learning at home. When a foreign tourist asks her in halting English for directions, Amira, though nervous, manages a simple, clear response, and Yusuf watches with genuine amazement, having never imagined his grandmother capable of holding an actual conversation in this new language.
That evening, walking home together, Amira admits to Yusuf with quiet honesty how nervous she'd felt attempting to help the tourist, but also how proud she felt afterward, managing to communicate despite her limited vocabulary. Yusuf, recognizing this exact mixture of nervousness and pride from his own experiences at school, feels a new, deeper kind of understanding toward his grandmother's own quiet courage. As months pass, their shared learning becomes something both look forward to deeply, less an obligation now and more a genuine, comfortable ritual woven naturally into their relationship. Amira begins asking Yusuf about his day in simple English phrases, and he responds in kind, their small kitchen table becoming a quiet, private space where both generations meet on equal, unashamed footing. One afternoon, Yusuf's teacher calls home, mentioning with surprise how much his confidence and participation have improved recently, curious what might have changed. Yusuf's mother, overhearing this conversation, glances warmly toward the kitchen, where Amira and Yusuf are once again bent together over their well-worn workbook, quietly understanding exactly what had made the difference. Nearly a year after their very first hesitant afternoon together, Amira manages to read an entire simple story aloud to Yusuf, something neither of them would have imagined possible when they'd first opened that workbook to its very first page. Yusuf listens proudly, occasionally offering a gentle correction, their roles now comfortably, naturally fluid between teacher and student, shifting easily depending on who needs help with what. Reflecting quietly one evening, watching her grandson finish his homework at the same table where their journey together had begun, Amira realizes that this small shared project had given her something she hadn't expected when she'd first suggested it. Not just a new language, but a new, deeper closeness with her grandson, built patiently, page by page, mistake by mistake, across countless quiet afternoons together. Yusuf, too, understands, even at his young age, that something valuable had grown between them beyond simple vocabulary, a mutual respect, a shared vulnerability, a genuine partnership built from two people willing to struggle honestly together, rather than one simply instructing the other from a position of assumed authority. And so, tonight, let this warm, tender story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, at a small kitchen table, two generations sit together over a simple workbook, discovering that learning something new, side by side, often builds far more than knowledge alone. It builds connection, patience, and a closeness that might never have grown quite the same way otherwise. The rejected application, turning failure into fuel. Tonight's story begins with a short, polite email arriving in the inbox of a young man named Tariq, one he'd been anxiously awaiting for nearly 2 weeks. He opens it quickly, hopeful, only to find a brief, kind rejection, thanking him for his time,
wishing him well, explaining vaguely that the company had decided to move forward with other candidates. He sits with the message for a long moment, the quiet disappointment settling heavily in his chest. Later that evening, unable to stop replaying the interview in his mind, Tariq focuses in particular on one uncomfortable moment, a question he'd understood only partially, causing him to stumble through an answer that clearly hadn't landed the way he'd hoped. He suspects, though he'll never know for certain, that this single moment of confusion had played some real part in the rejection that followed. That night, lying awake, Tariq considers simply moving on, applying elsewhere, trying to forget the whole uncomfortable experience. But somewhere beneath his disappointment, a different, quieter feeling begins to take shape. Not quite anger, but a kind of stubborn determination, a refusal to let this particular weakness in his English continue to hold him back from opportunities he genuinely wants. The next morning, rather than immediately searching for new job listings, Tariq makes a different decision entirely. He opens a blank document and begins writing down, as honestly as he can remember, every single moment during that interview where his English had failed him, every question he'd misunderstood, every phrase he'd fumbled through awkwardly. It's an uncomfortable exercise, but he forces himself to be thorough. Looking over his list, Tariq notices a clear pattern emerging. His struggles hadn't been with basic vocabulary at all, but specifically with more abstract professional language, the kind of nuanced phrasing used to describe workplace challenges, strengths, and long-term goals. Understanding this specific weakness, rather than simply feeling generally discouraged, gives him something concrete to actually work on. He begins researching common professional interview questions, this time paying close attention not just to the questions themselves, but to the specific vocabulary and phrasing used by fluent speakers when answering them. He starts a new document, this one filled with useful phrases and expressions he encounters, organizing them by theme: teamwork, problem-solving, leadership. Exactly the areas where he'd struggled most during his failed interview. Over the following weeks, Tariq commits to a disciplined, focused practice routine, dedicating a portion of each evening specifically to professional English, reading business articles, listening to recorded interviews of successful professionals, practicing his own answers aloud to imagined questions, refining his phrasing each time until it feels natural rather than stiffly memorized. One particularly difficult evening, exhausted after a long workday, Tariq considers skipping his practice entirely, the disappointment of his rejection still occasionally resurfacing to sap his motivation. But he reminds himself of his original decision, forcing himself through a shortened session anyway, understanding that consistency, even in smaller doses, matters more than any single day's intensity.
A month into this focused practice, Tariq notices a real shift in how comfortably he can discuss workplace scenarios in English, no longer needing to translate complicated ideas laboriously in his head before speaking. He begins testing this growing confidence with mock interviews, first alone in front of his mirror, then eventually with a friend willing to ask him challenging, unpredictable questions. During one of these mock sessions, his friend deliberately asks him a difficult, open-ended question similar to the one that had tripped him up during his original failed interview. This time, though nervous, Tariq manages a clear, thoughtful answer, drawing on weeks of deliberate practice rather than freezing the way he once had.
The relief and quiet pride he feels afterward reinforces his commitment to keep going. Encouraged, Tariq begins applying to new positions again, this time approaching each application with a different kind of confidence, not because he's forgotten his earlier rejection, but because he's used it deliberately to identify and strengthen a real specific weakness. He no longer fears interview questions the way he once did, understanding now exactly which areas require his focused attention. His next interview, several weeks later, doesn't go perfectly, no interview ever quite does, but this time when a complicated, open-ended question arrives, Tariq finds himself answering steadily, clearly, drawing confidently on vocabulary and phrasing he spent weeks deliberately building. Walking out afterward, regardless of the eventual outcome, he feels a genuine sense of accomplishment simply in how differently the conversation had gone compared to his previous attempt. When the rejection email arrives again, several days later, Tariq feels real disappointment, but notably less devastation than before, understanding this time that the rejection likely reflects many factors beyond his control, rather than confirming any deep personal inadequacy in his English. He reviews the interview honestly once more, searching for any remaining specific weaknesses, adding a few new phrases to his growing practice document, and continues forward. His persistence eventually pays off several months later when a third interview leads to a genuine, enthusiastic job offer, the interviewer specifically complimenting his clear, confident communication throughout their conversation. Reading the offer letter, Tariq thinks back immediately to that first difficult rejection, understanding now with real clarity how directly it had led to this eventual success. Reflecting on the whole journey afterward, Tariq realizes that his original failure hadn't been a dead end at all, but rather a specific, valuable piece of information, a clear signal pointing exactly toward what needed his attention next. He begins sharing this perspective with friends facing similar setbacks, encouraging them to treat their own disappointments not as verdicts on their ability, but as precise, useful maps showing exactly where focused effort might make the most meaningful difference. And so, tonight, let this quiet, resilient story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere, a rejection email sits in an inbox, feeling heavy and discouraging tonight, but perhaps given enough patience and honest reflection, capable of becoming tomorrow's clearest, most valuable guide forward. Whatever disappointment you're carrying tonight, let yourself rest knowing that setbacks often contain, quietly, exactly the information needed to grow stronger. Tonight's story begins on an ordinary movie night when a young man named Kofi settles onto his couch with a bowl of popcorn, ready to watch a film he's been looking forward to all week. As always, he switches on subtitles in his own native language before pressing play, a habit so automatic he barely notices himself doing it anymore. He's watched films this way for years, understanding the story perfectly, yet somehow feeling afterward that his English hasn't really improved despite all these hours spent watching English language films. That particular evening, after the film ends, Kofi finds himself thinking more carefully about this habit than usual, wondering whether relying so completely on native language subtitles might actually be quietly preventing the very improvement he's been hoping for. Curious, he decides to try something small the following week, switching the subtitles just once to English instead of his native language, rather than removing them completely.
The first film he watches this way feels noticeably more challenging, his eyes darting between the English subtitles and the actors' faces, catching perhaps 70% of what's being said rather than the effortless full understanding he's used to. It's uncomfortable at first, missing small jokes and subtle details he would have caught easily before, but he pushes through the discomfort, reminding himself that this challenge is exactly the point. Over the following weeks, Kofi commits to this new habit consistently, switching every film to English subtitles rather than his native language, gradually growing more comfortable with the slightly increased effort required. He notices after several films that reading English subtitles feels less like translation now and more like simple reading, the two processes beginning to blur together into something closer to direct understanding. One evening, watching a particularly dialogue-heavy film, Kofi catches himself glancing at the subtitles less frequently than before, his ears beginning to catch more of the spoken English directly, the subtitles serving now more as backup confirmation than his primary source of understanding. This small shift surprises him, arriving so gradually he almost misses it entirely. Encouraged, Kofi decides to push a little further, choosing a simple dialogue-light film one evening and attempting to watch it with subtitles completely off. It's a humbling experience at first, missing entire lines of dialogue, understanding perhaps only half of what's happening through context and visual cues alone. He finishes the film feeling slightly frustrated, but also strangely energized by the challenge. Rather than abandoning this experiment after one difficult attempt, Kofi decides to be more strategic, choosing simpler films specifically for his subtitle-free attempts, animated films aimed at younger audiences, romantic comedies with clear, straightforward dialogue, saving more complex, dialogue-dense dramas for evenings when he still wants subtitles available as support. This more thoughtful approach begins paying off noticeably as Kofi finds himself following simpler subtitle-free films with growing confidence, understanding the vast majority of dialogue directly through listening alone. He notices his ear becoming more attuned to the natural rhythm and pace of spoken English, no longer needing every single word confirmed visually to grasp the overall meaning of a scene.
One particular evening, watching a subtitle-free comedy, Kofi laughs at a joke in perfect timing with the film's own studio audience, realizing only afterward that he'd understood the humor directly, in real time, without any delay for translation or subtitle reading. This small, spontaneous moment of genuine, unassisted comprehension feels like real, undeniable proof of how far his listening skills have actually progressed. As months pass, Kofi begins keeping a loose mental log of his progress, occasionally returning to films he'd previously needed subtitles for, testing himself against his earlier viewing experience. He notices again and again that films once requiring careful subtitle reading now flow easily without them, his growing comfort with spoken English steadily expanding to include increasingly complex dialogue and faster-paced conversation. He begins applying this same principle beyond films, listening more attentively now during everyday conversations, podcasts, and news broadcasts, noticing that his overall listening comprehension has improved in ways that extend well beyond simply watching movies.
The discipline he'd built specifically around subtitle-free viewing seems to have strengthened his listening skills more broadly across every part of his daily life. One evening, watching a genuinely complex, dialogue-heavy drama entirely without subtitles for the first time, Kofi finds himself following the intricate plot with real confidence, catching subtle tonal shifts and implied meaning he would have completely missed during his earlier subtitle-dependent viewing habits. He realizes, watching the credits roll, that this particular kind of deep, unassisted comprehension had once felt entirely out of reach. A friend, curious about his noticeably improved English, asks Kofi what specific method had made the biggest difference, expecting perhaps to hear about a formal course or intensive study program. Kofi explains, somewhat sheepishly, that his real breakthrough had come simply from changing how he watched films he already loved, gradually removing the safety net of subtitles rather than adding any new, separate study habit into his life. Reflecting on his journey, Kofi understands now why this particular method had worked so effectively for him. It hadn't felt like studying at all, remaining genuinely enjoyable throughout, built entirely around content he already wanted to watch, rather than material chosen specifically for its educational value. The challenge had stayed manageable precisely because he'd allowed himself flexibility, choosing simpler subtitle-free films when needed, more supported viewing when appropriate. He begins recommending this gradual approach to others struggling with listening comprehension, encouraging them to resist the urge to remove subtitles all at once, suggesting instead the same patient, step-by-step method that had worked so well for him: native language subtitles, then English subtitles, then simple films without any subtitles at all, before finally tackling more complex content entirely unassisted. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, a familiar film plays softly, its dialogue slowly becoming clearer through patient, gradual practice rather than sudden, forced effort. Whatever small habit you might gently adjust in your own daily routine, trust that meaningful change often grows quietly from these small, deliberate shifts. The Farmer's Almanac. Learning English from the land. Tonight's story begins on a quiet farm at the edge of a small village, where a man named Emeka has worked the same land his father once worked, and his grandfather before him. One autumn evening, clearing out an old storage shed, he discovers a stack of weathered farming almanacs left behind years earlier by a foreign agricultural worker who had once visited the region, written entirely in English, filled with careful notes on soil, seasons, and crops. Emeka almost sets them aside as useless clutter before curiosity gets the better of him. That evening, sitting by lamplight after a long day's work, Emeka opens the oldest almanac and begins slowly working his way through its pages, recognizing certain words instantly, familiar names of crops, simple descriptions of weather, while others remain frustratingly unclear. He doesn't have a dictionary handy, so he simply continues reading, letting context and his own practical farming knowledge fill in whatever gaps his limited English leaves behind. Over the following weeks, reading a little each evening becomes a quiet, comfortable habit, Emeka's understanding growing steadily as familiar agricultural concepts help anchor unfamiliar English vocabulary.
He notices, with quiet satisfaction, that his existing expertise about farming itself seems to make learning this new language considerably easier than he expected, each new word arriving already half understood through the practical knowledge he already carries. One particular passage describing a method of crop rotation slightly different from techniques he'd learned from his own father catches his attention deeply. He rereads it several times, working carefully through the unfamiliar vocabulary, genuinely curious now, not just about the English words themselves, but about the actual farming technique being described. Understanding the words and understanding the method become for him one single intertwined effort. Encouraged, Emeka begins testing this newly discovered technique on a small section of his own land the following spring, curious to see whether the almanac's English instructions might actually improve his usual yield. Tending this experimental plot regularly, he finds himself unconsciously narrating his work in the same careful, descriptive English he's been absorbing from his reading, describing soil texture, plant growth, and weather patterns using vocabulary borrowed directly from his nightly study. As the growing season progresses, Emeka notices his English vocabulary expanding specifically around agricultural themes, words for different soil types, various stages of plant growth, subtle weather patterns he'd always noticed intuitively, but never before had the words to properly describe, not even in his own native language. Learning English, quite unexpectedly, begins deepening his own understanding of his lifelong craft. One evening, showing his experimental plot to a neighboring farmer, Emeka finds himself explaining the technique using a curious mixture of his native language and occasional English terms borrowed directly from the almanac, terms that somehow feel more precise, more specifically suited to describing this particular farming method than any equivalent phrase in his own language. His neighbor, intrigued, asks him to explain further, genuinely curious about this new approach. As months pass, Emeka works his way through several more almanacs from the same forgotten collection, each one adding new layers to both his English vocabulary and his practical farming knowledge simultaneously. He begins keeping his own small notebook, recording new techniques alongside their English descriptions, slowly building a personal reference guide that blends language learning directly with his professional expertise.
One particularly dry season, struggling with an unfamiliar pest problem affecting his crops, Emeka searches through his growing collection of English almanacs, eventually finding a relevant passage describing a similar issue and its recommended treatment. Successfully applying this solution, saving a significant portion of his harvest, gives him a renewed appreciation for just how practically valuable his quiet, patient language study had become. Word begins spreading through his small farming community about Emeka's unusual habit of studying Old English agricultural texts, and several curious neighbors start visiting occasionally, asking him to translate and explain particular techniques they've heard about. He finds himself, somewhat to his own surprise, becoming an informal bridge between traditional local farming knowledge and these newer foreign techniques described in his growing collection of English books. Encouraged by this newfound role within his community, Emeka begins seeking out additional English language farming resources,
ordering a few modern agricultural magazines through a cousin living in a nearby city with better postal access. Reading current publications alongside his older almanacs, he notices his vocabulary expanding further still, now encompassing modern farming techniques and technologies he'd never previously had reason to discuss. One afternoon, a representative from an agricultural development organization visits the region, offering guidance on newer, more sustainable farming methods. To the representative's genuine surprise, Emeka understands and engages with the technical English vocabulary far more comfortably than most other farmers present, his years of quiet, self-directed reading having prepared him unexpectedly well for exactly this kind of conversation. This chance encounter leads to a small, ongoing partnership between Emeka and the organization, who begin consulting him regularly as a knowledgeable local voice capable of bridging their more technical English materials with practical guidance for farmers throughout the region who don't share his particular language skills. He finds deep satisfaction in this new role, combining his lifelong farming expertise with skills he'd built almost entirely through quiet, solitary evening reading. Reflecting on his journey one evening, sitting once again by lamplight with a well-worn almanac open before him, Emeka considers how unexpected this whole path had been, beginning with a simple, almost accidental discovery in a dusty storage shed, growing gradually into genuine fluency built directly from his own land, his own lifelong work, rather than any formal classroom he'd never had access to in the first place. He begins, eventually, teaching a small, informal English class of his own, meeting occasionally with younger farmers curious about learning the language, drawing his lessons directly from his own well-worn collection of almanacs and magazines, teaching not abstract vocabulary lists, but practical, meaningful language directly tied to the land and work they all shared in common. And so, tonight, let this quiet, grounded story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere an old book waits patiently in a forgotten corner, ready to teach not just words, but a whole new way of understanding something already deeply familiar. Whatever knowledge and experience you already carry, trust that it might quietly become the very foundation for learning something entirely new.
The Hospital Waiting Room, Finding Calm in New Words. Tonight's story begins in a quiet hospital waiting room, its chairs slightly worn, its lighting soft and steady, where a young woman named Priya sits with a small paperback book resting unopened in her lap. Her mother is in surgery down the hall, a procedure the doctors have assured her is routine, though the waiting itself still feels heavy, the minutes stretching longer than any clock seems to admit. Priya isn't quite sure what to do with her hands, her thoughts, the restless energy sitting uneasily in her chest. She'd brought the book almost without thinking, an old habit from months of quiet evening reading, a simple English novel she'd been slowly working through at home. Opening it now feels strange in this unfamiliar, anxious setting, but she decides to try anyway, if only to give her mind somewhere gentle to rest, besides the worries circling endlessly through her thoughts. The first few pages pass slowly, her concentration thin and scattered, her eyes drifting back toward the closed doors down the hallway every few minutes. But gradually, almost without noticing,
The familiar rhythm of the story begins to settle her, the quiet, steady sentences offering something her racing thoughts desperately need, a small, manageable place to focus, one sentence at a time. She finds herself rereading certain passages, not because she doesn't understand them, but because the simple act of careful, deliberate reading gives her restless mind something useful to hold on to. Each sentence she works through carefully becomes a small, quiet anchor, pulling her gently back from the edge of her own worry, if only for a few minutes at a time. An hour passes this way, then another, the waiting room slowly filling and emptying around her as other families arrive and depart with their own private worries. Priya continues reading steadily, pausing occasionally to jot a new word into the small notebook she always carries, an old habit that feels today less like language practice and more like a lifeline, something familiar and steady in the midst of so much uncertainty. At one point, she encounters an unfamiliar word describing a quiet, patient kind of hope, and something about its careful, gentle meaning stays with her, offering a small, unexpected comfort exactly when she needs it most. She writes the word down carefully, along with a brief note about where and when she first encountered it, sensing already that this particular word might carry extra weight for her from now on. A nurse passes through periodically, offering brief, reassuring updates, and each time she notices herself understanding the medical explanations more easily than she might have expected, her months of steady English practice quietly paying off in this unexpected, difficult moment. She's grateful in this instance for every small piece of vocabulary she'd ever bothered to learn. Between updates, she returns to her book, finding that the story's gentle, unhurried pace mirrors, in its own way, the patience the situation itself demands from her. She can't rush her mother's surgery any more than she can rush her way through unfamiliar English vocabulary. Both require the same quiet, difficult patience, the same willingness to simply keep going, one small step at a time.
Hours into her wait, exhausted but unable to sleep, Priya switches from reading to quietly listening to a calm, slow podcast through her headphones, letting the gentle, steady voice fill the anxious silence around her. She doesn't focus intently on understanding every word. She simply lets the sound wash over her, offering a small, steady rhythm to hold onto during the hardest stretch of waiting so far. When the surgeon finally emerges, her expression calm and reassuring, Priya feels a wave of relief wash through her entire body, the tension of the past several hours slowly beginning to loosen. Listening carefully to the surgeon's explanation of how the procedure went, she understands nearly everything clearly, grateful once again for the quiet vocabulary she'd built over many months of patient practice. Sitting beside her mother's hospital bed later that evening, once she's finally allowed to visit, Priya finds herself gently practicing small, comforting phrases in English, speaking softly to her still groggy mother, offering quiet reassurance as she slowly wakes from the anesthesia. Her mother, only partially understanding English herself, seems soothed regardless by the calm, steady tone of her daughter's voice. In the days that follow, returning to the hospital for her mother's recovery, Priya continues bringing her small book and notebook along, the waiting room becoming, in its own strange way, a familiar, almost comforting space for her ongoing English practice. She notices that the specific vocabulary she's absorbed during this difficult stretch, words for comfort, patience, gradual healing, carries a weight and meaning far beyond what any ordinary lesson could have taught her. One afternoon, sitting beside her recovering mother, Priya reads aloud a gentle passage from her novel,
translating loosely as she goes, watching her mother's tired face soften slightly at the sound of the story. Though her mother doesn't fully understand every word, something in the quiet rhythm of Priya's voice seems to offer its own small comfort, language becoming, in this moment, less about precise meaning and more about simple, steady presence. Reflecting later, once her mother has fully recovered and returned home, Priya considers how strange it feels that some of her most meaningful English practice had happened not during any planned lesson, but during those long, anxious hours in the hospital waiting room, when she'd needed language less as a skill to master and more as a quiet companion to help her through genuine fear and uncertainty. She keeps the notebook from those difficult days carefully, occasionally rereading the words she'd gathered during that particular stretch of worry and relief, each one carrying small private memories of patience, comfort, and eventual good news. She understands now that language at its best isn't only for classrooms or textbooks. Sometimes it becomes exactly what we need it to be in our most difficult, uncertain moments. And so tonight, let this gentle story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Wherever you find yourself waiting tonight, in whatever quiet or difficult moment life has brought you to, know that small, steady comforts, a familiar book, a calm voice, a few careful words can offer real strength, even in uncertainty. If you're carrying worry for someone you love tonight, we hope you find a little of that same steady comfort.
The Postcard Collection. Traveling the World Through Words. Tonight's story begins with a single postcard sent by a distant cousin traveling abroad, arriving unexpectedly in the mailbox of a young woman named Selin. The image shows a quiet stone bridge somewhere in a country she's never visited, and on the back, a short handwritten note in simple English describes the weather, the food, a small funny moment from the trip. Selin reads it several times, charmed not just by the image, but by the warm, easy English used to describe it. She pins the postcard to a corkboard above her desk, and over the following weeks finds herself glancing at it often, rereading the short message, absorbing its simple, comfortable phrases almost without meaning to. When a friend later travels somewhere new and offers to send a postcard too, Selin accepts eagerly, already looking forward to whatever small handwritten English message might arrive next. This becomes, gradually, an intentional hobby. Selin begins asking traveling friends and family members specifically to send postcards, and eventually starts purchasing a few herself from second-hand shops, drawn to the charm of old handwritten messages left behind by strangers decades earlier. Each postcard becomes a small, self-contained lesson, offering real, natural English written by someone genuinely describing a real moment from their life. She begins organizing her growing collection by country, pinning each new postcard beside others from the same region, building slowly what feels like a small, personal map of the world stretched across her bedroom wall. Reading through them regularly, she notices subtle differences in phrasing and style depending on where each postcard originated, developing a quiet curiosity about how English shifts and adapts across different cultures and travelers. One particular postcard, sent from a small coastal town, describes a local festival in vivid, enthusiastic detail, using several unfamiliar words Selin has to look up afterward. She finds herself far more motivated to learn these new words than she ever felt working through a formal vocabulary list, precisely because they're attached to something real,
something a real person genuinely wanted to share with her. As her collection grows, Selin begins writing her own postcards in return, even when she isn't traveling anywhere herself, describing small, ordinary moments from her daily life in simple English and mailing them to friends abroad who've expressed interest in practicing their own reading skills. This small exchange becomes mutually beneficial, both of them building vocabulary and confidence through these brief, genuine written exchanges. One postcard, sent by a pen pal she'd connected with through a language exchange group, describes a small personal tradition specific to her country, a phrase used only during a particular holiday, explained carefully and warmly in the postcard's limited space. Selin treasures this particular postcard especially, understanding that she's received not just a new phrase, but a small piece of genuine cultural insight freely offered. She begins researching each new location represented in her growing collection, learning a little about local customs, foods, and traditions, alongside the specific English phrases used to describe them. This combination of language and culture, learned together rather than separately, makes each new postcard feel richer, more meaningful than simple vocabulary practice ever could on its own.
One evening, hosting a small gathering of friends, Celine shares her postcard collection, reading a few favorites aloud, explaining the small stories and cultural details behind each one. Her friends, genuinely fascinated, begin asking questions about specific phrases and traditions, and Celine finds herself explaining confidently, surprised by how much she's absorbed simply through this quiet, ongoing hobby. Encouraged by this positive response, Celine begins a small blog documenting her postcard collection, writing short entries in English about each new postcard she receives, practicing her own writing skills, while sharing the small cultural insights she's gathered along the way. This new writing habit pushes her English further still, requiring her now to construct her own thoughtful sentences, rather than simply reading someone else's. One particularly special postcard arrives from a fellow collector she'd connected with online, someone equally passionate about this same quiet hobby, living on the opposite side of the world. Their subsequent correspondence, conducted entirely through handwritten postcards mailed back and forth over several months, becomes one of Celine's richest sources of natural, genuine English practice, each exchange filled with real personality and genuine friendship. As her collection grows past 100 postcards, Celine notices her overall comfort with written English has grown significantly, her own writing style becoming more natural and expressive, influenced by the many different voices and styles she's absorbed through years of careful reading. She finds herself writing longer, more detailed messages now, no longer constrained by the same careful, simple sentences she once needed. One afternoon, finally traveling abroad herself for the first time, Celine sends her very first postcard from an actual foreign country, describing her own travels in English with a confidence and ease that surprises even herself. Writing this postcard, she thinks fondly of her entire collection back home, understanding clearly how directly it had prepared her for this very moment. Returning home, she adds her own travel postcard to the collection, alongside all the others gathered over the years, feeling a quiet sense of completion, having finally become not just a collector of others' travels, but a genuine traveller and English speaker herself, her fluency built slowly, postcard by postcard, story by story. Reflecting on her whole journey one evening, sitting beneath her wall of collected postcards, Celine understands that this simple, quiet hobby had taught her English in a way no classroom ever could, not through structured lessons, but through hundreds of small, genuine glimpses into real people's lives, real cultures, and real natural language, freely shared across postcards mailed from every corner of the world. And so, tonight, let this quiet, worldly story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, a small postcard waits patiently in a mailbox, carrying with it not just a few simple sentences, but an entire small window into someone else's life and language. Whatever small, genuine connections you build in your own learning journey, trust that they often teach far more than any formal lesson ever could.
The Night Shift. Learning English in the Quiet Hours. Tonight's story begins in the hushed, fluorescent quiet of a security office, where a man named Idris sits alone through the long, empty hours of his overnight shift, watching a bank of security monitors that rarely show anything more than an empty parking lot and the occasional passing shadow. He's worked this particular shift for several years now, and somewhere along the way, the vast, quiet stretches of solitude had begun to feel less like dead time and more like an unexpected opportunity. It began simply one slow winter night when Idris, tired of staring blankly at the silent monitors, pulled out an old English textbook he'd bought years earlier but never properly used. With nothing else demanding his attention, he began working through it slowly, page by page, the quiet hum of the building's heating system the only sound accompanying his careful, unhurried study. That first night, he manages only a single short chapter, testing new vocabulary quietly under his breath between routine checks of his monitors. It feels strange at first, studying alone in this empty building, but the total absence of distraction, of interruption, offers him something he'd never quite managed during his busier daytime hours: genuine, focused attention, undivided by anything else. Over the following weeks, this becomes a steady, private ritual. Idris arriving each night with his textbook, later supplementing it with simple English podcasts played quietly through a single earbud, careful to keep the other ear free to remain alert to his actual job responsibilities. The quiet hours between his scheduled patrol rounds become small, protected pockets of dedicated study, uninterrupted by the usual chaos of daytime life. He notices within the first month how differently he learns in this particular quiet compared to his earlier unsuccessful attempts at studying English during busier times of his life. Without the usual background noise of family, traffic, or daytime obligations pulling at his attention, he finds himself absorbing new material more thoroughly, retaining vocabulary and grammar rules that had once slipped away almost as quickly as he'd learned them. One quiet night, working through a particularly challenging grammar section, Idris finds himself talking through the rules aloud to the empty room, testing different example sentences, correcting himself when something doesn't sound quite right. The complete privacy of his surroundings, no co-workers or family nearby to overhear his mistakes, allows him a freedom to experiment and stumble that he'd never quite felt comfortable with elsewhere.
As months pass, Idris begins incorporating short listening exercises into his routine as well, playing recorded English conversations during his quieter monitoring hours, training his ear to follow natural, unscripted speech. He finds that the stillness of the night shift, usually considered simply something to endure, has become instead a genuinely valuable resource, offering him hours of quiet focus most people rarely find in their busy daily lives. One particular night, an unusually eventful shift interrupts his study routine entirely, a minor building emergency requiring his full attention and quick, clear communication with emergency responders arriving on scene. To his own quiet surprise, Idris finds himself explaining the situation clearly in English without hesitation, his months of careful practice arriving naturally exactly when a real practical need finally called for it.
Encouraged by this real-world success, Idris begins structuring his nightly practice more deliberately, dedicating specific portions of his shift to particular skills: the first quiet hour for reading, a stretch near midnight for listening practice, occasional quiet stretches near dawn for writing brief journal entries about his shift or his day. This structure helps him track his progress more clearly, transforming his once empty hours into something genuinely productive. His colleagues, noticing him frequently absorbed in his textbook during quiet stretches, begin asking him occasional questions, curious about his study habits, sometimes even requesting his help with their own English struggles. Idris finds himself gradually becoming an informal resource for several co-workers, his months of solitary study quietly building into something that benefits not just himself, but others around him as well. One quiet night, reflecting during a particularly slow stretch of his shift, Idris considers how strange it is that this job, once something he'd accepted mainly out of necessity, had quietly become the very foundation of his English fluency. The isolation he'd initially found difficult to adjust to had transformed, through patient, consistent effort, into one of the most valuable resources of his entire life. As his fluency grows, Idris begins listening to more complex material during his shifts, full audiobooks, detailed news broadcasts, eventually entire English language podcasts discussing topics he genuinely finds interesting rather than simply educational. His nightly practice shifts gradually from effortful study into something closer to genuine enjoyment, the language itself becoming a source of real pleasure rather than simply an obligation. One evening before beginning his shift, Idris runs into an old friend who mentions with some surprise how much his English has improved since they'd last spoken. Idris explains with quiet pride that most of his progress had come from this unlikely source: years of patient, disciplined study during the long, quiet hours most people spend either working busily or sleeping soundly, hours he'd learned instead to use deliberately and well. Reflecting on his whole journey one particularly quiet night, watching the empty parking lot through his familiar bank of monitors, Idris understands that solitude, often considered simply something difficult to endure, had actually offered him something rare and valuable: genuine, undistracted time, protected consistently night after night, that had slowly built into real, lasting fluency few of his more socially busy friends had managed to achieve despite far more conventional learning opportunities.
He begins, eventually, encouraging other night shift workers he knows to consider a similar approach, suggesting that the quiet hours so many people simply try to pass through as quickly as possible might actually hold real, untapped potential for whatever personal growth they've been hoping to find time for elsewhere in their busier, more crowded daytime lives. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, in the hushed, empty hours of an overnight shift, someone is turning solitude into steady, patient growth, transforming quiet, unremarkable hours into something genuinely valuable. Whatever quiet hours exist in your own life, however ordinary they may seem, trust that they may hold more potential than you realize.
The chess club.
One particular evening, a friend, fluent in English, joins him in the kitchen, offering gentle corrections as Diego narrates his cooking process, helping refine both his pronunciation and his understanding of certain more nuanced cooking vocabulary. This collaborative cooking session becomes one of his richest practice experiences yet, blending genuine friendship, shared cooking, and natural, unforced language correction all at once. As months pass, Diego's recipe collection grows substantially, filling an entire drawer with printed pages, each one lightly stained and worn from repeated use, small handwritten notes scribbled in the margins, translating particularly tricky phrases he'd once struggled to understand. This growing collection becomes, in its own way, a personal record of both his cooking journey and his steadily improving English. One afternoon, attempting a recipe from an entirely unfamiliar cuisine, Diego encounters several completely new ingredient names and preparation techniques specific to that particular culinary tradition. Working through this unfamiliar recipe teaches him not just new vocabulary, but a small window into an entirely different culture's approach to food, deepening his appreciation for how much language and culture remain genuinely intertwined. As his fluency grows, Diego begins experimenting with adjusting recipes himself, writing his own small modifications directly in English rather than simply following instructions exactly as written. This shift from passive reading toward active, creative writing marks a significant step in his language development, requiring him now to construct his own clear, precise English instructions rather than simply understanding someone else's. One evening, a friend struggling separately with English asks Diego for advice on how he'd managed to improve so significantly, expecting perhaps to hear about some intensive course or expensive tutor. Diego laughs, gesturing toward his well-worn recipe drawer, explaining that his real teacher had been his own kitchen, one dish at a time, driven forward by nothing more complicated than genuine hunger and genuine curiosity. Reflecting on his whole journey one evening while preparing a now familiar, comfortable recipe, Diego considers how naturally this particular method had worked for him, precisely because it combined language learning with something he needed to do regularly anyway. Cooking had never felt like a chore layered onto his existing life. It had always simply been part of it, and his English had grown quietly alongside it, meal by meal, week by week. He begins occasionally sharing his favorite English recipes with others learning the language, encouraging them to try this same practical, sensory approach, reminding them that language learned through genuine hands-on necessity, measuring, chopping, tasting, adjusting,
often settles far more permanently than vocabulary memorized in isolation, disconnected from any real physical experience. And so, tonight, let this warm, savory story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere, a simple recipe waits patiently on a kitchen counter, ready to teach far more than just a meal, offering instead a rich sensory doorway into an entirely new language. Whatever daily task already fills your life, trust that it might quietly become your own unexpected classroom too.
The Broken Umbrella, a rainy day conversation. Tonight's story begins beneath the narrow awning of a small shop, where a young woman named Lena stands sheltering from a sudden, heavy downpour, her umbrella lying uselessly beside her, its frame bent and broken from a gust of wind just moments earlier. The rain shows no sign of slowing, and she glances anxiously at her watch, aware she's going to be late for an appointment, with no clear way of getting there dry. Beside her, sheltering under the same narrow awning, stands an older man, calmly waiting out the storm with an amused, patient expression, clearly in no particular hurry himself. Noticing Lena's obvious frustration with her broken umbrella, he offers a small, friendly comment about the unpredictable weather, and Lena, startled from her anxious thoughts, manages a brief, polite response, her nervousness about speaking English to a stranger momentarily overshadowed by her frustration with the rain itself. Encouraged by her response, the man continues the conversation easily, asking where she's headed in such a hurry. Lena explains, haltingly at first, about her appointment, surprised by how naturally the words begin flowing once she's actually focused on the practical problem at hand rather than worrying about her English itself. The stranger listens patiently, nodding along, clearly more interested in helping than in judging her occasional pauses or imperfect phrasing. Learning of her predicament, the man offers, without much hesitation, to share his own large umbrella at least part way toward her destination, since his own path happens to lead in a similar direction. Lena, though initially hesitant to accept help from a stranger, finds herself agreeing gratefully, the rain leaving her little other reasonable choice. Walking together beneath his umbrella, their conversation continues comfortably, drifting naturally from the weather into small, easy topics: his years living in this same neighborhood, her recent move to the city, a shared complaint about the unpredictable local rain that seems to catch everyone off guard eventually. Lena notices herself relaxing steadily into the exchange, her earlier nervousness fading with each new sentence exchanged. At one point, struggling to explain a slightly more complicated detail about her work, Lena pauses, searching for the right word. Rather than rushing to fill the silence for her, the man simply waits, patient and unbothered, allowing her the space to work through the sentence at her own pace. This small, quiet patience puts her immediately at ease, reminding her that most people, given the chance, are far more forgiving of small language struggles than her own anxious mind usually assumes. As they continue walking, the rain gradually easing into a lighter, more manageable drizzle, their conversation deepens slightly, the man sharing a small, humorous story about his own early struggles learning a second language decades earlier, admitting that he too had once felt exactly the kind of nervousness Lena seems to be working through right now. This small admission puts her instantly at ease,
recognizing a shared universal experience despite their apparent differences. Reaching the point where their paths diverge, the man pauses, offering Lena a genuine, warm smile, along with a final small piece of encouragement that her English, despite her clear nervousness at the very beginning of their conversation together, has been perfectly clear and easy to understand throughout their entire walk together. Lena thanks him sincerely, both for the umbrella and for the unexpected kindness of the conversation itself.
Walking the remaining short distance to her appointment, now only lightly dampened rather than thoroughly soaked, Lena finds herself replaying their conversation in her mind, genuinely surprised by how naturally the entire exchange had unfolded, despite beginning under such stressful, unplanned circumstances. She realizes that her nervousness about speaking English had mattered far less in the actual moment than she always assumes it will beforehand. That evening, reflecting on the unexpected encounter, Lena considers how differently the conversation had felt compared to her usual anxious rehearsal before planned English conversations. There had been no time to prepare, no chance to overthink her responses in advance, and yet, freed from that particular kind of self-conscious preparation, she'd managed to communicate more naturally and confidently than she often does, even in less stressful, more predictable situations. In the days that follow, Lena finds herself thinking often about this small, unplanned lesson, gradually applying it to other situations throughout her week, allowing herself to speak more spontaneously, worrying less about preparing perfect responses in advance, trusting instead that genuine, in-the-moment communication, imperfect as it sometimes is, tends to work out just fine regardless. One rainy afternoon, several weeks later, Lena notices a different stranger struggling with their own umbrella near the same small shop where her own memorable conversation had begun. Recognizing an opportunity to extend the same small kindness she'd once received, she offers to share her own umbrella, striking up an easy, comfortable conversation as they walk together, this time entirely without the nervous hesitation that once would have held her back. Reflecting afterward on this second rainy encounter, Lena realizes how directly her confidence in this small, ordinary interaction traces back to that very first unplanned conversation weeks earlier. What had begun as a frustrating, broken umbrella and an anxious rush to an appointment had somehow become one of the most meaningful turning points in her overall comfort with spoken English. She begins to understand, more broadly, that some of the richest language practice often arrives entirely unplanned, born from small inconveniences and chance encounters rather than any carefully structured lesson. These unplanned moments, precisely because they demand real, immediate communication rather than rehearsed responses, often teach confidence far more effectively than any amount of careful, anxious preparation ever could. Months later, comfortably fluent in ordinary daily conversation, Lena still thinks occasionally of that particular rainy afternoon, the broken umbrella, and the patient stranger who'd offered her both shelter and an unexpectedly valuable lesson in genuine, spontaneous communication. She keeps, even now, a small mental note to herself that the best conversations often happen exactly when we're least prepared for them, if only we're willing to let them unfold naturally. And so tonight, let this quiet, rain-soaked story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere an unexpected downpour is bringing two strangers together beneath a single umbrella, offering, without either of them planning it, exactly the kind of genuine, unhurried conversation that builds real confidence. Whatever unplanned moments arrive in your own life, trust that they might carry more value than you expect.
The Retired Teacher Next Door, Free Lessons,
Tonight's story begins on a quiet street lined with small, similar houses, where a young man named Tomasz has just moved into the apartment beside an elderly retired teacher named Mrs. Whitfield. He notices her most afternoons sitting on her small porch with a book and a steaming cup of tea, and though he's curious about her, his limited English keeps him from doing much more than offering a polite, hesitant wave whenever their paths happen to cross. One warm afternoon, struggling to understand a confusing letter from his landlord, Tomasz finds himself standing awkwardly near her porch, uncertain whether to ask for help. Mrs. Whitfield, noticing his hesitation, simply asks, warmly and directly, whether something is troubling him. Relieved by her friendly tone, Tomasz explains, haltingly, about the letter, and she invites him to sit down, offering to help him understand it properly over a fresh cup of tea. That first afternoon together, Mrs. Whitfield patiently reads through the letter with him, explaining unfamiliar phrases clearly and simply, careful never to make him feel foolish for not understanding immediately. By the time they finish, the letter's confusing legal language has become perfectly clear, and Tomasz thanks her sincerely, genuinely grateful for both her help and her patient, unhurried kindness. Before he leaves, Mrs. Whitfield mentions, almost casually, that she used to teach English for over 30 years before retiring, and that she'd be happy to help him further if he was interested in improving his English more generally. Tomasz, both surprised and delighted, accepts eagerly, and they agree to meet again the following week for tea and conversation. Their first proper lesson, if it can even be called that, feels more like a relaxed visit between neighbors than any formal class Tomasz has previously attended. Mrs. Whitfield simply asks him questions about his day, his work, his hopes for his new life in this unfamiliar country, gently correcting his grammar here and there, never interrupting his thoughts, always waiting patiently for him to finish his own sentences. Tomasz notices almost immediately how different this feels from his previous language classes, filled with strict rules and constant correction that had often left him too anxious to speak freely at all. Here, over tea, mistakes seem to matter far less than the genuine, warm conversation itself, and this shift in atmosphere makes him considerably more willing to attempt longer, more complicated sentences than he ever would have risked before. Over the following weeks, their tea-time visits become a steady, comfortable ritual, Mrs. Whitfield gently introducing new vocabulary and grammar structures naturally within their ongoing conversation, rather than through any formal lesson plan. She shares small stories from her own long teaching career, occasionally reading short passages aloud from her favorite books, always careful to keep the atmosphere relaxed and genuinely enjoyable rather than academically pressured. One particular afternoon, Tomasz arrives visibly frustrated after a difficult day at work, admitting honestly that he'd struggled badly trying to explain something important to his manager in English. Rather than immediately correcting his grammar, Mrs. Whitfield simply listens first, offering quiet sympathy, before gently helping him work through exactly what he'd wanted to say, building his confidence back up through patient, careful practice. As months pass, Tomasz's English improves steadily, his sentences growing longer and more natural, his confidence building visibly with each passing week. Mrs. Whitfield notices this progress with quiet satisfaction,
occasionally commenting warmly on how far he's come since that very first nervous conversation about his landlord's confusing letter.
Their relationship deepens beyond simple language lessons as Tomasz begins helping Mrs. Whitfield with small tasks around her house in return for her patient teaching, carrying groceries, fixing a loose railing on her porch, small gestures of genuine gratitude for the kindness she's shown him. Neither of them ever mentions payment for her lessons. The exchange feels, to both of them, like something far more valuable than any formal transaction. One afternoon, Mrs. Whitfield shares a little about her own life, mentioning gently that her grown children live far away and rarely visit, that these quiet afternoon conversations with Tomasz have become something she genuinely looks forward to as well, not simply a kindness she's offering, but a companionship she values just as much in return. This small admission moves Tomasz deeply, and he begins visiting more regularly, understanding now that their arrangement benefits them both equally. His growing English fluency, matched by her renewed sense of purpose in connection, found unexpectedly in this friendship with her young, eager neighbour. Nearly a year into their regular meetings, Tomasz receives a promotion at work, largely attributed by his manager to his noticeably improved communication skills. Rushing over to share the good news, he finds Mrs. Whitfield on her porch as always, and her genuine delight at his success feels to him every bit as meaningful as the promotion itself. Reflecting on their friendship one quiet afternoon, sharing tea as they have so many times before, Tomasz realizes that Mrs. Whitfield had taught him far more than simply English vocabulary and grammar. She'd shown him, through her own patient, generous example, what genuine mentorship looks like, freely given, deeply personal, built entirely on kindness rather than obligation. Years later, having grown thoroughly comfortable and confident in English, Tomasz continues visiting Mrs. Whitfield regularly, their conversations no longer centered around language lessons at all, but simply around genuine friendship, two neighbours who'd found in each other exactly the kind of connection neither had expected when they'd first exchanged a hesitant, polite wave so long ago. And so tonight, let this warm, gentle story settle with you as you drift toward sleep. Somewhere on a quiet porch, two neighbours shared tea and conversation, offering each other far more than lessons or company alone. Genuine connection, patiently built, one warm afternoon at a time. Whatever kindness you've received along your own journey, however small it seemed, trust that it may have meant more than you realized.
The Video Game Guild. Learning English while playing. Tonight's story begins in a small bedroom, lit mostly by the glow of a computer screen, where a teenager named Haruto joins an online multiplayer game one ordinary evening, headset settled comfortably over his ears. He's played this particular game for months already, mostly alone or with friends who share his own native language, understanding only fragments of the English chat, constantly scrolling past in the game's global channels. Tonight, almost on impulse, he decides to apply to join an international guild he's noticed recruiting, one that communicates primarily in English. His application accepted within the hour, Haruto finds himself suddenly immersed in an active voice channel filled with players from countries he's never visited, all communicating easily in English, discussing strategy for an upcoming mission. He stays mostly silent that first night, listening carefully, catching perhaps half of what's being said, occasionally typing a short, simple message into the text chat when he manages to understand enough to contribute. Over the following weeks, Haruto becomes a regular presence within the guild, gradually growing more comfortable speaking up during their coordinated missions, his contributions limited at first to simple, practical phrases directly related to gameplay. "Watch out, I need help here, let's go this way." These short, functional phrases, repeated constantly during actual gameplay, settle into his memory with unusual speed, reinforced by genuine urgency and real immediate consequences within the game itself. One particular evening, during an especially challenging mission, Haruto finds himself needing to quickly explain a complicated strategic idea to his teammates, and, to his own surprise, manages to communicate his plan clearly enough that the team successfully executes it, resulting in their first successful completion of this particular difficult challenge. The genuine excitement and gratitude from his teammates leaves him feeling more motivated than any classroom lesson ever had. Encouraged, Haruto begins participating more actively in the guild's more casual conversations as well, chatting between missions about games they enjoy, movies they've watched, small details about their daily lives. These relaxed, low-pressure conversations, conducted entirely for genuine social connection rather than any deliberate language study, teach him natural, casual English phrasing far removed from anything found in his old-school textbooks. As months pass, Haruto notices his English vocabulary expanding rapidly around gaming-specific terminology, but also gradually into broader everyday conversation, the constant exposure to native and fluent speakers training his ear to follow natural, quick-paced dialogue with increasing ease. He finds himself understanding jokes and casual banter that would have completely confused him just months earlier. One evening, a guild member from a different country asks Haruto directly about his own background, genuinely curious after noticing his slightly different phrasing and accent during voice chats. Haruto explains, a little nervously at first, that English isn't his first language, bracing himself for possible judgment. Instead, the guild member responds warmly, mentioning that several others in the guild are also non-native speakers, and that everyone simply focuses on understanding each other rather than judging accents or occasional mistakes. This reassurance transforms Haruto's relationship with the guild entirely, his remaining self-consciousness about speaking imperfect English fading considerably once he understands just how diverse and accepting this particular community actually is. He begins speaking up more freely during voice chats, no longer worrying excessively about small grammatical errors, focusing instead simply on communicating clearly and contributing genuinely to the team. One particular evening, the guild organizes a larger, more complex event, requiring careful planning discussed extensively beforehand through voice chat. Haruto finds himself contributing detailed strategic suggestions throughout this planning conversation. his ideas clearly understood and genuinely valued by teammates who care far more about the quality of his thinking than the occasional imperfection in his phrasing. Months into his guild membership, Haruto begins noticing his English improving even outside the game entirely, conversations with classmates at school feeling somewhat easier, homework assignments requiring English composition no longer filling him with the same dread they once did. He credits much of this broader improvement directly to his countless hours of genuine, engaged conversation within his gaming community. One evening, a newer guild member, clearly nervous about their own limited English, joins a voice chat for the first time, staying mostly silent, much as Haruto himself once had. Recognizing this familiar hesitation, Haruto makes a point of including them gently in the conversation, asking simple, welcoming questions, offering the same patient encouragement he'd once received himself during his own uncertain early weeks. Reflecting on his journey during a quiet moment between missions one evening, Haruto considers how differently this particular kind of learning had unfolded compared to his years of formal English classes at school. Here, motivation had never needed to be forced or artificially created. His genuine desire to communicate effectively with people he'd grown to consider real friends had driven his progress far more naturally than any grade or test ever could. As he approaches nearly 2 years within the guild, Haruto finds himself mentoring several newer, younger members, both in gameplay strategy and increasingly in English itself, patiently helping them work through unfamiliar phrases the same way his own guildmates had once helped him during his own uncertain early weeks. Reflecting on his whole journey, Haruto realizes that this unexpected classroom, nothing more than a shared online game and a diverse group of international teammates, had taught him more genuine, practical English than years of structured schooling ever managed, built entirely from real conversation, real teamwork, and a genuine desire to connect with people who happen to speak a different first language than his own. And so, tonight, let this quiet story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, a group of players from different corners of the world are working together towards a shared goal, discovering along the way that language, when built from genuine connection and shared purpose, grows more naturally than almost any other way. Whatever shared passion already connects you to others, trust that it might quietly become your own unexpected classroom too.
The Lost Passport, a crisis that built confidence. Tonight's story begins in a small hotel room, where a traveler named Camila realizes with a sudden sinking dread that her passport is missing. She'd checked her bag only an hour earlier, certain it was there, and now, searching frantically through every pocket and compartment, she finds nothing. Her flight home departs in 2 days, and her English, functional for ordering meals and asking simple directions, has never been tested by anything nearly this serious or stressful. After a restless, anxious night, Camila calls the hotel's front desk the next morning, her hands trembling slightly as she explains her situation in halting, nervous English.
The staff member, patient and understanding, helps her retrace her recent movements, eventually confirming what she'd feared. The passport is genuinely lost, not simply misplaced within her room, meaning she'll need to visit her country's embassy to arrange emergency travel documents. Standing outside the embassy building later that morning, Camila feels a wave of nervousness wash over her, far beyond her usual mild anxiety about speaking English. This isn't a casual conversation about ordering coffee. This is a serious, high-stakes situation requiring her to clearly explain a complicated problem and understand equally complicated instructions in return, using an English vocabulary she's honestly uncertain she possesses. Taking a deep breath, she steps inside, approaching the reception desk where a calm, professional officer greets her. Camila begins explaining her situation, her hands, sentences halting and nervous, occasionally searching desperately for a word that won't quite come. The officer, clearly accustomed to handling exactly this kind of stressful situation, patient and understanding, helps her retrace her recent movements, eventually confirming what she'd feared. The passport is genuinely lost, not simply misplaced within her room, meaning she'll need to visit her country's embassy to arrange emergency travel documents. Standing outside the embassy building later that morning, Camila feels a wave of nervousness wash over her, far beyond her usual mild anxiety about speaking English. This isn't a casual conversation about ordering coffee. This is a serious, high-stakes situation requiring her to clearly explain a complicated problem and understand equally complicated instructions in return, using an English vocabulary she's honestly uncertain she possesses. Taking a deep breath, she steps inside, approaching the reception desk where a calm, professional officer greets her. Camila begins explaining her situation, her hands, sentences halting and nervous, occasionally searching desperately for a word that won't quite come. The officer, clearly accustomed to handling exactly this kind of stressful situation, patient and understanding, helps her retrace her recent movements, eventually confirming what she'd feared. The passport is genuinely lost, not simply misplaced within her room, meaning she'll need to visit her country's embassy to arrange emergency travel documents. Together, they work through the necessary paperwork, the officer explaining each form carefully, checking regularly that Camila truly understands before moving forward. At one point, encountering a particularly confusing legal phrase, Camila admits honestly that she doesn't understand, and rather than feeling embarrassed, she's relieved to find the officer simply rephrases the sentence more simply, without any hint of impatience. As the process continues, Camila notices herself gradually settling into a strange, unexpected rhythm, the sheer necessity of the situation leaving no room for her usual anxious self-consciousness about her English. There's no time to worry about sounding perfect. She simply needs to communicate clearly enough to solve her actual pressing problem. And this shift in focus from performance to pure function oddly begins easing her nervousness rather than increasing it. Midway through the process, a complication arises. Additional documentation is required that Camila doesn't currently have with her. She must explain this gap clearly, propose a solution, and understand the officer's guidance on how to proceed, all in real time, without any opportunity to prepare her responses in advance. To her own quiet surprise, she manages this unexpected obstacle competently, her English rising naturally to meet the actual demands of the moment. The officer, noticing her clear effort and improving confidence as their conversation continues, lifts her spirits considerably, helping her push through the remaining paperwork with renewed determination. After nearly 2 hours, the necessary emergency documents are finally approved, and Camilla leaves the embassy building with a temporary travel document in hand, relief flooding through her entire body. Walking back toward her hotel, she finds herself replaying the entire stressful morning in her mind, genuinely surprised by how thoroughly she'd managed to handle everything, despite her initial overwhelming fear. That evening, reflecting on the whole ordeal, Camilla realizes something important about her own relationship with English, that her fear of imperfection had always been far larger than her actual ability, that when genuinely necessary, her English had risen naturally to meet real practical demands she'd never believed herself capable of handling. The crisis, however stressful, had proven this to her more convincingly than any calm, low-stakes practice session ever could. The following day, needing to call the airline to confirm her rebooked flight details using her temporary documents, Camilla approaches the phone call with noticeably less dread than she would have felt just 2 days earlier. She navigates the conversation clearly, asking follow-up questions when needed, no longer paralyzed by the same intense anxiety that had gripped her outside the embassy building. Boarding her flight home 2 days later than originally planned, Camilla reflects on how strange and unexpected this whole crisis had turned out to be. Not simply a stressful inconvenience, but genuinely one of the most significant confidence-building experiences of her entire journey learning English. She'd been forced, by sheer necessity, to discover capabilities she'd never previously trusted herself to have. In the months following her return home, Camilla finds herself approaching English conversations with noticeably less anxiety than before, occasionally reminding herself, during moments of nervousness, of that stressful morning at the embassy, proof carried forward now as a kind of personal touchstone that she was capable of far more than her usual self-doubt tended to suggest. She begins sharing her story with friends learning English themselves, particularly those expressing similar anxiety about using the language in serious high-stakes situations, encouraging them to trust that genuine necessity often reveals capability far beyond what careful, anxious preparation alone typically builds. Real confidence, she explains, sometimes only reveals itself when circumstances leave no other choice but to rise to the occasion. Reflecting on the whole experience one final time, months later, Camilla considers how grateful she'd become, in a strange way, for that stressful, frightening morning outside the embassy. Not because losing her passport had been pleasant, certainly, but because it had taught her something about her own quiet resilience that calmer, more comfortable practice sessions had somehow never quite managed to reveal. And so tonight, let this steady, reassuring story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, someone is facing a difficult, unexpected challenge, uncertain whether they're truly capable of handling it. Let this story remind you tonight that real capability often reveals itself exactly in these difficult moments, rising naturally to meet whatever the situation genuinely requires.
The handwritten recipe book. My mother's words in a new language. Tonight's story begins in a quiet kitchen where a woman named Aisha carefully opens an old, worn recipe book that once belonged to her mother, its pages soft and slightly stained from decades of use, every recipe written by hand in her mother's careful, looping script.
Her mother passed away 2 years earlier, and Aisha has finally worked up the courage to open this particular book, which she'd kept safely stored away, unopened since the funeral. Reading through the recipes, Aisha realizes something she hadn't fully considered before. She wants to share these recipes with her own children someday, children who are growing up speaking English as their primary language, more comfortable in it now than in the language their grandmother had used to write these careful, loving instructions. Sitting quietly at her kitchen table, she makes a decision. She will translate her mother's entire recipe book into English herself, preserving both the recipes and, in her own way, her mother's voice for the next generation. The first recipe she attempts, a simple soup her mother had made countless times throughout Aisha's childhood, proves more challenging to translate than she expected. Beyond simply converting ingredients and measurements, she finds herself struggling to capture the warmth and personality embedded in her mother's specific phrasing, the small asides and loving instructions scattered throughout the recipe beyond just the practical steps themselves. She works slowly, carefully, consulting a dictionary frequently for unfamiliar cooking terms, sometimes calling a bilingual friend to help clarify a particularly tricky phrase. This process, though occasionally frustrating, also becomes strangely meaningful, forcing her to sit with her mother's words far more closely and carefully than she ever had while simply cooking these dishes casually throughout her own childhood and early adulthood. One particular recipe for a special dish her mother had always prepared during family celebrations includes a small handwritten note in the margin, a brief personal memory about the first time she'd cooked this dish for Aisha's father. Translating this small personal aside into English feels different from translating the recipe itself, requiring Aisha to carry not just information, but genuine emotion and memory across the gap between languages. As she works through more recipes, Aisha notices her own English improving specifically around this rich particular vocabulary, words for texture, aroma, the subtle emotional weight carried by food within her family's specific traditions. She finds herself reaching for increasingly precise, thoughtful English phrases, wanting desperately to honor her mother's original warmth rather than settling for flat, purely functional translation. One evening, translating a particularly difficult recipe involving several unfamiliar traditional techniques, Aisha calls her aunt, her mother's younger sister, hoping for clarification. Their conversation, conducted partly in English and partly in their shared native language, becomes an unexpectedly emotional exchange, both of them sharing memories of Aisha's mother that neither had spoken aloud in years. This call becomes the first of many, as Aisha begins reaching out regularly to older family members while working through the recipe book, gathering not just clarification on ingredients and techniques, but small, precious family stories she'd never previously heard. Her project, begun simply as translation, gradually transforms into something closer to genuine family history preservation. As months pass, Aisha's translated recipe collection grows steadily, each finished page representing not just a completed language exercise, but a small act of genuine love and preservation. She begins testing the recipes as she translates them, cooking each dish carefully from her own English version, comparing the results against her clear childhood memories of her mother's original cooking.
Encouraged by this discovery, Noor begins alternating her commute practice between passive listening and active internal narration, sometimes simply enjoying a podcast, other times deliberately practicing her own silent English thoughts, describing her surroundings, rehearsing conversations she anticipates having later that day at work. As her fluency grows, Noor starts noticing real practical benefits, extending beyond her daily commute itself. Meetings at work that once left her mentally exhausted from the effort of following rapid English conversation now feel noticeably more manageable. Her months of dedicated listening practice quietly strengthening her overall comprehension in every part of her working day. One afternoon, a colleague mentions, with some surprise, how much more confidently Noor has been participating in meetings recently, curious what had changed. Noor explains, a little sheepishly, that her secret had simply been her daily train commute, transformed gradually from wasted time into her most consistent, protected practice session. Around the 1-year mark of this daily habit, Noor begins experimenting with slightly more challenging material during her commute, dense, detailed podcasts on unfamiliar topics, audiobooks written in more formal, literary English. The consistent, accumulated practice of the previous months gives her the confidence and foundation needed to tackle these more difficult materials without feeling overwhelmed. Reflecting one morning on her now well-established routine, Noor considers how strange it feels that this single small change, simply using her existing commute differently rather than adding any extra separate study time to her already busy schedule, had produced such consistent, meaningful improvement in her English over the past year. She begins recommending this approach enthusiastically to friends and colleagues struggling to find time for language practice amid their busy schedules, encouraging them to examine their own daily routines for similar small, unused pockets of time that might be transformed just as easily into consistent, valuable practice. One friend, skeptical at first about how much difference 40 minutes a day could truly make, tries the habit herself for several months before admitting, somewhat amazed, that her own listening comprehension has improved dramatically, exactly the way Noor had described. Together may marvel at how such a small, consistent daily habit had produced results neither of them had managed through occasional, more intensive, but far less consistent study sessions in the past. And so, tonight, let this quiet, steady story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, a train moves steadily along its familiar route, carrying someone quietly building real, lasting progress, 40 ordinary minutes at a time. Whatever small, overlooked pocket of time already exists in your own daily routine, trust that it might quietly become exactly the space you need for meaningful growth. The Quiet Commute. 40 minutes that changed my English. Tonight's story begins on an ordinary weekday morning aboard a train pulling slowly out of a quiet suburban station, where a young woman named Noor settles into her usual seat by the window for the 40-minute ride into the city. She's made this same commute nearly every workday for over a year, and for most of that time, she'd simply passed the time scrolling through her phone, staring blankly out the window, or occasionally dozing lightly against the glass. One ordinary morning, she decides, almost on a whim, to try something different. Instead of reaching for her usual distractions, Noor pulls out a small pair of earphones and opens a simple English podcast she'd downloaded weeks earlier but never actually listened to. As the train picks up speed, passing familiar rows of houses and quiet fields, she lets the calm, clear voice fill her ears, understanding perhaps 60% of what's being said, filling in gaps through context as best she can. That first morning, the 40 minutes pass more quickly than she expects, her attention held steadily by the podcast's gentle, conversational style. Stepping off the train at her usual stop, she feels a small, unexpected satisfaction, having used this once empty stretch of her day for something genuinely useful rather than simply passing time. Encouraged, Noor decides to make this a regular habit, downloading a new episode each evening to listen to during her following morning's commute. Over the following weeks, this becomes a steady, comfortable ritual. The same seat, the same window view, the same gentle voice guiding her through unfamiliar vocabulary and natural conversational English rhythms, 40 minutes at a time, 5 days a week. She notices within the first month how naturally this small protected pocket of daily practice begins accumulating real progress. Unlike her previous sporadic attempts at studying English during evenings when she was often too tired to focus properly, this dedicated commute time arrives consistently, unavoidably, built into a part of her day she can't easily skip or postpone. One particular morning, listening to an episode discussing a topic she genuinely finds interesting, Noor realizes she's followed nearly the entire conversation without needing to pause or rewind, understanding jokes and subtle asides that would have completely confused her just weeks earlier. This small, private victory, discovered quietly on an otherwise ordinary train ride, fills her with genuine pride. As months pass, Noor begins varying her commute practice, alternating between podcasts, audiobooks, and occasionally simple English music, keeping her 40 minutes fresh and engaging rather than repetitive. She notices her listening comprehension improving steadily across all these different formats, her ear growing increasingly comfortable with the natural pace and rhythm of spoken English, regardless of the specific source. One rainy morning, her usual podcast app malfunctioning unexpectedly, Noor decides instead to simply narrate her own thoughts silently in English as the train moves through the grey, wet countryside, describing the scenery outside her window, her plans for the day ahead. This small, improvised practice teaches her something new, that even without any external audio, her 40 minutes could still become valuable active practice time.
One particular evening, cooking a dish from her newly translated recipe for her own children, Aisha finds herself narrating the process the way her mother once had, adding small comments and stories in English that echo, as closely as she can manage, her mother's own warm, instructive voice from decades earlier. Her children listen attentively, genuinely curious about their grandmother, whom they know mostly through old photographs and second-hand family stories. Encouraged by this meaningful moment, Aisha begins adding her own handwritten notes to the translated recipes, small English additions describing her own childhood memories connected to each dish, weaving her own voice gently alongside her mother's original words. The recipe book slowly becomes a genuine collaboration across generations, though her mother had passed years before this particular project ever began. One recipe for a dessert her mother had always prepared during difficult times carries a small note explaining this comforting tradition. Translating this particular explanation, Aisha finds herself in tears, moved deeply by rediscovering, through the careful, deliberate process of translation, just how much thoughtful, quiet love her mother had embedded in even her most ordinary, everyday cooking instructions. As she nears the end of the recipe book, working through the final few pages, Aisha reflects on how thoroughly this project has changed her relationship with English itself. What began as a practical necessity, translating recipes for her English-speaking children, had become instead one of the most emotionally significant language projects of her entire life, teaching her not just vocabulary, but a deeper, more careful way of honoring memory and family through careful, deliberate words. Finishing the final recipe, Aisha sits quietly with the completed translation for a long while, both versions of the recipe book now resting side by side on her kitchen table, her mother's original handwritten pages and her own careful English translation, built from months of patient, loving work. She feels in this quiet moment closer to her mother than she has since her passing, connected across both time and language by this shared, careful act of preservation. She decides, eventually, to have both versions of the recipe book properly bound, planning to pass them down together to her own children someday, ensuring that both her mother's original voice and her own careful translation remain preserved side by side, neither one replacing the other, but both honoring in their own particular way the same enduring love passed down through generations. And so, tonight, let this tender, meaningful story settle with you as you drift towards sleep. Somewhere, an old handwritten recipe book waits patiently to be understood, carrying within its careful instructions far more than simple ingredients and steps, carrying memory, love, and connection across both time and language. Whatever family words or memories you carry forward in your own life, know that translating them, in whatever form that takes, is truly an act of love.